Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Started on a 50 mil lens, now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. They into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
When the King of Kings is dethroned and an empire is overthrown, who is going to come for that championship title? It's suddenly back to the drawing board, and it is fair game for our 6 remaining teams here at day 2 of the LAKAN Series PH Fall Season Playoffs. Mika Fabs over here on the panel desk with Otilus and Osiris, or as we like to call it, Panel Adversity. And Panel Adversity would like to thank all of our sponsors. Of course, thank you so much to Mineski Philippines and to Riot Games for bringing the Icon Series over here. And thank you so much to Globe Telecom. With Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And you can experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you. Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Get yourself the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer and Timo users secure that is.
Otilus would know. And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeover, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated. And get hashtagged all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now we have a special guest virtually hanging out with us for our pre-show. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the General. We have James himself from Team Secret. James, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Congratulations as well on Team Secret's win yesterday. Now we have a few questions for you. I love the salute on Otilus. Last time we chatted, you mentioned that the team could have performed a lot better than the performance at the group stages. So coming into the playoffs, what kind of adjustments did Team Secret make?
Of course, we watched all the replays of our games wherein we had bad decision makings and where we had the roughest games that we've ever played, and then we just fixed them through scrims, and now that we're here on the playoffs, I think we came in fully prepared.
Awesome. Excited to see what is up our Team Secret today. Otilus, what about you?
Amaz, hi. Speaking of
Hello.
preparation, yesterday we saw the biggest of upsets, and you are now facing RQ instead. Sorry, you're now facing Omega Esports instead of RQ. Now the question is, did anything change when it comes to preparation? Did you do a scrim yesterday evening, or were you just relaxed all throughout and did not do anything special?
We mostly did brainstorming on their pick bans and how they play the game, and we're still the same. We're still confident. We're still gonna play them with with what we prepared with, and yeah, we're still going into the game with all our hearts.
Offer your hearts, indeed.
Okay, so since you are confident enough in moving forward towards the game, if you were given a chance to play onto the finals, who do you wish to face with?
There's no specific team that I'd like to face, because everyone's been doing well, and we're just looking forward to whoever we're gonna meet if ever we're gonna go to the finals.
Okay.
Awesome. So it looks like it's fair game for everybody here to go up against Team Secret. Now, James, are there any shout-outs that you would like to give out there locally and internationally as well?
I'd say shout out to the people who has been believing in us ever since Team Secret Wild Rift have been created. And shout out to all my friends and families out there as well. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, James. We will leave you to prepare for your upcoming match against Omega Esports. We wish you the best of luck and congratulations once again for coming this far.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
All right, that was James, ladies and gentlemen, and it's really interesting. I love your question, Otlus, because I'm pretty sure that, well, at least we were not prepared for what happened yesterday, of course. We'll get into that a little bit later, but it's interesting to see if the teams themselves were prepared for what was going to happen. But it looks like Team Secret has everything planned out. So we're going to jump into our series highlights, actually, and find out what exactly happened yesterday, because something we never saw coming happened, and RRQ ended their fall season run, as did Bren Esports, both eliminated on the first day of playoffs. So what does this mean for the remaining teams here in the playoffs? I want to know your thoughts, panel. We'll start with you, Atalus.
Open table. I think that's it. Again, in an alternate universe that RRQ, put up a good performance, then they're here. But no, the reality is they are already eliminated, and the first one to really draw the bloods of the Kings of Kings is Omega Esports. Yesterday, they were so ecstatic, and for a good reason, right? Omega Esports were kind of shaky, but right now, with that confidence in store for them, I'm kind of scared for their opponent in Team Secret.
Yeah, and Team Secret also showed their fair share of growth as they were able to take down LAKAN. But LAKAN, we can't count them out. They have been also improving a lot. It's just that this is a big wall to break with. And having the RRQ out onto the playoffs, it feels like there are a feeling of relief for other teams, because this is an undefeated team. And you are fairly scared, of course, if you're going to face, or there's a pressure or intimidation. But showing that it's possible coming in from Omega, this will be a good sign for other teams that they can do anything here at Icon Series.
And here we're seeing Bren Esports against Fennel Adversity. I'm excited to see Fennel Adversity's match today, just because I feel like, they should give them renewed confidence. And they will need it because they will be going up against DR Esports. Now, DR Esports yesterday, they did go up against UCFC, who are in the lower bracket, as well as LAKAN. I am also interested to see what kind of confidence the lower bracket teams have coming into their matches today after those momentous wins against two of the biggest teams here in the Icon Series. I don't know, looking at LAKAN Esports actually, taking them actually taking down RRQ, it is going to be, I think that this is a huge confidence booster for LAKAN, and I have a feeling they're going to ride this momentum all the way. They could find themselves back in the upper brackets, very soon, in the finals.
That's right. Climbing their way out of the hole that they have created for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? That's the identity of LAKAN Esports. Never say die. And I really think that, aside from the Blitzcrank, there are still strategies that we could see, not just from them, but all the teams that are still alive here. We are now down to 6 teams, and after today, I believe we're going to be down to 4. So exciting times to be a fan of PPGL Icon Series PH, and I just cannot wait for the Rise or Fall storyline.
Yeah, and at this point, who's going to dominate the Rift? LAKAN did really surprise us, and Oculus and I talked about this off cam, that most of the best of ones are the Battle of the Cheese, wherein you can surprise other people with one chance. And we saw that on Bren trying out the cannon. It wasn't a troll pick. It was really something that they can pull out just to make sure that they can surprise the enemy. But of course, it's a double-edged sword that you need to pay if ever it didn't work.
Yeah, it can boil down to those wild card picks that we have. Speaking of which, we need to talk about the Blitzcrank, which seems to be the champion for success over here in the Icon Series. It's the wild card pick that somehow spells success for any team that might pick this champion. So as we go into our brackets, actually, I want to get your thoughts, Oddloose Osiris, on how these teams are possibly going to, jump on that Blitzcrank, if it's going to be a tug of war, if it's something that matches into their play style. I mean, do you think that we're going to see this Blitzcrank again, especially since Brent Esports is now eliminated?
I feel like we'll have lesser Blitzcrank now. I know that Arjek did play immaculately on the champion, but these are the champions that is just so effective right now because teams are not used to playing it. And after a night of discussing what goes well with Blitzcrank, you can see, or our teams should see, that this is a very one-dimensional champion. It's just going to grab your carries out of the picture, and if you can prevent that from happening, then I believe Blitzcrank is kind of in a state that it's not as effective as an Alistar, as a Braum, or maybe even a Thresh.
Yeah, you are going to rely mostly onto the picks, and you kind of wait onto the blessing of that aim. So you need to have this kind of team composition wherein you can stay with those play. They can burst down anyone. You can start a 4 versus 5 and then capitalize on it. The Blitzcrank is definitely out there, but there's still also more in store for us.
Yes, indeed. I'm very curious actually to see if any of these teams are hiding another secret Blitzcrank pick or other secret picks that they might have. Who knows? We could have that cannon back. Maybe. We don't really know how to predict the Icon series anymore. I just have to say, after what happened yesterday. Let's check out our schedule for today. Currently, the title of the undefeated has been passed over to DR Esports. They are looking like the current front runners, or is it Team Secret? Because we saw them in better form yesterday. What do you guys think of these matchups and who you think could come out on top?
For Mega versus Team Secret, I feel like we have a clear front runner for this one, right, Cyrus? I feel like this is going to be Team Secret.
Okay.
Yeah, Team Secret going all the way to the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, on match number 2, that's going to be very tough to call. But I believe in the underdog story of Fennel University. FLA will go all the way.
Well, Outlers, I'm saddened that I need to break the bubble of your dreams if Team Secret is going to run, because it feels like they are fitting to run onto the lower bracket as Omega is going to dominate this tournament. As for second match, the stats don't lie. It has been DR Esports that's going to show us why they are the undefeated team all throughout the group stage and being left out here.
Yeah, I should correct myself. It's not being passed over to DR Esports. It's that DR Esports actually maintains and retains that title. Now, going over to match number 3 and 4, just really quickly, UCFC could face either Omega Esports or Team Secret, and it could be a Group B reunion. And then LAKAN Esports could face DR Esports or Fennel Adversity, and it could be a Group C reunion. It's either an unfamiliar opponent for these two or one that they know really well. So it's gonna be interesting to see who they actually match up against better, or who comes out on top over here. And introing our teams over here, let's take a look at our top 6 so far. Our 6 remaining teams over here in the playoffs. This is an outcome that we could not have predicted, that we did not prepare for, but we do have Team Secret, UCFC Esports, Omega Esports, LAKAN Esports, Fennel Adversity, and DR Esports. Sadly, very unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Brent Esports and RRQ yesterday, and of course, these 6 remaining teams are all fighting for that Globe Cup, and of course, all of the Globe Cup points at stake over here. And of course, 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso here in the Icon series, so you can just imagine what is at stake for all of our teams. Now, I asked you guys this yesterday. What are you guys doing?
1 for 1.
Where's the one? And then you did the ooh.
You did the spaghetti.
I asked you guys this yesterday as to who your top 3 teams would be.
My God.
Now that, of course, we have RRQ out of the picture, we have Brent Esports out of the picture. Has that changed? Who are your top 3 teams at the moment? I will say this doesn't have to be in any specific order.
The top 3, I believe, the safest ones to predict as the top 3 are the remaining first seeds, and that's Team Secret. We also have DR Esports, and of course, Fennel Adversity.
I'll go different on this one. I mean, I'm going to stick, of course, with DR and Fennel adversity as pegging them also. That might be a finals per se, but the last slot might be going to either Omega or UCFC.
Oh, interesting. No team secret for Osiris.
You'll have to do
No,
a spaghetti video if Team Secret does advance to the finals. I'm telling you right now, man.
Well, you guys can actually request that. If Osiris has a TikTok or something, let him know.
I
Or
can do TikTok.
head on over to his Twitter and, I don't know, mass tweet him or something and request for that. I think that's golden content after the playoffs. I just have to say. And of course, these teams will be fighting for that Globe Cup. And at the end of it all, the Globe Cup points that will accumulate at the end. We have our Globe Cup point leaderboard as well. And as we can see, DR Esports so far with that sweet 7-0, their undefeated streak, and with 525,000 Globe Cup points. RRQ, although they're out of the picture, they have a very respectable 450,000 Globe Cup points, as well as Fennel Adversity and Team Secret. In the meantime, Omega Esports and UCFC Esports within the 300,000+ Globe Cup points, and we have Bren Esports with 300,000 and LAKAN Esports with 250,000 Globe Cup points. And of course, to give you guys a better idea of what is at stake, this entire Globe Cup point system of the Icon series, do check out this video that PPGL has prepared.
The Rift is open yet again this fall season with a new format, new teams, and new stakes for another exciting and action-packed season. This is the Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Philippines Fall Season 2021. Instead of last season's regional format, teams from all over the country were able to take their shot in the tournament's open qualifiers. The top 3 teams from each qualifier advanced to the fall season group stages. For the group stages, 12 teams from the open qualifiers are shuffled and split into 4 different groups, with 3 teams seeded from the summer season's playoffs, along with another team from the last chance qualifiers. Teams are awarded with Globe Cup points for every series won in their tournament run. 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. Globe Cup points up for grabs in the group stages is as big as 3.6 million points. Teams are awarded 75,000 Globe Cup points for every series won. The prize pool for the playoffs is 1.4 million Globe Cup points. We kick off the action with the playoffs upper bracket quarterfinals, where the first seed teams will go up against the second seed teams from a different group in a best-of-3 series. Teams that win their matches advance to the upper bracket semifinals and receive 75,000 Globe Cup points. The teams that lose will be knocked down to the lower bracket, where they will fight to remain in the tournament in a best-of-1 matchup. The victorious teams advance to the lower brackets quarterfinals and also receive 25,000 Globe Cup points in the process. The top 4 teams will battle it out in the upper bracket semifinals in a best-of-3 series, where the victors can earn a spot at the finals and receive 100,000 Globe Cup points each. The defeated teams will move down to the lower bracket quarterfinals for another best-of-3 series. The winners from those series move on to the lower bracket semifinals and bag 50,000 Globe Cup points. The team that makes it out of the upper bracket finals takes the first grand final spot and 200,000 Globe Cup points. The other team gets knocked down to the lower bracket finals, where they still have a chance to secure the second grand final spot. The winner of the lower bracket semifinals proceeds to the brackets finals and earns 100,000 Globe Cup points. For the lower bracket finals, the defeated teams gets placed third, while the winner naps the second grand final spot and picks up 150,000 Globe Cup points. The last 2 teams go head-to-head in the grand finals, and the winner takes home the fall season championship and grand prize of 300,000 Globe Cup points. A new champion will be crowned, and new legends will be made.
new legends or returning legends from the summer season. It could be Omega and Team Secret as the big winners. They will be our first match of the day. But before we jump into that, speaking of winning, to everybody watching from home, you can get a chance to win amazing prizes because we have a bunch of giveaways ongoing for our playoffs. These are slightly different from the group stages. So if you think this, you know how this is going to go, maybe listen really carefully because we do have more giveaways and more prizes to give out. Audalus, let's start with some wild cards. How did they get some wild cards into their accounts?
Easy. Share with us your fearless forecast and get a chance to be one of the lucky 15 winners of 790 wild cores. You can see the mechanics on the screen. Number 1, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtags that you see on the screen as well. Number 3, during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your right ID on the stream chat. The best comment will be pinned after each series, and a total of 5 winners will be announced after each broadcast day from today up until tomorrow.
Well, I know also that you want an Oppo A94. Follow our mechanics and you can be one of the 2 lucky winners of our brand new Oppo A94. Here's how. Like and follow the PPGL and Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Share with us a screenshot of your favorite player living life at full speed with their best gameplay from the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season Playoffs. Can be a clash, clutch play, Baron Seal, teammates, as long as it is as flashy as what you think. And tell us what you love most about it. Make sure your post is on public with the hashtags of the following. That's 3 hashtag for you guys. 2 lucky winners will win a brand new Oppo A94 and will be announced on September 10, 2021.
I thought it was just share a screenshot of your favorite player in living life at full speed. So I thought it was just like, okay, so we can share like Hamas's profile pic where he's in like Baguio or something.
The not smiling Hamas.
And we have one more giveaway for you guys, for all you Globe subscribers. Now is your chance to reinvent your world here in the Rift. Get a chance to be one of the 10 lucky winners of 1,000 worth of Globe Rewards points by simply following the mechanics below. Like and follow the PPGL, Globe, GGWP, and Globe Telecom Facebook pages. React and share the live stream on your timeline along with the hashtags over there. That is a lot of hashtags. That's just, leave it there. And comment on the stream chat which 2 teams you think will represent the PH in the upcoming 2021 Wild Rift Sea Championships. 10 lucky winners of 1,000 Globe Rewards points each will be announced at the end of the broadcast weekend tomorrow. So, guys, you know how useful those Globe Rewards points are. As a Globe subscriber, I have to say those are so useful, not just in the Rift, but in everyday life. So I think that reward is pretty sweet indeed. And now we are going to jump into our first match of the day. We have Omega Esports versus Team Secret. Funnily enough, these are 2 teams that were going through some rocky times in the group stages. And, jumping into Omega Esports, for example, they've been shifting around some roles, especially with their new roster, integrating some new players. Some players had to take a backseat, some needed to shift roles entirely, and it's affected their performance as a group. Yesterday, though, they managed to take down RRQ, one of the, if not the most favored team in the fall season. Is this Omega finally getting that synergy back?
That's what we told from yesterday. Here comes the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Because this will be the end of Team Secret, that their eyes will be shut close and they might be running onto the lower bracket with how well Arise show himself, and even Horizon, the double A battery, who empowers Omega all throughout and surprises with their own win, taking down the undefeated. And what's good about this? Impressive. He's not just around to steal dragons. He was also to be the leader of the heist on taking down RRQ. And of course, our solo player highlight, Arise. After taking a break, he is now back on a great position that he is winning and showing everyone that he deserves the mid lane spot. That's who it's gonna be Arise, going to Arise into the mid lane.
Is that so? Audalus, what do you have to say about that?
I don't know. I'll leave that for later, but I have something to say for Team Secret. Does TS mean Team Summer? Not so fast, my dear friends. Yesterday was pure and calculated from Team Secret as they outperformed LAKAN Esports heavily. Now, I know Osiris is on Mega's wagon to the lower brackets. Honestly, I'll let him. Let's let him. Don't worry, we'll leave him at that. Team Secret's early game is now back, and with Varus now looking as our flavor of the playoffs per PH, Team Secret has the option now to let Chewy shine where he is best. Our solo player highlight Chewy will remind every DR laner who's the best Varus PH. With consistent damage in mind at 1054 DPM, Chewy is our solo player highlight. Ready your Team Osiris, because Chewy and his supporters are now back on the menu.
Bringing back the supporters, gotta love it, gotta love it. Yes, if you are a supporter, let us know in the comment section of wherever you might be watching from. Now, of course, we also have our Globe key player clash for this matchup, and I believe it is going to be a Ryzen versus Azar over here, and these two same but different because they both haven't lived up to the performance that they gave during the summer season. Now, yesterday they managed to swing things back in their favor, but now they're going to be up against each other. Who is going to up who in this clash?
Well, you can see how great Horizon yesterday. So let's scratch that. Those stats have been on the group stages where Minds has been blown, and this time around, if you saw Azar getting solo killed on the group stage, you might see a deja vu to lose. So this might keep your eyes open as you're going to witness one of the best Dragon laners here. I mean, Baron laners here in the Philippines.
Yeah. He's better fit in the Dragon lane, just so he cannot match up with my boy here, Azar, right? But to be fair, Horizon was very good yesterday. He taught our rookie of the split a lesson. But this time around, he's against Azar, right? I think one of the best Baron laners, if not the best Baron laner that we ever had here in the Philippines. So fasten your seatbelts, everyone, because this is the Globe Key player clash to watch out for.
Okay, and with that panel segment, I feel weird asking for your predictions today. So I am going to start things off. I believe this is going to be in favor actually of Team Secret. I think this is going to a game 3. I think Omega is going back into the lower bracket today, and Team Secret will take the win. Nautilus, Osiris, I wonder who you could possibly be cheering for today.
Give me a high five, Mika, because Team Secret will go all the way to the upper bracket finals. Let's go. All right, Team Secret for Nautilus.
Well, I'm not sleeping on Omega today, as what Exy told me. So you guys better win. My TikTok hasn't I don't have any videos on TikTok yet. So this might be my first video with a spaghetti. So Omega, you should win. My pride is on the line, and this is not just an ordinary Mega. This is the Super Omega Death Rocket coming in from Jigs.
No. Okay, so there's a real panel consequence at stake over here. So I hope you guys are getting into this. You can actually let us know if you want to see that video on Twitter. Head on over there and use 2 simple hashtags: #DominateTheRift and #SeeICanSeriesPH to have your tweets featured on over here in our panel segment, where we are, as we call it, the light place, as we've got confirmation from our wonderful production team. Let's actually bring that tweet on over here to the light place and have them as our special guest 4th panel. We have this is not a guest 4th panel. This has been a panelist herself. We have Riku, of course. There's only 4 out of 8 teams left in the fall season that were present in the summer playoffs, counting UCFC, SB, SBB. With Bran and RQ eliminated yesterday, it feels like anything can happen at this point. Spicy, yes indeed. Spicy indeed, like the chili garlic from our group stages. We remember you, Jamie Esports. But right now, we are gonna head on over to the PPGL community Discord server, where we will be watching the matches together. We hope to see you there, because it is time for Team Secret versus Omega Esports. Redemption arc underway for both of these teams. No longer 50-50, because it's gotta be 100% all the way. Casters, take us into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
Will the Kings of the North remain on top, or will they meet the end as they meet the Alpha and the Omega? We'll be your casters for the first series. I'm Yuko, alongside me is Riku.
Yeah, I'm very excited for today. Just as you mentioned, Yuko, it's Kings of the North versus Kings of the South from the summer season. You know, back in the summer, they were predicted easily at top 3, but due to their shaky performance this fall season, and, you know, the fact that RRQ and Bren are eliminated right off yesterday, you know, these are two teams expected to get far into the playoffs. It seems that there's a big question mark when we take a look into this entire tournament, and I'm so excited to see how this match is going to pan out, because I want to find out, you know, obviously who the better team is and where they stand, but of course how much of the gap is between these two.
You know what, if I were to scale it at 1 to 10, I'd give it a 1. That's how close I think this fight will be, which is why I understand that the panel thinks this will reach a game number 3. And if we are gonna look at the stats, both of these teams, they prioritize the Baron. So expect a lot of fights in the Baron pit. While jumping into the Champion Select brought to us by Riot Go, first ban for Omega, Weeby, and Oriana. They're gonna take that champion out from Tatsuri and a Ziggs pick, but for Team Secret, they're gonna take out Rengar.
Yeah, these are picks that are focusedly used towards the mid lane. But the thing is, when you're up against Team Secret, you can also expect Chewy to play these champions. So this is a 2-in-1 ban directly towards the mid lane and the duo lane role. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, a lot of focus, plain focus on towards the jungle. But of course, that opens up Impressive's Camille. Don't forget, Impressive is a killer stealer, the Phantom Thief himself. So I assume that Camille is going to go over to Impressive.
And looks like that is going to be a lock-in on Camille, but you have Riven available, most likely going over to Trevor, as Azar will have his hands on this Renekton. This was the champions that both of these players played in their first series yesterday. Now, with the mid laner gone, we're looking forward to seeing who will Tatsuri pick. I mean, he still has Ari, still has Galio if they want to pick that up. But speaking of the Dragon Lane side, Omega Esports, they locked in that Kaisa and that Nami.
And with the Corki not present here, so that means Team Secret may be forced to use the Xayah and Rakan, but never mind, the Varus is still available for them to take on. And what do you want to pair with a very low mobile Varus? So a Braum could possibly come in, as Tatsuri can pick up the Galio, or we get to see Team Secret wait first for the mid lane matchup and then adjust accordingly. An Ari Galio isn't going to be too bad as well of a matchup, both really strong level 3, so Team Secret can relegate the Galio and then lock in a possible Braum on their side. We're going to be seeing a Riven jungle as well. Trevor, it's going to be very exciting on that champion.
Definitely. And I guess if ever this will be a Galio mid... Oh, you know what? Never mind. It's going to be a... Wait.
Hello.
It can also be a flex pick. I know Tatsuri plays Lux in the mid lane as well, so we have to wait for the switch ups. But we did see James use both Lux and Tatsuri as well. So up until the end of the draft, Team Secret, they're still playing these mind games.
Yeah, so far this looks like to be the settled composition. Tatsuri going to be on that Galio, really strong level 3, especially it coincides with the level 3 Riven, with the level 3 Renekton. So all these 3 champions are going to be scary when it comes to the skirmishes, and as well as level 5, we're going to be expecting early game fights from Team Secret. Meanwhile, the same thing can be said for the side of Omega. Strong level 3s on the Camille and the Ahri as well. Level 5 is incredibly strong, so we're going to be expecting movements from top to mid lane, while the bottom lane is going to semi-chill for a little bit.
With the Jap already locked and the hole to the rift pouring in, let's just jump into the first game of our day 2 for the playoffs. Again, Team Secret versus Omega. First series, game number 1, and right on cue. I mean, few skirmishes here at the mid lane. They have Arise that will just get his hands on quite the number of EXP just to get the head start. But looks like Omega, they want to focus on farming, getting the lead in, getting the items in, and it looks like you're right, Riku. They would want to initiate fights rather in the early game.
Yeah, it's gonna be very easy, I suppose, with a hook shot into the charm, perhaps. A Rise first will come in. Something that can settle and make sure that the charm will connect. And we talked about this before, level 3s and level 5s. Omega, though, looking at the lane swap, they do not want to deal with a very a very scary duo laner. You're up against a very poke-centric duo lane with James and Chewy there. So this is the call from Omega. They want to make sure that they can survive.
That is going to be the flash being used by James. You also have the tactical sweep being used by Impressive. So that is 120 seconds down for Lux Charm is going to connect. But you have Trevor with the stuns as well, forcing Arise to use his flash. Now you have Tynams on their turret. But looks like first blood is going to go over to Renekton with the help of Tatsuri. But he still gets taken down by the turret and the kill went over to the ADC Timelapse.
Yeah, barrier did not help at all as Azar was pretty deep into the tower. Had a difficult time trying to escape, but it is still an exchange, a 1-for-1. But at the end of the day, Team Secret gets that first blood bonus gold for themselves. And of course, we know how a Renekton can possibly spin out of control in the early game to mid game. So this is a good start for Azar.
Renekton has quite the win rate here in the playoffs for the fall season. Let's see if there will be another win courtesy of Team Secret. But for the early game now, you have Trevor just getting his farm in already at level 4. I think the moment he reaches level 5, he will most likely go over to the mid lane. Ebenflow is going to connect onto Azar, but Stronger will just let it go.
It's going to be a 1v2 swap lane matchup. So with that, Team Secret now looking to beat Trevor, having a 3 buff start so far as Impressive wants to gain access, is not aware, rather, that the blue buff is possibly taken. There's a lot of vision on the deeper ends of Omega's jungle, so Team Secret really has a lot of information where Impressive has been staying.
Hook shot, tactical sweep, and you have the prismatic barrier being used by James to protect Chewy on this Varus. Arisen very, very low. Looks like he will get the honey fruit, but here comes Trevor. He has the ultimate available. You also have the hero's entrance from Tatsuri, but looks like Team Secret, they want to focus on the turret. Looking at the stats, by the way, for Team Secret side, Chewy most likely was the champion that gets the first turret, first blood turret rather. And for the side of Omega, it will be Arisen. So stats don't lie. There's a chance that the Dragon lane and the Baron lane will be the first ones to have turrets falling down.
And to achieve that mission, a lot of these teams will now get that reset. But looks like Azar is going to come in. Level 5 already for Tatsuri. He can just fly in Hero's entrance on the board here for Team Secret to protect First Blood Tower. And now 16 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a Mountain Drake, so the shields are going to be very important against a poke-centric. If you're Omega, you do want these shields. You do want to survive as much as you can from all the pokes coming from the Lux and the Varus. So this is a priority for Omega. We'll have to see. They also have the option of getting the Rift Herald first and then opening the map up for Horizon to do his 4-1. We've seen him crazy with his crazy split push yesterday, and it has rattled, I believe, RRQ. And with that for Team Secret, right now, from what I'm expecting in the fight, Chewy will either James rather will get light binding into a chain of corruptions, into a taunt. It's going to be a very easy execution of bursting someone down.
Looks like Omega Esports will have first dibs on this Mountain Drake, and Team Secret will let it go. They are just going to focus on getting the Rift Herald, and that's going to be a fair trade for both sides. So from 2-1-2, Team Secret ran this 1-3-1 composition, plus the first turret going over to the Baron laner. Now you have the final spark being used, pushing Omega Esports back.
And that's a lot of wave clear, and look at this. Omega going to be late to this reset, as Azar will not push his luck. He's just going to stay here. There's still a lot of vision invested over here at the top portion of the map, so we're going to be expecting Azar to keep pushing through this lane. And you mentioned earlier, Yuko, the 1-3-1, and it can be unlocked, especially we've seen Trevor, no matter what champion he uses, Olaf, Lee Sin, even during the summer season, he will also do the split push duty. And with a Riven on, and he's now using Riven, so that will enable that sort of strategy even more, that approach even more. So the 1-3-1 from Team Secret, Azar and Trevor could be a huge problem for Omega.
And of course, comparison Olaf even is very much mobile. So most likely Omega Esports could have a difficult time trying to catch this jungler. But at the very least, they have the tidal wave, they have the Hextech ultimatum, they also have the charm. But the question is, will it land? I mean, Trevor can just try to evade all of these skills, but looking back to the mid lane, Tatsuri minding his own business. Spirit Rush is available, but Arise will not commit just yet. Mid laners are just getting some EXP into their lanes, but focusing back onto going to the Baron lane or the Dragon lane. Triforce already available for Impressive, and next looks like Omega Esports will be able to get their first turret.
Yo, Omega's just gonna settle for this one. Team Secret, though, making moves around the map already. Oh, mid lane.
That's gonna be the charm connecting, and you have Azar being locked in. Ultimate from Camille will connect as well, and that is to be one dead. The next tidal wave is not gonna connect, but at what cost? Team Secret just ramming into the Dragon Lane side with the Rift Herald. No more outer turrets for the Dragon Lane side.
Yeah, this could be a second charge as well if they don't prevent this from happening. As still a little bit far from the tower, Omega is able to execute this before anything else happens. So Team Secret is able to defend their towers with a sacrifice of only the life of Azar. And at this point of the game, the cooldowns are pretty short. So Omega not getting as much off of the map, and this is how Team Secret plays. Even during the summer season playoffs, they have been very macro-centric, especially if the composition calls for it. If they don't need to fight, they don't. And they just take away things off of the map with the enemy team not getting an exchange off of it.
Speaking of kills, Autolus told me that Team Secret had again, with Autolus stats, Team Secret barely gets first blood. If someone gets first blood, it was most likely Tatsuri or Trevor. So the fact that Team Secret, they're still playing the objective game, and 7 minutes in, they have a 3k gold lead. Everything is going to their favor. They also were able to get 3 turrets down, whereas Omega only got 1. And you said this, a lot of poke, a lot of wave clear, hook shot, tactical sweep in, stun, and you have the Hextech ultimatum. Chewie saying goodbye. James had no other way to save his teammate.
Yeah, there is no way at all, especially, again, we talked about this before. Varus is very low mobile, very vulnerable, especially if you're paired with a support like a Lux who can't exactly get you out of trouble. And the only one who can possibly do that is Tatsuri. But you're so squishy, the hero's entrance will not make it in time. And all these passages to your lane will be incredibly dangerous if you don't have proper vision, because the charm is going to get you, the bubble is going to get you, Impressive as well, just lurking around the shadows on this Camille. So there's a lot of danger for Team Secret if vision is not properly established.
It's going to be Trevor with the D-Ward. You have a possible 3v3 up. Tatsuri still has hero's entrance, but it looks like Trevor just wants to focus on getting this Ocean Drake.
Getting that Omnivamp for sure. Omega would love to have this since there's so much poke coming from Chewie and James. They really want to get that sustained as much as they can. Half HP already on the Ocean Drake though.
Will Omega be able to go with the Steed jumping in? Here comes Impressive. Looks like that is going to be able Team Secret still being able to secure that dragon. Flash incoming in from Trevor. The Hextech ultimatum being used as well. Stuns are coming in. You have the hero's entrance being used. Hammond is still pretty much alive. Arise caught off guard. A flash out of force Tatsuri, but it's not going to be enough. The kill going over to this Impressive. Darius being bursted down as well. A flash in from Azar. Slice and dice. Another kill going over Team Secret. A double kill for Renekton. Camille being annihilated, and it will be a 4-1 in the favor of Team Secret, maybe 5-1. Evan Flow connecting, but Stronger will be able to get away.
Yeah, that is pretty much worth a support in exchange for 4 kills on the board. This is going to increase Team Secret's lead even more. They're already 6k gold lead ahead, and Omega Esports, they've tried their best to separate the fight earlier with Horizon setting up for the flank. But Team Secret, the way that they target focus is just so clean that Omega Esports could find an opportunity to eliminate Chewie right off the bat. Again, this composition from Omega, a lot of single targets involved. And therefore, their situation is that the best case scenario is for them to get a pick right before an objective and fight 4v5. But Team Secret, their 5v5 is much, much stronger. But Omega is able to equalize the map and get a tower, but here comes the collapse.
Yup, that is going to be a Rising Force to use Pro Tip, but here comes that Zero. Let's see if the taunts will connect. It will be a hook shot away. Impressive using tactical sweep as well. And if you saw the itemizations and the gold per champion as well, let me talk about the Globe key player clash earlier. Azar has now a 2k gold lead in favor of Horizon. I mean, these two Baron laners are up against each other ever since summer season, way back in Horizon's previous team. But now from Duelist, they reverted to these tanky frontliner, but still has damage kind of Baron laners. Again, speaking of Baron is still up. Piercing Arrow is gonna come through, and Chewy will just hold his ground at the back lines, but you have a 4-champion hunting squad for Omega Esports side. Maybe they could assassinate Tatsuri, or they're just gonna let it go. Looks like they're just gonna let it go.
It's really difficult because Team Secret sort of has an idea. They're missing, the charm missed as well.
Ooh.
They're missing people off the map. Meanwhile, top side though.
Top side, you have a chase onto Horizon. Stuns are gonna connect. Of course, now you have Trevor fixing his eyes onto the champion. Tidal Wave not connecting. Final Spark actually got Horizon there. Now here comes the re-engage. Tom is gonna connect, but they don't care. Roots connecting as well. The bubble is enough, but a double kill going over to Trevor. Killing spree for this Riven. Time lapse being chased down. IK and Raid flash in. Killing spree for this Renekton. And overall, it was another 4. But this time, 2-0 in favor of Team Secret. Plus, a Baron to beat, and the minions is knocking onto Omega Esports' base.
Yeah, that is just very clean. Azar pretty low at the moment. They're fine. Team Secret is able. Look at Arise though. He wants a kill.
Okay.
He probably wanted to get -1 at least of a person from Team Secret with the Baron buff. But Team Secret now with a huge lead of that 7k gold lead plus the Baron, and in time as well for the Infernal Drake to spawn. Of course, both of these teams would love to have that big damage bonus. Look at the items from Team Secret. For Zonia's Hourglass. Once a charm hits, you just activate the stasis to make sure that all the combos don't come in, and the rest of Team Secret can basically rescue you from that danger. 5 seconds for the Infernal Drake. So far though, Omega trying to pick up the pieces still and pushing the wave. Their target is Trevor. If they eliminate Trevor, then the threat of the Infernal Drake getting taken by Team Secret is going to be reduced. But Trevor, very, very aware that this is happening. There are a lot of vision down at the blue buff area of Omega Esports. Impressive is very slippery, so he's fine.
Yep, Renekton will not be able to reach this champion, but now you have 3 champions just storming to the mid lane of Omega. Will be able to get the last outer turret for the mid lane, and it looks like the general wants to get the last turret at the mid lane. Tidal Wave is going to be used, but it will not connect. Piercing Arrow is going to come through. The Void Seeker used as well, but Omega Esports, they just cannot stop the siege coming in from Team Secret. Now, there is a hole onto their base, plus Trevor minding his own business in the Baron lane side. You also have Azar in the Dragon lane, but Omega, you're gonna focus onto the Baron lane. Live Banding is not gonna connect here. So Apprehend connecting onto 2. The Charm not connecting. IK and Raid. Hook shot in. You have the Hex Ultimate being used. Punishment being popped as well. Tacticals being used again, but Trevor does not care. He got stunned. He got charmed. But it's okay. He becomes golden. Ari being taken down. You have a time up saying goodbyes. Will Impress trying to duel it out against Tatsuri. Tatsuri becomes golden too. Here comes the arrows coming in. Impressive. TP. Teleport. Let's see who will actually enter the fight. Another Apprehend coming through from Horizon. But again, you were right. The Zonias were just too much for Omega Esports. Double kill for Chewy. Double kill for Nami. Again, a 4th, but now 2-2. Still in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret says, okay, we're pretty low. We're up against the Nami. Stronger had double kill. We don't want to make it a pentakill for the Nami. So
True.
Team Secret just decides to back away. They've done their mission. All of the inhibitor towers are gone. Team Secret can just reset, get the Infernal Drake, and try again. And it was such a very long and extended fight to the point that Azar even had Baron empowered recall. He was so low, almost died, went back to base, bought a teleport, or rather, he had teleport even before. Teleported back into the fight and restarted the whole thing. But Omega, of course, since that was a long, extended fight,
Mega had the upper hand to bolster their defenses. Team Secret, though, going to be starting this Infernal, and after this, they can try again. This is a 12k goal lead. This is
They're gonna melt
massive.
this. They are gonna melt that Infernal Dragon. I remember, we labeled Impressive as Mr. Steal Your Heart. But I realized Chewy on this Varus could be Mr. Pierce Your Heart because of piercing arrow on the Varus. I did a thing there. I'm so proud.
I love it. I love it. Don't apologize.
Coming back
I love
into the
it.
game, 16 minutes in, Baron is still up. Team Secret, even though they got Infernal Jake, they would still want to get their hands on this Baron. Again, this team, they have high priority on the Baron. Omega, they really need to contest this because the gold lead just ballooned in favor of Team Secret, and Omega, if there's any opening left for them, this is it. Impressive. You need to be Mr. Steal Your Heart, Mr. Steal Your Baron. That way it is gonna come through, but will not connect. And just like butter, the Baron will fall into Team Secret. Hashtag ultimatum yet again. Who will be the first one to die? That is going to be the hero's entrance being used. As will arise and forced to jump back. Rampage going over to Chewy. Impressive with the Zonias. Rampage for Azar as well. And you have Impressive being melted down by the Riven. A flash out from Stronger. Time-lapse annihilated. Looks like you have Trevor trying to pursue Stronger just to make sure that this Nami will not be able to go back into the base with Trevor focused on Nami. Team Secret already at the base, onto the Nexus, and was able to bag game number 1.
Beautiful game from Team Secret. I can see the giggles after that ending as they were continuously getting all the objectives. Their reactions are like, it's just another day at work today, and they still are winning that game, first game of the series, and that means they're already match point into moving forward through and through to the upper bracket, and that must feel really good because it was a very dominating and convincing win.
It was. Again, the macro from Team Secret really was visible, and the fact that they were able to get the first blood turret, they just utilized that lead. The fact that they were able to take 4 champions down in their first clash, it stopped a lot of snowball potential from Omega. And if you can notice, Stronger was always ignored. I mean, he's the only champion left in every fight. If he does not have Tidal Wave, if the bubble is no longer available, then it's okay. Team Secret can just target the other teammates and be able to get those 4 kills.
Yeah, Team Secret just basically, we're in the lead. We know that we can fight you time and time again. We are going to establish this vision control to deny any sort of future sneaky charms from death brushes. So this was a very good adjustment from Team Secret. Again, this is the type of team that if they don't need a fight, they won't fight. They're just going to take down towers and make sure that they do not exchange anything out of it. Looking at the stats, we got to see Trevor shine once more on this Riven pick. Azar also did a lot of work, being able to soak down damage, especially when he's on Dominus. And Chewy and James, really great positioning. There was only that one time where Chewy was caught out in the mid lane. But after that, Team Secret was like, okay, hey, we know what's up. That's not going to happen again. And it never happened again.
It really did not. I mean, James was Chewy's bodyguard. And if ever you're going to try to target Varus, try to survive a light binding and the final spark. See how that will hurt you. But jumping back into that game number 1, here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. The first blood did go over to Azar, but he was in too deep at the turret, and it just resulted to Arisen being able to get the kill.
Yeah, there's a little bit of exchange here and there. It didn't get to translate anything because of the Kaisa having to take time to ramp up in the game. And in the meantime, Chewy, I believe Muramana fully stacked is going to be enough to have a lot of those piercing arrows hurt like a truck with the pokes. And this is what I was talking about. Team Secret had a beautiful the way that they juggle and focus target is just beautiful to watch, and Omega Esports just had a difficult time as well setting up with that flank. Team Secret just really coordinated, and I'm sure it's very apparent when we assume the communications happening with the team.
There was a lot of single target skill kits for the side of Omega, whereas Team Secret, if if you're gonna look at the draft, it just screams 5v5, which is why they were very much quiet in the early game, except when the dragon was up, which again, they were able to get 4 kills in, and a lot of the things just came in their favor. This was the opening for Omega Esports, by the way, but at the very least, Team Secret, they do not want to overstay their welcome, and they just fall back. Using Rico's words, they did not want to give a pentakill to Nami.
Yeah, better gotta make sure that doesn't happen. And this is the final fight where the last attempt on towards the Baron, attempted Baron steal, but again, no vision whatsoever. So it is a struggle for Omega, especially for Impressive. Again, this is one of his best picks when we looked at the previous summer season.
Master of the match is going to be Trevor on this Riven. Kill participation, 82%. Damage is 643. He has Flash. He has Smite. This is the jungler that definitely stepped up from the Summer Super Cup now into the Fall playoffs. Now, again, Trevor, that was a beautiful early game for this Riven. Very, very mobile. Most of the time, he was helping out Azar in the Baron lane. And whenever he just sets his eyes on someone, stuns are gonna connect. And it was pretty much a secured kill for Team Secret.
Yeah, the way that he maneuvers around dragon fights as well. He was able to get that smite down versus Impressive earlier in one of the dragon fights. And it just shows how calm and collected he is. And it's really nice to see him on the Riven as well, considering that we've seen him countless of times back in the summer season. A lot of these Lee Sin picks, a lot of these Olaf picks in particular. So having to see him on Riven is just, you know, having to add another scary pick on his pool is just really, really nice to watch.
Right, so again, game 1 went over Team Secret, and that was honestly a stomp. Not because Omega Esports did not perform well, but because Team Secret, they just got their win conditions in first. So with that in mind, what do you think are the adjustments that Omega Esports should do?
That's a very good question. I feel like maybe they can opt for a Senna, perhaps. The Senna was open. They could possibly go for the Senna Nasus, perhaps. But the thing is, Team Secret is just really good at adjusting and could possibly build something that can counter that early game to make sure that the Infinity Stacks duo doesn't propel later into the early game, late game rather. So for Omega, when we look back into their summer, or rather fall season history, it seems that they have 2 different styles, or 3 different styles rather. There's an iteration where JLC is in the mid lane. There's an iteration where there's 2 top laners in the game, where it's JLC in the mid lane, and then Horizon's going to be a top side, and JLC is going to be on the Garen, or Timelapse is going to be the mage bot laner. But looking at their bans from earlier, it forces a traditional bot lane setup. So it's 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing, where they're also affected with the bans. They've banned Ziggs, Corki, and as well as Orianna. So these are 2 of the most common picks you can find to flex as a mage bot lane duo. So they probably wanted to force this standard traditional AD carries, but the Varus and Lux is something that we rarely see, just because Varus is so vulnerable, and Lux just enables a more aggressive lane rather than a protective lane.
There was even a time wherein I saw one like binding and then Chewie just piercing arrows his way in, and they got the kill. That's how suppressive this combo is. But now this will be the draft history for game number 1. Again, Camille was open, and I like the fact that we finally got to see a Camille in the playoffs. But if you're gonna be up against a team that is very team fight centered, what can your Hexic Ultimatum do? And before even the team fights, Impressive would just hook shot his way into the map and not actually get the pickups, which is why Camille was not able to snowball. Most of the time, when he does jump in with the ultimate, he was only forced to use Zhonya's. And when the Zhonya's time gets used up, he's gonna die.
Yeah, that's the difficult part. I mean, they assembled this very scary mid and jungle duo, Ari plus Camille. So there's a lot of, you mentioned Yuko, a lot of single target level 5s as well. It's just so easy to kill. But because of the Galio mid lane, it's pretty difficult. Therefore, the kill basically has been neutralized. So Galio pretty tanky as well. as protected against this magic damage. So this puts the option of, okay, where will Impressive visit this time around? What is our target? Mid lane, we didn't exactly get priority. There's a lot of vision down. Top lane, there's a lot of vision down as well coming from Team Secret. And with the lane swap happening, the setup is different. It's not going to be a Ryzen who's going to try and one-up Azar. It was a different scenario because of the lane swap. So at that point, your only option was catching someone off mid-rotation towards Rift Herald, towards the Dragon, and see if you can catch one up. And it only happened once. So Team Secret really played this so well, so patiently. They knew that they didn't really need to fight. And if they're forced to fight, that's the time they retaliate, especially 5v5s is where this composition shines.
James did say in the interview earlier that they would review their previous games and even the games of their possible opponents. Looks like they were able to read Omega Esports like a book for game number 1. But looking back yesterday, Omega Esports also lost their game number 1 against RRQ. There is a possibility that this is a download game, or they'll be able to go online, make something happen different in game number 2 and end the series with a reverse sweep. But if you're gonna remember, the predictions for the panelists, it was mostly over Team Secret.
Yeah, with now the first game, it's looking like Team Secret has made a statement here. And when we look at Omega, again, there has been a very 50-50 trajectory that we've been seeing back in the group stages of the fall season. Again, I mean, that mystery could possibly be their strength as well into this series. But maybe what I want to see is a Ryzen shining on the Fiora. Definitely. Perhaps. I feel like Omega's strength is really on that 1-3-1 or 4-1 split push. But against Team Secret, who is again, one of their strengths is very macro-centric, it feels like that is the reason Omega as well cannot exactly go full on and utilize that sort of strategy.
I actually want to see a 4-1 setup from Omega this game number 2, and you are right, maybe put Arizen on this Fiora and maybe, just maybe, put JLC in and give him a tanky mid laner. So at least in the early game, he will be able to hold out against Tatsuri, even if you're going to be seeing Chewy. If he gets his hands on his virus again, even if James and Chewy will visit the mid lane, JLC will be a-okay. But you talked about the things Omega Esports could do. How about Team Secret? What are the things they could adjust, or what are the things they should just continue into game number 2?
Oh, that's hard because Team Secret did everything right in that game, and it's one of those things where do not fix what is not broken. Riven is still really good for Trevor or even towards Azar. So these are really nicely, again, flex picks possibly. Renekton is just a perfect fit for Azar as well. And I'm not going to be surprised if they do pick the same picks once more. And I feel like the biggest possible difference could be mid lane and support, where they can possibly flex to see what Tatsuri wants to pick against the lane. I mean, it will depend how these switch sides will work, if Team Secret will remain on red or Omega will remain on blue.
Maybe we're going to be seeing Omega Esports still on the red side, and I do not know why, but I feel like there's a small chance that we're going to be seeing James on Rakan this game number 2. I mean, we did see him on this on Rakan yesterday. Chewy with the Desaya still making things work, so maybe that's another thing they want to show us in game number 2. But yeah, overall, I do agree it was very good macro from Team Secret. Omega Esports, they really need to go all out in this game number 2 if they want to push the series for game number 3, because if Team Secret keeps up this win, we're going to be seeing them in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, before this game even happened, it was one of those things where, is this a preview of the grand finals we're having today? Omega versus Team Secret. I mean, again, 4 out of 8 teams from the summer season are present in the fall season playoffs. So it's about measuring the power levels now, especially when we look towards the upper bracket. And so far, you know, RRQ, Bren, gone. Who else can match up against Team Secret? And one of those teams could possibly be Omega. But after game number 1, there's a little bit of doubt seeping through my mind. So it's going to be interesting if this pushes to game number 3.
Is it time that you start looking for a different team that can go up against Team Secret?
There's DR Esports too after this match today, so that's something.
True. Yeah, let's talk, take a step back, talk about the Varus pick again. Omega Esports, they still run the Varus composition, and I strongly believe they should take their hand, they should get Varus from Team Secret. It was Prio picking game number 2. Time lapse was very, very good in that Varus. You can pair it up with another Nami from Stronger, maybe even a Janna if they want to. Just give this ADC an Enchanter support, and just keep the ban focused on Tetsuri just to stop the possible extra damage coming out from Team Secret.
Yeah, that's true. Nami, best pair, helps, compensates for the lack of mobility Varus has with the Nami passive. You've got heals. You also have the Staff of Flowing Water, which is one of the best items for Nami because, again, of the heals coming through. So all of that ability haste, meaning more spammability of your abilities. So it just works so well in poke-centric compositions. And I can't imagine if the Ziggs isn't banned, of Ziggs plus Varus could be a very ideal pair. But Lux, I feel like this is the first time we actually see a Lux for the first time in a while. Lux has been incredibly popular in the summer season, and fall kind of fell a little bit towards the less prioritized, if you will, because of the rise of Nami, because again of the Enchanter items. So I'm excited to see what they pick this time around. Ooh, the tweet.
Yep.
Hello there.
Hello to Princess Grace VS. I want to see DR Esports versus Team Secret in the finals. Good luck. Folded hand crossed fingers. Hashtag #SISPH. Hashtag dominate the rift. I'm gonna do that too. Riku, you are right. DR Esports still one of the very strong teams that can go up against Team Secret. Let's see though, will the tweet be right, or will we be seeing these two teams in the grand finals? We'll know, so stick with us in the stream. And again, if you want to share your thoughts, if you want to say how beautiful Riku is looking today, just tweet your thoughts with the hashtags #DominateTheRift and #CIconSeriesPH. But before you tweet, take a step back and watch the Champ Select broadcast right go, because this could possibly be the last game of our first series. Omega Esports still on the blue side.
Yeah, Team Secret. Now Omega, they have the decision to unban. There we go. It's going to be a different story this time. We could see a mage bot laner coming in either from Omega or Team Secret. And now the Orianna is still going to get banned. Will that be a Ziggs ban, though? Unless they want to keep it open and first pick that on blue side, it is a possibility. Team Secret now removing the Darius. Big respect towards Horizon. And what are the other options? Because that means Corki is open this time around. We could possibly see a Kai'Sa versus Corki matchup where Corki is going to be winning that, especially towards the mid game. Late game, though, of course, the Kai'Sa is going to win. But the Varus now going to be the first priority pick on Omega, as Yuko called it earlier. We'll see if Team Secret decides to take the Fiora or the Nami pick away from the Varus.
Yeah, it makes me think though, who could Horizon use this time around? I mean, he can use Camille, and you're right, the Team Secret will be picking up this Galio. Could be at the mid lane, could be the support. Let's wait and see. Lee Sin though is open, most likely going over to Impressive, so he will have his hands on this very, very mobile champion. Mid lane for Team Secret could be Ziggs, could be Ari if ever you have a support Galio. Possible jungle though, J4. And no, Vi. Okay, they want to focus on single target this time around. And Omega Esports, I call the Janna Varus combination. So Omega Esports would want to focus on that misfortune.
Okay, we've had a one misfortune game, and it really did end in misfortune, as it didn't work out too well. Team Secret, now what the support pair is going to be, either Tatsuri in the mid lane for the Galio, or you pair that with a Nami. Nami Misfortune is a very scary pair. We've seen this very popular back in the VCS region, and it's only because of the tidal wave into the bullet time. It's going to be very scary combo. Omega though, look at that. They're going to lock in the Fizz. No, never mind. It's going to be a Katarina for Tatsuri. And what is this game we're looking at? Because we have an Aurelia on the board as well.
These two teams, they basically want to fight. That's it. That's the thought that's ringing in my head right now. Well-rounded. You have pickoffs, but you also have team fights. I love the adjustment from Omega Esports here. But for the early game, this Fiora will have a difficult time just because you have the stuns coming out from Aurelia.
Yeah, there's a lot of these single target Chum the Waters. Rise and Impressive are going to be a very deadly duo. Level 3, level 5. Level 5 in particular, actually, is going to be very, very scary. So Vision and Zonius Hourglass is going to be very, very important in this scenario for Team Secret.
Is this going to be a 1-1 or will we see the first 2-0 of the day? Again, with the draft clock in, let's hop into the rift. Team Secret versus Omega Esports. Team Secret still up on 1 game. And do not forget to comment or tweet your thoughts because Tatsuri, Pen Tatsuri is back in the rift.
I love that, Pen Tatsuri. We'll see if that is going to be the case here. Because look at this harass and trade happening here. It is Tatsuri's going to lose that trade over there, but is able to get priority over the lane. Look at this. Tatsuri going to land a very deep vision on Omega Esports' blue buff. So they're going to keep track and make sure that the timing is going to be against impressive. Look at Tatsuri, he's so low.
Very, very low indeed, but he is still alive. Arise a tad bit too healthy. He used Flash. He also used Ignite. So this time around, Arise is pretty much vulnerable. But now looking into Dragon Lane side, time lapse with the piercing arrow and also focusing on Chewy. I said this earlier, even though Misfortune has a lot of crits, has a lot of damage, you can pretty much easily cancel the bullet time. You can just throw out one Zephyr or just have impressive kick Misfortune, the ultimate will be cancelled. But if she is pretty much protected, it's going to be a huge problem for Omega Esports.
Yeah, an ult in exchange for a Howling Gale is a pretty sweet deal, a regular skill versus an ult. So Team Secret will definitely have to be wary of the positioning of Chewy. I mean, there is a Peel champion available. A tower dive, though, coming from Trevor could possibly happen.
A lot of wave click for the side of Azar, though, and I honestly thought Erodia would be able to win this, but looks like it's going to be a 3v1 in favor of Team Secret. Jump in, stuns coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Tatsuri being able to get first blood, and Team Secret gets the first kill for the game. Arisen did not expect that, gang.
Yeah, definitely. There is a ward by the brush to the entrance of top lane, but no, he will not be able to spot out any sneaky, any sneaky entrances pathing in from the jungle of Omega. And that ward, that early ward coming from Tatsuri really did a lot to track down and make sure that they don't bump into Impressive once they do the dive.
Shunpo, you also have a Death Lotus. Let's see who will win, but it will be Arise. So close. Tatsuri, right after getting the first blood, he gets taken down as well. Well, you have vulnerable frame for Fizz, which I think that was the lead that Arise just utilized, and it resulted to Tatsuri being taken down.
Yeah, the Playful Trickster does a lot for you to buy time, and Tatsuri unfortunately wasn't able to finish the job as Arise played that 1v1 so well. Understandable, though, that Tatsuri wanted to get that kill. Look at Impressive with this lane gank. I think he's going to get spotted out. And look again, this could be a potential second visit, but the pings, the danger pings coming from Omega will force them to back away. Well, Team Secret at the bottom.
But you have the bullet time being used, of course, connecting onto one. You also have the Howling connecting onto two stronger. Last 2 bars of its health, Team Secret, Chewy, as well as Hamas decides to back away. The heal has been used by Chewy. There's also no more ignite. Are able to hold on to their flashes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very important in the upcoming objective fights, either Rift Herald or this Ocean Drake. And now for Omega, they're canceling out the TPs, delaying the reset here, as Stronger is going to be the first one going home. You can see pings from Omega that they want the Rift Herald. They want to unlock top lane for Arisen to do split push things. And we've seen him, how he can be such a menace in the side lanes. And we'll see if Team Secret will be able to deal with that as we get to see Trevor now positioning himself over to the Ocean Drake. It's going to be another trade between these two teams.
Yeah, early game, they do not want to contest any objectives just yet, but the fight will fall down when it's time to focus on to the turret takedowns. Hero's entrance in. Knockoff for the now, repost will be used as well. Grand challenge connecting on to Impressive, and it will be the Dragon going over Team Secret and Omega having their hands on this Rift Herald. Unless Team Secret will contest. Hamlet jumped in. He does get stunned. Azar focus on Arise, but Arise will use Vanguard onto Fiora, but Rafael will go over to Team Secret. Bullet time for Chewy. Omega Esports stronger using Howling Gale, but Shumpo in for Tatsuri, being able to use Death Lotus, and it was a 1-to-none trade in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, Impressive unfortunately died before anything could happen. He had Smite on. Trevor was there, but he didn't have Smite because of that Dragon take earlier, or used it as an engage. We're not quite sure, but Team Secret, Chewy with a steal. And of course, it is going to be a huge dent on Omega, especially their intention was to get a trade of objectives, but Team Secret got the best deal out of that. Although, we get to see Omega getting First Blood Tower already at the bottom portion of the map. So Team Secret will not be able to get that buff. We'll see if they can maximize maybe 2 charges on the Rift Herald perhaps, but Omega Esports is pretty much already waiting, lying and waiting and expecting that call.
Lane swaps already seen in the map. You have the Dragon Laners here at the Baron lane side. Impressive trying to chase down Chewy.
It's gonna be fine. Does have Hamas with him. If Hamas decides to come in, or rather Impressive decides to come in, he's gonna get greeted by a taunt. And that is also something Arise should watch out for. Time-Lapse's HP is so low.
Super low. That was an almost kill for Team Secret. But now look at the Dragon Lane side. Trevor and Azar will be able to get their first turret. Impressive. You have a Shunpo being laid out by Tatsuri. Hamas does have the hero's entrance. But again, this dynamic duo from Team Secret really poses a lot of threat for Omega.
Yeah, Omega having a difficult time trying to find opportunities. But again, Arise is going to be your main assassin. Horizon's going to be your 4-1 split push. Impressive is there for the setups. You follow it up with Time-Lapse's Chain of Corruptions as well. And later on, once the Muramana is fully stacked, Time-Lapse is going to have painful piercing arrows. So Team Secret are definitely going to watch out for those 3 things. They do have disengage as well, coming from Stronger. So just as you mentioned, Yuko, earlier, it's so easy to cancel out not only Chewy during the bullet time, but also Tatsuri during his ult.
Oh, okay. Not to be Dash Trickster being used by Arise. I mean, his game sense told him, get out of there. Trevor is somewhere in the side, but it's going to be 1-3 on the board in favor of Team Secret still. The red team also has the 3k gold lead, and they have a bit of a control over the map. You have the 1-3-1 being set out by Omega Esports, and it looks like Team Secret, they want to say hello to this Fizz that is going to be the belt in, but Arise will focus on Hamas. Will be able to defend the turret. It's going to be a no from the waters already used by this Fizz, and Team Secret, after getting 1 turret, they're happy with that objective take.
Yeah, you gotta love the patience of Trevor and Hamas not using the taunt, not using the assault and battery, because they know that Arise can just cancel that out with a playful trickster. So Team Secret, gotta love what they did. They didn't want to fight, they just want to take down the tower, and they didn't lose anything off of the map.
21 seconds before the next Dragon is up, you have Arise prepping his Irelia for the next possible take for the Dragon from Omega Esports side. Looks like Arise is still away from the Dragon's pit. Another 1-3-1 for Team Secret, and I actually want to see the more strength from Team Secret's 1-3-1 setup. The siege is definitely there, and if you're gonna look at the lead that Team Secret has, plus the repair that is gonna make his way into the mid lane. It's just them being very confident in this match. Hamas being boxed in. Will he use Hero's Entrance? No, he does not have Hero's Entrance. He does have Flash, but did not use it. Red team, though, even though their general died, they were able to get an objective, which is the Cloud Drake. Here's Tatsuri, still has Death Lotus. Will he Shunpo in? Looks like he won't. Impressive does not have the kick, though.
Yeah, there's no kick. And Omega doesn't take the tower down because they know that Trevor was on his way up. And Omega didn't have, that big confidence to dive in a 2v3 scenario. So this is massive. Team Secret gets the dragon, and Omega gets 1 kill, but no tower. So this is looking to be a similar scenario from what we saw in game number 1, where whenever Team Secret gets an objective, gets a tower, Omega Esports only gets 1 kill with nothing to take off of the map.
time lapses, piercing arrow apparently hurts a lot. So now Omega Esports, they can try and pick a fight. Just have team of corruptions, and the others will just follow. Let's see. Tatsuri is still on the hunt. We'll focus on the Baron though. Team Secret, I don't think they're gonna pick a fight, and oof, that's a lot of damage coming out from Chewy. Let's see if which ADC will dish out more damage. Team Secret, they have their eyes fixed on this mid lane turret. Thought they're gonna connect on to impressive, but it's not good enough. Piercing arrow will be used as well. James popping out with the proto belt. 65 left for this mid lane turret, but looking into the Baron lane, Arise will possibly be dashed in, locked in, assaulting battery being used, still on the hunt. The Death Lotus being used by Tatsuri. Azar being able to take down Arise, and Arise gets taken down as well. 2-0 in favor of Team Secret, still plus a turret to beat. Tatsuri connecting on to Tatsuri, but looks like impressive is not gonna commit. Azar very, very low, but he was able to dash his way out of there.
That was a lot of action in a span of a couple of seconds in 2 different points in the map. And again, that 1v2 scenario, 1v1 scenario rather, from Azar has won over Arisen. And in the meantime,
Kick gonna connect, but she will be A-okay. That is gonna be a piercing arrow. That hurts a lot. Impressive popping in with Lasagnas. Chewy being taken down. Here comes Azar. Focus on time-lapse. 3 pumps will come through. Killers be going over to Azar. And Death Lotus from Tatsuri will be popped. Impressive being annihilated in the map. Looking to the right side. Arise got taunted. 1v3. Double kill going over to Azar, and a rampage at that.
that is a crazy sequence of events because Team Secret barely got a breather, and yet they won 2 fights consecutively, 2 skirmishes consecutively, and the big reward is a Baron. Omega slowly are getting whittled down here and are still have yet to catch up in the map score because mid lane and top side are still practically open. And the fact that Azar is now online here as the Fiora can deal with a Ryzen in a 1v1 scenario, because what? 403 versus a 030 Aurelia here. Of course, Azar is very comfortable now to take on this 4-1 split push, and you add in James as well with a Hero's entrance. It's just so perfect.
Perfect indeed. That's the word I'm gonna say for Team Secret in this game number 2. But the goalie did balloon in their favor. Team Secret, aside from the goalie that they have, they were also able to get 2 dragons in their pockets, plus another one that will spawn in 23 more seconds. Trevor is already there. I mean, he's ready. He wants to get this objective. But look into the mid lane. You still have the Chewy and James dynamic duo. Tatsuri posing a threat as well. Omega, they need to be very, very careful of this Death Lotus, but Tatsuri, he tends to use this as a pick-off, not as a team fight, not for team fights rather. Impressive. Still has his skills up. Mountain Drake already up. Sonic Wave not connecting, and Trevor as well as Tatsuri, they decided to fall back.
Yeah, it's just gonna be Team Secret trying to maximize the Baron buff here with this 1-3-1 split push that get to see Tatsuri here is trying to clear that out as well. And Omega, the only wave clear that they have is sadly just for time lapse, so he's gonna be having to rotate from one lane to another, just trying to clear the waves. But this is...
That is Hibiki connecting on Tatsuri, but he was able to shimpo his way out of there. Here comes Hero's entrance. Death Lotus being cancelled, but Team Secret, their siege does not get cancelled. Azar now unstoppable, piercing arrow connecting on Tatsuri, but they don't care. Azar at the front line, Grand Challenge being used. You have the Musun being popped as well. Impressive focus on Fiora. Fiora gets annihilated. Vanguard being used as well. A dash in, the taunt, the bullet time connecting. You have the jumps coming in from Team Secret. 4-1 in favor of Team Secret. Zanya's coming through. Time lapse, the only one alive for Omega Esports, but looks like Team Secret will finish the series with 2-0.
What a clean performance, and it's clean and a flashy performance at that as well with Tatsuri on this Katarina. What a game, what a series for this team. And now Team Secret has set the stage, has set this foundation in the playoffs, their placement basically. And now the biggest question is, Omega didn't even come close to beating Team Secret in the series, and now who's next to take up that attempt?
I mean, if we're gonna look at the regular season for fall, UCFC was able to get one win from Team Secret. And I'm looking forward to seeing the possible fight for DR and Team Secret. So these two other teams could be the poison for the men in black and white. But overall, they have a clean performance. A lot of 2-0s ever since yesterday. And looking back into game number 2, Omega only was able to get 1/3 from Team Secret. Aside from that, a few kills, yeah, sure, but nothing else.
Yeah, Team Secret is just really clean with their decision making in game as a team and as individual players. They were able to make sure that, again, every single time they take something off of the map, whether or not that's an objective like a dragon or a baron or just a structure like a tower, they make sure that Omega didn't get anything out of it at all, and they were able to defend their lanes and not lose too much as we take a look at stats. And Azar was amazing in this game on that Fiora. I mean, we did expect during the draft that possibly a Ryzen could bring this up, but it is Azar who shined on this pick. Chewy as well with prime positioning weren't exactly much threats whatsoever. And Tatsuri, he was so confident with this Katarina pick, and the setups coming from Trevor was very sufficient for him to continue with this scary pick for himself.
Initially, I thought Omega did not need to ban Tatsuri's Katarina, but I take that back. He really deserves that ban. I mean, he's very hard to catch, and I like the adjustment that Team Secret made. I was expecting full-on 5v5s. Instead, they went with pickoffs, just like the ones we will be seeing in the highlights from game number 2, and Ryzen honestly just had a hard time. Really not being able to snowball. Impressive was left to ask the question, who could be my target? Time-lapse, he had more damage compared to Azar. But what's the problem here? Time-lapse would usually get taken down before he can even do anything.
Yeah, I believe he didn't even manage to reach fully stacked Muramana, so his piercing arrows aren't going to be as significant. We talked about this before as well. The constant pressure towards a Ryzen to cancel out the 4-1 split push that Omega has been succeeding for the past few games, especially when we look at the playoffs. So Team Secret fully focused, established vision primarily towards topside, especially with no lane swap. Team Secret just played this by the book, and Omega just had a hard time reading Team Secret.
Definitely, and it was the opposite of what Team Secret did. They just read Omega Esports like a book, and again, damage out was just too much. I love the real-time adjustment from Team Secret. Like in game number 1, they picked up 4 Stacy's, and the master of the match is going to be Azar on this Fiora. KDA of 10.00, kill participation 77%, damage per minute almost 1000. He picked up Triforce first, has barrier for sustain, but also has the flash for those flashy plays.
Yeah, Azar in this series in general had a very great and stable performance, even as the Renekton, and now as the Fiora. He's able to match it up against a Ryzen, again, get a lot of kills in the first few minutes of the game with the setups that Trevor towards top side, and is able to transition that into that split push threat. No one is able to deal with him. He's able to get in the middle of the fight, no problem with Sterak's and as well as Death Stance. And just as you mentioned with the barrier as well, it was just such a huge threat for both games in this series, and definitely looking forward to more of his plays in the upcoming matches, especially when we talk about tomorrow.
With the Renekton ban and even Ryzen, arguably one of the best Baron laners in the league, on Irelia still was not able to stop Azar with this Pharaoh. Even Team Secret, honestly, again, very by-the-book plays from Team Secret. They were just able to get their win conditions in check earlier, and this is a much better Team Secret that I saw comparing to the regular season. They had obviously better communication. They had an amazing draft. They were able to adjust accordingly. But with all that said and done, we know you guys enjoyed our first series. You have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Ms. Riku. I want to see what our panelists thought about that. So Mika, Atlas, and Osiris, hit us with your post-series analysis.
looks like we're having pasta for dinner, courtesy of Osiris, because Team Secret are back and better than ever. They take a 2-0 against Omega. I love Osiris' face. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great.
Oh God.
I tried to
love
save
it.
you, man.
I
I tried
love
to
it.
save you.
Oh man.
I mean, you brought it upon yourself. You brought it upon yourself. But yes, Team Secret are back and they will take that 2-0 versus Omega Esports and 100,000 Globe Cup points. Autolus is happy, Osiris is dancing, and you guys are in for sure. Please, I'm gonna ask the audience, please hold him to it. Hold him to it. He has to stand his ground. So go on over to Twitter, give him a follow on Twitter. His handle is right there, and we gotta get that video. We have to get a full video. We gotta do it, guys. Okay? But going back into our match, let's check out our series highlights because there is a lot to discuss here, and we have to say, Trevor stepping up. Really stepping up here. Is he new? Is he the new Phantom Thief right here, stealing everything underneath Omega's noses?
Well, I'm gonna leave the new term or the new moniker for Trevor. But what I love about game one is they respected impressive. At first, it was James who started denying impressive with his early red buff, and at that point, it was Arisen. And Impressive needs to share experience onto the Dragon Lane with the role swap just to make sure that he can have enough experience and also to cover the Dragon Lane. Yes, the lane swap didn't really work well in the favors of Omega, but Team Secret played it well, especially Trevor.
Pass me the red sauce, baby. Let's go. Enough with the cheese, right? We are now back to Team Secret, just, showing what they are made of. Again, Chewy on his comfort picks. We saw Misfortune. What? And just to answer your question, Nika, I feel like, giving another Phantom Team moniker is, I think, that's for impressive. I want Trevor to be known as Officer Trevor or Constable Trevor because he's the one here catching the thief on his Vi. Remember,
I like
Vi is an officer, right? I'm not 100% sure if he's using Officer Vi, but it's thematic, as I would call it. And another thing here is a lot of the viewers did mention that, Team Secret has this kitchen buff. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have spaghetti, pasta for dinner. I cannot just wait for Team Secret right now because it feels like that they are now back in form. And now that they are advancing onto the next round is the upper bracket finals. One series away for another grand finals appearance.
Ooh, exciting stuff indeed for Team Secret, and I think our assessment of them yesterday was just about right, that they were holding back, just a little bit because they are now putting their best feet forward. They're now bringing out all of the cards that they have. They are going for that championship. That is 100,000 Globe Cup points to them and a closer step to that fall season King of the Rift title. And
Lower, Osiris. Lower.
I gotta say, I Team Secret won. I think Autolus and I also feel like winners over here. So yes, indeed.
Like
I can go off now,
last season, I gave you skins. Now I'm gonna provide a spaghetti video. Like, why is this happening to me?
But can we go off now? Because I'm just so excited to see the video.
I know. I'm excited too. But of course, I'm also excited to have our next match of the day, which will be against Fennel Adversity versus Esports. Now, Fennel Adversity, the most improved, our award for the most improved team here in the Icon series goes to Fennel Adversity, and they will now be put to the test against the Dragons of Esports. In the group stages, okay, I don't believe that Fennel Adversity has had an opponent like Esports. So it's going to be interesting to see this because this, I believe, is the biggest test yet for Fennel Adversity. What do you guys think?
I have to admit, FLA scared the hell out of me yesterday for not so good reasons. And although they showed their trademark controlled aggression, I can't help but feel that their confidence took a hit when Brent took game one. Still, this is FLA we are talking about. The team we dubbed as most improved will shine brightest when faced against the best of the best. Danny is our solo player highlight for this series. He was FLA's hero yesterday, bagging 2 consecutive MVPs, and they were well deserved. He's our all-third Team All-Pro Dragon Laner for a reason with numbers that are just through the roof. Osiris and DR Empire needs to take Fennel seriously, because if not, Danny and the rest of the squad will push you to the lower bracket.
And of course, another reason why they need to take their opponent seriously, rather, Fennel Adversity is definitely what, they have that trademark controlled aggression over here. They've been stepping that up. They're more comfortable with actually letting go of that control when the time is right. But they will be up against DR Esports, now the sole undefeated team here in the Icon series, and with RRQ's defeat yesterday, all eyes are on these guys. We've called them the dark horse, but you know what? I don't think we can call them that anymore. They are clearly the front runners for that championship, and all teams will be coming for them. What are your thoughts on DR Esports going up against Fennel Adversity?
DR Esports, they got everything. They are the last undefeated team here at Icon Series. Although they got a few dents onto the armor as they lost 1 game onto the group stage. But don't get me wrong, they are in the heat of battle. They are carrying that momentum. And of course, you got Mr. Ocean, Rocks, might be Ocean's 11 champions, might be, as he is running a 9 unique champs, as what Autolus told us yesterday. And all of the carries are functioning, especially Devil J. With Devil J's Riven, he is the one who's really putting a lot of pressure onto that Baron lane. And there's no question asked. This guy with a 4.84 KDA and a kill participation of 52%, but the damage per minute is 785. You can see that he is the one who's looking for those priority kills. And if you have the Shockwave on the other side, we have definitely the showstopper with the Flights of the Dragon.
I guess that Shockwave really isn't going away. We love it over here. Let's take a look at our Globe key player clash for this matchup. And, we talk a lot about firepower going into this match. Let's talk about the ones making sure that the teams are set up for that. The ones providing fuel to the fire. The junglers that we have in Doming and Etaf. What do you guys think? How is this matchup going to go down?
Well, 6.42 is fairly good coming in from Doming. Even the kill participation, that's 66%. But if you're going to check the other side, Etaf, Doming feels like he is G2 caps. But yeah, Etaf, 75% kill participation. But KDA isn't as shiny as how Doming did. But the gold per minute is somewhere out there. But I want to highlight equals to that kill participation is the damage per minute of 868, means that Etaf is being felt with his presence around the rift.
And again, what I love about Fennel Adversity is that they don't mind that, the viewers don't know them yet, that the star quality is on the other side. Similar with Doming's case, right? He's allowing his carries to shine, and that is the thing that I'm looking forward to seeing, especially in this Glowkey player clash, because it feels like Etaf has also done his due diligence to let his carry shine in DR Esports. So very similar when it comes to playstyle, but when it comes to numbers, it's favoring Doming so far.
That's really interesting that you brought that up. Of course, it's like Fennel Adversity, sure, in this particular matchup, they're the underdogs. So they're not exactly, they don't exactly have that pressure going on to them. Whereas DR Esports, they have that, undefeated team here in the Icon series. There is a lot of expectation indeed coming from DR Esports. Now, of course, speaking of expectations, I think we have to jump into our predictions right now. And I think this is going to go in favor of DR Esports. I think we're looking at another 2-0 at the moment. Fennel Adversity, I think, will continue their journey in the lower bracket, but this matchup, I believe, is going to DR Esports.
That's the safe answer. But I want
going all the way.
Not just all bark. This underdogs will come and bite the dragons that we have in DR Esports. And for a reason that I believe that yesterday, they weren't showing their full potential yet. And I feel like they're hungrier today than ever. So I'm going with Fennel Adversity 2-1.
Well, I'm going to throw my hand over there with Mika. The other side of me.
Yes.
Oh, let's go, Mika. With a high five. The other side. Yeah, you got
No,
it.
no, 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 no.
Because I'm going, of course, kami for DR Esports. I mean, we all love the underdog story, but the track record, and it feels like they're not going to stop anytime. DR Esports all the way.
But I don't know. I don't know if I was gonna ask Osiris. Or what are you willing to bet on that? But I think he's had enough for
I
today.
already lost. Come on. I don't want any more losses.
I think he's had enough for today. But of course, if you guys have anything to say, head on over to Twitter and use hashtag Dominate the Rift and hashtag #CICON Series page, and you can see your tweets featured on over here in the light plays or over in the casters. Wait, casters are still in that light place, so you can the casters can also read out your tweets as well. I believe we have a few over here that we can pull up from our audience. Oh, we have here Wild Rift Obs 1. Thank you so much, by the way. I love you guys. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for fun. Fennel Adversity will win. And I'm here again for Mega Fabs. I love it. Love, 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 love the suit. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I can't say where I got it from because, issues. But of course, thank you so much to production over there. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. So much love to you guys as well. Oh, now I wish that we could have like on-site events and everything. I'm sure we would have a lot of fun indeed. Now we have another tweet that we can bring up over here. Let's put them onto your screens. And in the meantime, as we're watching the match, you can head on over to the PPGL community Discord server, where we have some special guests hanging with us, and we can talk about the matches and other stuff as well. Maybe Osiris will give us a preview of his special post-game pasta preparation.
5, 6, 7, 8.
I think all the Who's is already jumping forward. And we have Gigi Spear, a very familiar name over here. And what I want Osiris to read this.
Gigi Sphere, I'm just waiting for Osiris kasi spaghetti pababa. Resibo lang para walang takas. Hashtag Dominate the Rift, hashtag #CICON Series. So he got evidence. He got those receipts. I'm not going anywhere, guys. I need this job.
Well, I don't know. Maybe now you can prepare some spaghetti for everybody because we have that, of course. So, guys, head on over to Twitter and you can see your tweets spread out just like that. Just like Wild Rift Obs 1 and Gigi's Sphere over here. Gigi's Sphere, I feel like, doesn't count. Gigi's Sphere doesn't count. But we are on to our second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is our underdog versus our not so underdogs anymore. It's Fennel Adversity versus DR Esports casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
The panelists are right. We're still in the light place. PLB casters for the second series. I'm Yuko. Alongside me is Riku. So, one of our panelists said that DR Esports, they could be the black horse of the tournament. I'm gonna label them the Black Dragon, which is Drogon. Will Danny Riz from Fennel Adversity be able to tame this dragon, or will the dragon just come loose? So, Riku, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
Yeah, I'm very excited about this matchup just because, again, DR Esports, this is their debut to the playoffs because, again, they didn't get to qualify last time at the summer season, but they have been showing a lot of promise. First off, they were able to get, again, an undefeated series win streak back in their groups, and they're able to dethrone Omega as well, especially that again, this is again first timers to the Icon series. Meanwhile, Fennel Adversity, they are a familiar face to the Icon series. They've been here in the playoffs before, but a different scenario for them because last time they were eliminated in day number 1. Day 2, they have still survived and they have shown so much improvement in the course of the entire tournament. So I'm excited how this matchup is going to go because when we look at Fennel Adversity, they are again controlled aggression. Even back in the summer season, once they get that early lead, they take a step back and play a little bit more tame to take care of the lead that they have gotten. Meanwhile, for DR, they're all mechanically skilled individuals. Every single lane, pretty scary. When we look at, again, Etaf, Devil J, Gospel, Rock, so everybody is pretty scary. So I want to find out how these dynamics clash in the Rift later on.
Yeah, our panel adversity definitely is rooting for Fennel Adversity, but you cannot just not count these new kids in the block. So for game number 1, DR Esports is on the blue side again. This is Champion Select brought to us by Riot Go. Let's go into the bans. Rengar will be the first ban for DR Esports.
So removing immediately one of Doming's picks. And meanwhile, for Fennel Adversity, that's going to be the Senna ban. So just denying any of the Senna plus melee top laners, Singed or the Nasus. So DR Esports as well, removing the Xin Zhao. So it makes me wonder if the Riven is going to be banned as well, because Power is a pretty good Riven player as well. Of course, Doming can also pick it up as a jungler. Fennel Adversity, removing the Twisted Fate as well. Just kind of deny any combinations of Assassin, Jungler, plus Twisted Fate, plus Devil J on a scary split push champion. So this is, the cards have been laid now. What will Devil J, or rather, what will DR Esports first pick? Because there are a lot of options on the table, considering if they do want a jungler. Kha'Zix is still open as well, but Lee Sin will be the priority for DR.
For Etaf at that, and that leaves Riven open for Fennel Adversity. They can also pick up the Ziggs right on cue, which will go over to Shaw. No Shockwave apparently because DR Esports was able to ban Orianna. This time around, DR Esports could pick up an ADC. Corki's up for grabs, and Varus, and they're gonna lock that in, plus a Baron laner, which is Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton and Lee Sin, very strong jungle top duo. And of course, DR wouldn't be surprised if they lock in the Nami just to complement the Varus. But Fennel Adversity takes that away from them. And DR Esports can take a page from Team Secret's book, lock in Lux if they want full-on single target aggression and big skirmish. Or they can lock in a Janna just to make sure that the Varus is safe. But no, never mind. It's going to be Rox and the Thresh for the second time this time around. It worked yesterday. Excited to see the Thresh and the Lee Sin too. Fennel Adversity, we talked about the Kha'Zix, and now it's going to be another assassin on board. I'm excited to see this because we've been waiting for Thresh Lee Sin combo, and we're going to be expecting the roams from Rox earlier on. Strong level 3, and Fennel Adversity should be careful.
I kind of want to jump right into the game because I love this Lee Sin plus stress combo. Will they be able to pull it off? Will Fennel be able to stop this? I mean, you have Doming, you also have Power, has a lot of damage and CCs, so it's a pretty close matchup just looking at the draft. And with all that said and done, I'm very much excited. So Riku, alongside our viewers, let's hop into the Rift. DR Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Jumping back into, well, not back, jumping into game number 1. You have the usual start for our two teams here. Fizz just holding his ground at the mid lane. Just a few EXP being taken by Danny, which of course he and Rafe will go back into Dragon lane later. But for the Baron lane side, you have the usual skirmish here and there, Power against this Renekton Devil J.
Yeah, level 3 is going to be strong for the side of both Power and Devil J. But at the same time, it is going to be a very volatile lane, especially who gets the stun first. Level 5, though, if Devil J is unable to activate the Dominus right away, he's just going to get bursted down with one sequence of combo, especially if Devil J is poked down early. In the meantime, though, for the duo lane, excited to see this happen again. The Thresh, usually... Look at that Power, denying any sort of the vision. The Scrying Orb already or rather the plant rather is already denied. And with that, again, going back to the bot lane, I'm excited to see this happen. Level 2 is a very strong spike. 4 rocks here on the Thresh. Even the level 3 to complete with the shield and the lantern. But then, whenever a Thresh is locked, the expectations is, will Varus be able to manage?
Ooh, ETAF being seen by Doming right there, but that is a very strong re-engage coming out from Lee Sin. A lot of damage being taken by Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix will be able to scooch out of there. He did use Flash in that mini fight earlier.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. No Flash for Doming, so they're going to be put in the back foot. Doming will have to be playing more carefully. Etaf, though, with still the Flash in. So come level 5, he can initiate with a Flash Dragon's Rage, perhaps. That's going to be available. Etaf's not going to take the Lantern. He just wants to roam around the map a little bit more.
Possibly get vision from what's happening into the mid lane, but aside from that, pretty standard start from these two teams. No one actually getting first blood just yet. The closest advantage I could see though is the fact that Devil J alongside EDAF will be able to box in power, jump in, 2v1 shields coming through. Power was able to flash out of there and he will leave his tower vulnerable.
It's really hard to try and pin down a Riven. It's just gonna dance around the battlefield, dance around the fight. It's hard to pin them down without an actual hard CC and chain lock. And Power's just gonna slip away. But looking at Fennel Adversity's composition right now, this is aiming towards more of the mid to late. Danny is gonna be incredibly huge mid-game. Shaw, once he manages to get the bubble, kick!
Bubbles almost connecting there, but you have the Lantern being able to save his teammate. No kill still for the side of Fennel Adversity. Rocks with that vision and that proactiveness really being seen in the early game.
Yeah, that's a really nice smooth Lantern. If the kick did not prevail, then it's just a smooth Lantern way out. DR Esports, on the other hand, a lot of pick potential on board as well with the Dragon's Rage and the Chum the Waters. So there's a ton of burst and single target, also with a 4-1 setup with Devil J. We've seen how Devil J has performed in the fall season group stages. Very consistent. No matter what top laner he uses, we've seen him incredibly skilled on the Akali as well. So the Renekton is going to be possibly a similar story. 11 seconds on the clock, though, for the next objectives to spawn. And, of course, Earthdrake will be welcomed by DR Esports because you are up against a Ziggs who's just going to constantly poke you. So that's something that they would want to have with the shields coming in. Fennel Adversity, the same thing as well, because Gospel is on a Varus. So they're going to be eating a lot of these piercing arrows. But Scuttler control will be in favor of Fennel.
Oh, looks like that is a poke coming out from Gospel. And I do agree, both teams would contest this Mountain Drake, but looks like they are just gonna leave the Dragon alone and instead go back to their usual lanes. Now you have Gospel taking that Void Seeker. Danny does have Killer Instinct, but looks like they're not gonna be aggressive just yet. You also have Kha'Zix making his way down into Dragon Lane. Ultimate is available. Let's see if Domeng will try and make a play because DR Esports, they're slowly closing in on the tower. Gospel did rotate, placed a ward for safety, and now DR Esports having first dibs on this Dragon.
Look at this positioning. Rocks can activate a box into this choke point, and Fennel Adversity will get zoned out.
Piercing R isn't gonna come through, but now you have Fennel Adversity lurking to the side. You have the Lantern right there. Let's see if it will connect. You have the boxing bombs coming through. You also have the ultimate coming in from Fizz. It will connect, but looking at the Dragon, it will go over to Fennel Adversity. The box has been laid out. Void Seeker coming out. First blood going over to Fennel. You have 2 kills going over to Ziggs. A Root, he cannot move. That is another kill onto Varus. At the very least, Renekton got 1 kill, but his life was offered to Kai'Sa. Rocks with the recall. Domeng says hello. Rocks, will you be able to jump away? It will be a no because Domeng, he does get hooked. Shields are gonna come through, but it's not gonna be enough. Rocks being annihilated by the jungler of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that is something that you do not want. A steal from not from an enemy jungler, but from an enemy top laner. It's gonna be Power who managed to get the steal off of that. And the fact that Domeng got early kills as well is gonna hurt DR Esports even more. We talked about this before, how DR, their composition heavily relies on this early to mid game as well, because Lee Sin is gonna eventually fall off. Renekton is gonna fall off as well. So Now that Doming manages to get early kills in as well, Shaw is going to speed up the process. Especially Ziggs can be insanely painful mid to late game. 3 items, 2 items actually, Ludens, Rabadons already is sufficient.
Okay, now you have their esports just focusing on the Rift Herald. Mega for a bomb being thrown out, and here comes Fennel yet again. Will they get the steal? That is the Viejo onto one, but Shaw does pop in with the Stacy's Virus, the first one to get taken down. What a beautiful engage from Domeg. He looks to be going over to Ribbon and Power. He has his eyes on Edaf. There is no Chum the Waters. Death punishment is right there, death sentence rather, but now you have Edaf being able to use Trickster, but Power will not stop. You have the defense away from Rocks. Red Team being able to get the Herald, but Power is still on the chase. Beautiful Lancer coming out from Rocks, but it just bought time for Fennel to secure the objective.
Yeah, the display of Micro in that chase was just very impressive. Rocks with the last Lantern save to end that chase. And Fennel Adversity, though, at the end of the day, they get the lead. They have this really huge lead. They have a 4K gold lead, and as well as getting that Dragon, and as well as the Rift Herald. So this is very good, great start for Fennel Adversity. In the meantime, though, DR Esports, looking at the itemization, of course, they're still waiting for Gospel to complete fully stacked Muramana. Rabadons, though, already completed for Edaf. But the thing is, the challenging thing is, there's a bunch of Zonia's Hourglass enchants on the side of Fennel Adversity to cancel out the Chum the Waters, to be able to deny any of the following and incoming CCs, like the Chain of Corruptions, like the Chum the Waters. So this is DR Esports having to maneuver around that in a micro setup in these later fights.
Now you have Gospel holding it down to the mid lane. I believe Rocks and Edaf tried to set up a possible gank there, but Shaw did not commit. You also have the explosive minefield being laid out, and Fennel Adversity being able to get another turret. Here comes Rocks, here comes Edaf, dive coming in, but you have the ultimate being committed onto Power. This means the box being laid out, Power being taken down, and it's a shutdown on this Riven. The kill going over to Fizz. You have the Herald being summoned at the barrel lane side, but the damage from Danny was too much. Killer Instinct in, Stacy's in, Domeng still pretty much alive. Here comes their esports, looking for the bomb being thrown out, kick connecting, Etaf being able to use Stacy's. You have the Lancer being thrown out, but their esports was only able to get the kill. 3-9 on the scoreboard. A lot of the leads in favor of Fennel Adversity.
Yes, definitely. Look at the top lane. It's completely obliterated, and it's only the inhibitor tower left standing at this point of the game, 8 minutes in. That's going to hurt DR Esports' constant pressure to see if they can secure this Dragon. And they have to keep an eye on that constantly because Fennel Adversity still has that outer tower standing. Ocean Drake has now spawned. Omnivamp, very important in the fights later on, especially if DR Esports wants to survive, especially that they haven't secured the previous Dragon, which is the Mountain Drake. So this is going to be very painful, especially if you're up against Shaw on that Ziggs. The stun.
Ooh, okay. Wow, okay. The root is going to connect, but that is going to be the Lantern connecting onto Power as well. It will be another piercing arrow coming through, but it's not enough to take Riven down. Shaw will hold his guns to the mid lane. Satchel Charge will be able to get that turret. 4 turrets already down in favor of Fennel Adversity. The Baron will be up in 10 seconds, but DR, they saw that fight or that mini war in the Dragon lane, so it looks like they want to push up top into the Baron lane side. You have Power right on defense though. He doesn't have the ultimate, but also he will be able to survive this 2v1. Here comes Domeng, here comes Danny as well. Iketan Raid, Renection being annihilated. Ita first to flash out. You also have the bubble being set up by Rafe. At the very least, he will be a-okay.
Power bought so much time. Imagine the rest of Fennel Adversity just came from bot lane and manually climbed up to top, and Power was able to distract them, get on stasis, and Fennel just cleaning up. DR Esports had to suffer the consequences. Something that is a mini win though is that they're able to clear and equalize top lane as they remove the inner tower. But still, a lot of lives. Well, it is Devil J's life that had to be sacrificed and be given for more kills to the carries of Fennel Adversity.
Now looking into 11 minutes into the game.
Oh, the
lead
reset!
isn't. Oh no! The buff got reset.
Oh dear.
R.I.P. The resource already used only to have the buff reset. That hurts. I'm gonna say it right now. So they're gonna let that go. Like, nope.
Yeah, we'll just
I don't want
reset.
this.
Yeah, because Shaw practically ran out of mana already. And Shaw even had to hurry up, didn't even fully restack his mana. Look at this though. Power's gonna bump into Devil J.
But looks like there won't be any duels just yet. Fennel University this time around, they're slowly positioning themselves in the Baron's pit. But of course, you want to get a pick off first. They are running the 4-1 setup. They have first dibs on this Cutler, and oof, that damage from Danny though. He is good to go.
Yeah, it's definitely good to go. Kaisa is going to ramp up even more as the game progresses. We're talking about 15-minute mark where Fennel Adversity can create a deeper impact. Look at this, though. Devil J is going to get collapsed upon by Fennel.
Oh, looks like that's in the power. Having his eyes on Devil J, those are not going to connect. IK being used. Beautiful Mega for the bomb. Sadler being sent out as well. DR Esports does lose their support. Chum the Water can't be onto one, but he is still pretty much alive. Edab does jump in a tad bit too deep. Will he be able to survive? To be a no. He got bursted down by Kha'Zix, and Fennel Adversity being able to win that with a 2-0 trade. The Castles on TPs. Danny being annihilated. He shot down on the ADC, but he traded that with his life.
They wanted to get the kill because DR Esports basically invested so much just to kill Danny, only to fail. So TR had to sacrifice another life on the board. I think the consolation prize is that DR... good thing that fight didn't happen when the Infernal Drake has spawned, but with 30 seconds on the clock, Fennel Adversity will be first to get vision down, as we get to see them also actually try to push. No, it's Devil J is able to get a good grasp of the bottom lane instead. But it doesn't change the fact that Fennel is on their way to 3 dragons, and this is going to be a strong win condition for them, especially, we talked about the scaling coming from Fennel. We're already at the 13-minute mark, and DR Esports, their strength is the early, and we don't see any signs of life from them so far.
Too close for comfort for Etaf there. The very least, he was not picked off. The Infernal Drake is now up. Fennel Adversity, controlled aggression already in the Infernal Drake's pit. They have first dibs on this dragon. Looks like, just like butter, it's gonna be melted by the men in red. Rotating over to the mid lane. Power at the front line. Just gonna come through. Will he be able to survive? The bash has been lent out. Riven doesn't survive, but you have the Mega Inferno Bomb being thrown out by Shaw. Killer Instinct in. Devil J forced to jump out. Ensemble now for this Ziggs, and Fennel, they're still going all out. Gets 2 kills, gets the buff, gets the dragon, and now they have their eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, and that kill, unfortunately, just equated into Fennel getting the Baron. Look at the teleports now. They're coming in.
Teleports are gonna come through, but the red team still being able to get the Baron. Now you have Devil J being locked in. The damage from Kaisa was too much, as well as the bombs. You also have the ebb and flow hurting a lot. Fizz just gets taken down, gets erased in the map, and Etaf had no other choice but to run away.
This is Fennel Adversity's game right now for sure. Look at this chase. Power just wants to finish the blue buff, actually. That blue buff has been alive for the past few minutes after that reset, and it's going to reset for the second time again. Fennel, look at them now, just heading straight towards this mid lane, with Shaw not even needing to reset. Look at him, he's all alone, with now the rest of the team following through.
But you have Fennel being able to isolate Lee Sin too. With that, actually, he's not the isolate. Even Power wants to get the kill.
Dear.
Bomb, the flash in, bomb coming in. Shaw being able to get that kill. Tidal wave in even. A double kill going over to Ziggs. And goodness me, Fennel, the firepower, the damage, it is definitely seen. They're not gonna stop. Piercing arrow will come through, but they don't care. Nothing like a bomb being thrown out. Roots coming through. Varus being annihilated, and now Fennel being able to put a hole in the base of DR Esports. Goodness me, whoever jumps in just gets bursted down. Fizz saying goodbye. Ziggs finally gets taken down. The box has been sent out. A shot down on Shaw, but at what cost? At the cost of game number 1.
Look at Fennel Adversity. They're very, very happy, and they're one game away from moving forward and facing Team Secret in the upper bracket. And again, looking at this team, they have been able to qualify for playoffs in the summer season, but fell short and went over to a 0-3 streak, a loss streak rather, into elimination. But this time around, for the fall season, it's a different destiny. It's a different story. And it's very, very nice to see them grow as this team. And now that they're one game away from moving forward and face Team Secret, wonder what the adjustments are going to be for DR Esports, because this game number 1 is very convincing.
Very, very convincing indeed. Made me ask myself, are we going to be seeing another 2-0? And we talked about this off cam. DR Esports, they're very, very strong, but when it comes to the early game, they're kind of passive. They're kind of silent. And the early game, that is where Power and Shaw shines. How are you going to be able to stop a team that just goes all out in the early game?
Exactly, and the DR Esports composition, which we are going to be talking about soon, is that, yeah, you've got Lee Sin, you got Renekton. These are very strong early game champions, and we never get to see that come into fruition. And of course, it was Fennel Adversity getting all of these early kills. We saw double kills go over to Shaw. That's definitely not what you want, because the Ziggs is just gonna propel even faster. And we saw how he was godlike to the point that he can afford to use a flash just to land an auto attack, and in front of everyone from DR Esports. That is how far ahead he was in this game. And 7-1-11 is his score. Not going to be surprised if he's going to be the master of the match later on.
Yep, and not sure why, but if we're going to talk about Ziggs, maybe DR Esports would want to ban or get that champion for himself. Now, this will be the highlight from game number 1. We're gonna talk about Ziggs for a bit. He had 21k damage. My question here was, who on earth on DR Esports side could tank that damage? Renekton, sure, Devil J, but you also have a 19k damage from Danny. So by the time Shaw jumps in with the bombs, even with the Mega Inferno bomb, a lot of life bars were already down for DR Esports.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of deaths, and there's just so many things that DR Esports wanted to take, like a kill off of the map rather, and Fennel Adversity was just hitting towers here and there, and is pretty much okay that the fact that, okay, you kill one, we're gonna take your towers, we're gonna get more map control and vision down. And this was the last attempt on that teleport here, and unfortunately it has been DR Esports just trying to pick up the pieces, attempting for these 50-50 opportunities, as they were pretty much far behind. And this is one of those instances where Shaw uses a flash just to land an auto attack. He's just so far ahead, already godlike. Gotta love this player. Whenever he's on an Orianna or an assassin champion, it doesn't really matter if they're more of that utility, more on that mages. He's gonna definitely play it like an assassin no matter what.
Match of the match, Riku mentioned this, it will be Shaw on this Ziggs. Damage per minute, almost 14k, has Rabadon's, the Orb, Luden's Echo, and the last will be a Stacy's Enchant, just to make sure that whenever the fish fizz will land from the waters on him, he's gonna be a-okay.
Yeah, he managed to buy a lot of time whenever Devil J and Etaf as well would jump onto him. He does have that stasis to buy some time, and it was just, he played it flawlessly. There's again, this player is absolutely scary, and makes me wonder what the next pick is going to be. Is he going to be seen as an Ari? Is he going to be seen as an Orianna? Which again, it doesn't really matter. He plays it like a carry, like an assassin, no matter what. So maybe, especially the panel, and his fans are going to look forward to the next game and see whether or not he plays the Orianna next time.
I believe that there's a chance DR Esports will let the Orianna go, but I mean, Ziggs and Orianna, they kind of work the same. The Shockwave as well as the command attack has a lot of damage, can be used as an initiate or as a finisher move or a cleanup for every fight or pick-off. So just pick your poison, I guess.
Yeah, this Ziggs just fits him so well. I wouldn't be surprised if the next thing that they decide to do, rather, or DR Esports decides to try and ban out this Ziggs because there's just a lot on the table. The sieging power, and as well as the way Shaw uses this champion is just kill, kill, kill. Again, he got 2 early kills, double kill. His positioning was so prime. He made sure that he wasn't in a vulnerable spot, and I feel like that is definitely one of the strengths this player has.
Man, we're looking forward to see what Fennel adversity still has in the table. So, dear Esports, maybe they could have a draft that slightly is powerful in the early game. I love the Thresh pick, even the Lee Sin pick, but apparently game number 1 that did not work out. So maybe it's back to the drawing board for DR Esports.
Yeah, Fennel adversity, I felt like they really knew what was going on because, of course, once you see a Thresh, a Lee Sin, and a Renekton, you're going to be expecting early game plays and early roams, and they basically denied that with anticipation and as well as really good vision control. So you basically neutralize the Thresh, and unfortunately, as the map starts to dwindle in favor of Fennel adversity, then the pick potential coming from the Thresh and the Lee Sin, your options are going to be limited, and the only time that you get to fight, especially after the laning phase, is only during these objective takes. That's definitely not your strength. As we get to see the draft now for DR Esports, a lot of respect towards Shaw. Obviously, with the Orianna ban, I'm not going to be surprised if that's going to still be banned out. And of course, Doming with the Xin Zhao and the Rengar ban. For Fennel adversity, this is a very sporadic, well, not sporadic, a very different targets or scattered target ban. With the Senna, they don't want to see the Senna Nasus or the Senna Singed combo, so they deny a completely, that duo lane in general. Twisted Fate just complements so many aggressive early game junglers. We talked about this before, like the Kazakhs, like the Lee Sin. It's just very flexible as a pick. It also complements top lane visits, side lane pressure as well, especially if you like to pick the Renekton. So it's a very good combo for these tower dives. And Camille, just because of how flexible it could be with a strong single target. So for DR Esports, they picked up this Lee Sin, they picked up this Varus. I see what they wanted to do, but they couldn't execute it well just because of the vision control. They didn't get to find opportunities off the map of early kills. And again, the snowball could have worked for Devil J here on this Renekton.
Could have. But if you have a very aggressive opponent, much like Power, and the fact that you have a jungler from your enemy's side that just keeps on saying hello, you're gonna have a difficult time snowballing, which is, I guess this is why Renekton is a double-edged sword. If he goes online in the early game, he's gonna go crazy up until the late game. But if he was not able to meet those win conditions, he will just be another target for your ADC, which in this game, Kaisa, which Agathan Rain was able to melt down life bars. And the Twisted Fate ban, I believe it was targeted onto Gospel. If you can remember back in the regular season, Gospel just really runs, DR Esports just really runs a very good Twisted Fate lineup, plus the passive that just gives you gold. So overall, it was just a lot of things in favor of an adversity. But again, we're looking forward to seeing how DR Esports will adjust. They're arguably one of the best new bloods here in the Icon Series PH playoffs. So are they going to be getting the Riven? Will they let go of Lee Sin? A lot of things, a lot of questions that will be answered once we hop into game number 2. But for now, again, this is series number 2, game number 2. Now Fennel adversity is up on 1 game.
Yeah, for Fennel, they must feel pretty good about this. I mean, yesterday they had a very convincing win as well. So this momentum is going to take them into this series. For DR Esports, back to the drawing board. We'll see, though, because we talked about this off the broadcast where Fennel, or rather DR Esports, they're really strong. They tend to ramp up, but their early game can be a little bit inconsistent. So most likely, they didn't get to push with their lead too much, and they lost a bunch of attempted kills, especially during the Rift Herald take, I believe. So it's just one of those things. Fennel adversity executed really well from macro to these micro decisions, and they were able to get the carries ahead early. So now the question is, what are the options? You know what I want to see? an Akali. I feel like Devil J is insanely good on the Akali pick. And the absence of a Braum, a Galio, and a Gragas on the entire draft means that Akali could potentially shine. The fact that there's no Twisted Fate as well for the soft counter, we all know that Twin Shadows is one of the counters as well, just to spot out an Akali. But I feel like the conditions, the fact that there weren't much of that disengage on the board against Fennel adversity could be a scenario or an environment where an Akali could shine, and I feel like Devil J can do that.
True. And shoutouts to Infinity. Twin Shadows is indeed a good counter.
Twin Shadows.
Right. Riku said twin 4 times. Infinity said 2 times. So I really like their combination. But yeah, jumping back into the possible draft for game number 2. I do agree. We did mention the game-changing play from Devil J, and Gragas and the other counters for Akali were neither banned nor picked up. So maybe it's time for Dear Esports to bring that assassin into the table and just go back to what works. I mean, if they want to keep the Varus, that's okay. Varus has quite the win rate here for the playoffs, and Rox could just go back to his Nami. Tidal Wave, it will be a very important initiate for the side of DR Esports. Has the slows, has a lot of catching potential. Maybe for ETAF and EDAP, just go back to the usual champions that they were playing in the regular season. Basically, just fall back to comfort, because in comfort, they'll be able to survive the early game.
Comfort. We'll see. Maybe we get to see the Olaf composition. I really find it interesting how the Olaf would shine at the first 2 weeks of the competition in fall season, and then would completely disappear, and then would come back again and would completely disappear in the playoffs. So maybe we get to see the Olaf again, because it has been one of the favorites, region-wise for the Philippines, for a lot of the junglers. And so perhaps we get to see that make a return, or maybe Etaf gonna step a little bit back and go tank for the team and set up for EDAF, set up for the rest of the squad possibly. Maybe, perhaps, especially again, DR's late game can be incredibly strong. The way that they play at 15-minute mark onwards is just really good. So perhaps that could be a more comfy scenario for them. But of course, we'll find out how and what they're going to do once we see the draft and once we see what DR decides to do.
And speaking of jungle champions, we have not seen a tanky jungler just yet. Even in the first series, it's all about these assassin type junglers just taking the first bloods, being able to assist in the first blood, and maybe that's the tempo or the meta for our pro teams now. Just get the kill in the early game and then snowball towards the late game.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's just a lot of these assassin junglers. I feel like the tanky junglers are not having the best time in the current playoffs, at least for Dr. Mundo. I believe Dr. Mundo has been picked twice in the entirety of the fall season, and unfortunately, both are just 2 losses. The same goes for Akshan, so I will not be expecting those 2 to pop up anytime soon.
Akshan did not have a win in the playoffs. Did get a win once in the regular season. I think that was in the hands of Jamie's Esports. So the timer's already gone. We are waiting for the players to show us what draft will they do this time around. So again, Fennel adversity, they are very strong when it comes to the aggression, the early game control, even the map rotations. They're very much comfortable with the 4-1 setup. Dear Esports, it's time for them to show us something new. Will we see Rox in the mid lane? Just kidding, no. Rox will still be in the support role, but maybe it will be an enchanter support. I mean, we did see him again pick up the Nami, pick up the Braum at some point, even pick up the Soraka. So Gospel as well. Dear Esports' strength honestly relies on their Dragon Lane duo. So just give the time that Gospel needs. Have a very tanky front line to protect your ADC, and you're gonna be A-okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like, Gospel, Danny's just going to ramp up, going to stay silent in the first 10 minutes of the game, and then most of the action will go through mid to top lane. Devil J, Power, Etaf, and Doming making moves around the map, and of course, Edaf and Shaw, depending on what they're going to pick. If it's going to be more on that non-interactive lane, then perhaps most of the action will heavily rely on Etaf and Doming, most definitely. So, something I'm looking forward to, though. I want to see Rafi's Rakan again. His Rakan is absolutely insane. he's able to manage his own without the need of a jungler. I mean, it's going to be very dependent on the matchup if he can be more aggressive, but at that point, it's just one of those things that, Rafi's Rakan is one of the scary picks, definitely, for Fennel Adversity. Of course, Danny on the Zaya as well. Their synergy is really, really good. So I'm curious what the route this time around for Fennel Adversity, if they want to finish this into a 2-0 and not take this very scary game into that game 3, because again, while there is a safety net of the lower bracket, you do want to remain atop at least to make sure that you're closer and closer towards the finish line of the playoffs.
And of course, upper bracket just gives you the confidence boost that we've been saying our pro teams need. And I do agree, I would want to see the Rafa's Rakan. Yeah, the charm is not just in the Rift, but was also able to charm Osiris from the panelist desk. So there's a chance we could be seeing the Saya Rakan maybe for Fun Adversity. Let's see though. Danny loves these very mobile ADCs, which is why we did see him in the Kai'Sa earlier, being able to reposition with the Kill Instinct, get some shields in. Iketan range is insane. I mean, have that very safe distance, but a not so safe damage towards your opponents. For DR Esports side, again, we could be seeing another Fizz. However, there is a chance that they could pick up the Ziggs or Ariana for themselves just to deny these very strong picks to Shaw.
Yeah, because Shaw, again, is a very a talent, is just very, very stable as a mid laner. He's just very consistent all throughout from the group stages. It's very hard to shut him down. Even without the help of Doming in the lane, he's able to manage his own, even being able to get solo kills as an Orianna in the 1v1 matchup. So for DR Esports, not going to be surprised if they decide to ban out again the Orianna up against Shaw.
We are hopping into the Champion Select for game number 2. First ban will be Rengar, still for DR Esports. They don't want this cute kitty cat being unleashed into the Rift. Fennel, they could stick with their bans just to deny the possible burst that's going to come out from DR Esports. And okay, so going to be a Senna from game number 1.
Yeah, just gonna remove the, again, Senna bot lane duo with the top laners. You get Nasus or Singed. DR Esports, again, this is big respect to Shaw. I don't want to see his Orianna, so Shaw can still pick from the Ahri or the Ziggs, but never mind. They've decided to let one jungler slip through. And it's going to be a potential Fennel Adversity, or rather, DR Esports just going to take that in. Riven could be their first pick, possibly, as we saw Power being a very scary Riven, but never mind. DR Esports decided, hey, we're still going to take this Lee Sin into the Rift. We're going to try it again.
We're going to still hold on to Lee Sin indeed. Now that opens Riven again for Power. And all right, Fennel Adversity already securing their firepower for the late game. They logged in that Kai'Sa for Danny. Your Esports could pick up a mid lane this time around. Could be a Fizz, a Nami even. So they will be picking up Nami, which will go over to Rocks.
Yeah, they're gonna just take away the Ahri as well from Shaw over here. So what are the other options that Shaw can utilize to create an impact in the map, as Ziggs is gone, Orianna is off, and already Edaf taking this Ahri mid lane pick, and looks like the Lulu is going to be paired with Danny over here and Xin Zhao for that early game skirmishes. We get to see Xin Zhao being incredibly popular, is able to possibly match out Etaf here on this Lee Sin. What is the mid laner going to be? We'll have to see, as DR Esports going to lock in their top laner, as, you know, Renekton could still be an option for this, but it's going to be the Varus and the Fiora being locked in for DR.
So now you have the lineup available for DR Esports. Now it will be a
Gragas
mid. Right. I forgot that that Gragas can be flexed into the mid lane, and it still dishes out so much damage. So it still fits the playstyle for Shaw here. However, for the early game, might not have the best time of his life, just because if you get charmed, you're gonna struggle a lot because you will expect that the orb will follow through. But this time around, we did not get an Akali, given maybe because of her nerfs, but we got the second best thing for the duelist, which is a Fiora.
Yeah, the 4-1 setup coming from the side of DR Esports going to get unlocked. Devil J is going to be scary on that champion. It's going to go up against a Riven this time around for power at the top lane.
Now we are into the Rift Devil J. Again, usual start. Baron laners will get a bit of BXP, but now for the side of DR Esports, their Dragon Lane duo has a hell of a lot of hope. So Danny as well as Rafael might not have the best time of their life, but at the very least they will try to match up against their esports' Dragon Lane. Devil J's wave, Power's wave will be pushed into the side of Devil J. You have Power constantly trying to harass this Baron laner. The stance is not going to connect. At the very least, Power was able to keep Devil J pretty occupied. Vitals are now seen, but no one is actually going to commit.
Yeah, level 3 is going to be incredibly strong for Power here. We'll see if Devil J can time the riposte timings on the stun coming from the Riven. Meanwhile, for the bottom lane, good news for Gospel. He is paired with a Nami. We talked about this before. One of the best pairs for the Varus to compensate on how low mobile this champion is with the movement speed passive, and as well as the Staff of Flowing Water to help increase that ability haste, the spam ability. Especially, Gospel is going to be aiming for more piercing arrows to take control of this lane, and as well as the fights later on. Skirmish-wise, of course, DR Esports, when we take a look at the Lee Sin and the Ahri, incredibly strong, really good synergy. Level 3 is a good power spike. The same goes for Fennel Adversity on this Gragas and as well on this Xin Zhao. So we'll have to see if the skill shots actually land, as Doming is going to be scared away, actually, but he's still able to secure all of the Krugs. So again, DR Esports going to be relying on the charm connecting before anything else for the chain of corruptions to follow through, and as well as the bubble. Fennel Adversity, in the meantime, they have a better way of setting things up because, again, not exactly a skill shot, body slam, and as well as the audacious charge are going to help Fennel Adversity set up for the skirmishes later on.
Dan already has his reset in earlier than DR Esports with the help of Shinja. But looking to the Baron lane side, Power gets greeted by Devil J.
Nice charm.
To connect. You also have the shields coming through. Will be enough. Grand challenge has been used. Power hit. First blood going
Power,
over to
hello?
Power. He wants more. Power, hello, indeed. Actually gets a double kill before he gets taken down. The outplay from this Riven. What a highlight just 2 minutes in.
Yeah, that is crazy. Power getting 2 early kills. That is definitely not what you want. Even though, especially, it is a first blood advantage over to Fennel Adversity. And that's the thing, DR Esports couldn't cleanly execute the tower dive. And they fell in one by one, therefore weren't able to follow through with the continuous damage. And Fennel Adversity, definitely happy about that one.
Definitely. I mean, that's everything a Riven could want. Did use a flash and a barrier there, but it was so worth it. Now he's back into his lane. Looking back into the Dragon Lane side, you have Danny the front line. Rafe just throwing out the Whimsies and the Glitter Lance here and there just to constantly poke rocks or Gospel, and the Flow is going to be thrown out as well. But looking at the Baron Lane, again, here comes round number 2. Power, very confident. Here comes Edaf leaving the mid lane yet again, but Power, game sense kicking in, he decides to not fully commit and just went with the recall. 17 seconds before the first Drake and the Rift Herald spawns.
Fennel Adversity would love to have this Earth Mountain Drake once more because of the shields. They are going up against Gospel here with a lot of the piercing arrows, especially as well with, you know, the ebb and flow, being able to poke out the lane of Fennel Adversity. So this is going to hold true value for that mitigation. Meanwhile, though, Fennel Adversity going to be starting this one. DR Esports going to decide to trade instead of pursuing a fight. Because again, this setup for DR, they have a lot of pick potential. So if they want to fight confidently into objective fights head on, they have to make it a 4v5, get a pick, or rather, not in that order, get a pick, make it a 4v5. Fennel Adversity, though, setting up for this dive.
Recalls will not be cancelled. That was so close. So I thought Doming was gonna jump in. So it looks like, okay, they could just possibly get the first blood turret aside from the first blood that we already have. There's probably be someone in the Baron lane, but here comes the cast being used. Danny with a cape and raid. Lacey being bursted down. You have the Wild Graph being thrown out, but Rafe, Shaw, I thought he was gonna be okay, but that auto attack really came through and just ended his life. Danny with the shields did not use barrier yet, though. DR Esports very much happy with the kill that they got.
They were able to get a kill, but in in exchange for Etaf's life there. So for Fennel adversity, they also prevent the exchange tower take at the bottom lane. So Fennel does have that one up against DR Esports, not only in gold, but as well as having a better protection on towards their towers. There's so much vision going around the top side just to make sure to protect Power, considering the fact that he is the #1 target of DR. Edaf roaming top, Etaf ganking, and as well as Devil J wanting to get ahead to unlock the Fiora for that 4-1 split push. We've seen the Fiora before, how no one will eventually be able to match, especially in the later stages of the game. So they definitely want to get Devil J ahead.
And just give him the space that he needed. But for now, you have their esports roaming around the map, and the 3 champion unit down at the bottom. Another 4-1 setup for Fennel. They could try and catch EDUF off guard, but looks like EDUF was able to run to the safe side. You have things coming through for Fennel adversity. They possibly want to get the turret, but you also have Nami as well as Gospel returning back to their lane. The Vitals has been sent out, but Power will be a-okay.
Yeah, he can definitely manage on his own. No fear whatsoever. He only has a measly little bitty ward on the tri-brush, but because Doming is on red side right now, Power can rest easy a little bit more. They do have a little bit of information where the Ahri was, so Power can harass Devil J a little bit.
Devil J, I thought he was gonna press his chances there, but looks like it will be a no. And I like the ward from DR Esports there. I believe they were able to see Shinja, which was why Devil J just decided to back away. So far, 6 minutes in, a lot of things in the favor of Fennel adversity. Let's see, will they be able to press with their lead, or will DR Esports, with the help of Gospel and EDAF, will they be able to scale? Will EDAF be able to get these pickoffs?
Yeah, that is the biggest question as we see a pause, and we can use the pause to discuss a little bit more of just as what you mentioned, Yuko. I mean, yeah, Lee Sin eventually will fall off rather. It's just going to be a kick bot, trying to find these flanks, trying to kick someone out of position. Eduf as well will be able to, Eduf is going to, again, the key here are the charms being able to land. But of course, Rabadons, after getting that Rabadons, is just going to be better, bigger damage on that second item. And of course, the Chain of Corruptions is very important for it to hit, just so that they can ensure the kill on a pick or two. And the tidal wave, I think it's one of those engage and disengage option for the side of DR Esports, and I think that is definitely how it's going to go once the later stages of the game arrives. It's going to be a 4-1 setup. Of course, Devil J on that Fiora is going to be constantly splashing. I was going to say that instead. Split pushing. I'm making up a word. I'm combining 2 words. Split pushing and pressuring at the other side on the side lanes.
And actually, you mentioned the Chain of Corruption plus a tidal wave. It's actually a good initiate or a good combo for the side of DR Esports. If they do see a possible team fight, Chain of Corruption, tidal wave, which of course will connect at least to 2 or to 3, assuming Fennel adversity will still run that 4v1 setup. But now we're gonna hop back into the Rift 7 minutes in. Shaw being able to push EDUF back, and the usual story, the usual game here for the Dragonling side, but still waiting for a good pickoff from EDUF here.
And we're seeing another pause. We'll see though if EDAF is able to land those charms. I mean, he does have 2 kills already on the scoreboard. So that is something that they can take advantage of, especially as we talked about this before. They're moving into the second item, which is that Rabadons. And that's going to be very, very comfortable, I suppose, a very comfortable setup for Edaf to keep continuing with the lead. We've seen how he has performed back in the group stages as well. Very consistent on his mid lane picks, on his assassin. So Fennel Adversity should watch out for that.
Definitely. And if we're going to look at the goal for each player, the only champion that was able to one-up his opponent is Ari. This EDAF and the mid lane has more gold compared to Gragas, which just got the Leandris, but the rest is in favor of Fennel Adversity. Let's not even mention the first blood that Power had in the early game. So just a quick pause. Don't worry, guys. It's gonna be okay. I know you guys want to see what will happen in game number 2. But again, so far, it's a pretty quiet map. Dear Esports, I like this play. Again, they're just waiting for Gospel to scale with that Varus, and they just want to make sure that they have enough sustain and firepower before they try to be up against or pick a fight rather up against an adversity. This is again match point. If they push this to a 1-1, could be the first game 3 of the day, or maybe another 2-0 in favor of again the men in their side.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned they're just waiting for Gospel as well. I feel like Yomu's Ghostblade and Muramana fully stacked is your sweet spot for Gospel to create these impactful, piercing arrows to hurt and basically force Fennel Adversity to be a little bit more wary, especially when it comes to objective fights. Looking at the items now, though, we've got Sterex already completed for the Xin Zhao. So Doming is going to survive a little bit more. And
that is maybe the bubble connecting. He gets stunned. Tadlife being sent out. And Rafe, that was just an innocent Lulu walking around, but she got annihilated. Power though, the barreling Tide Vitals again being shown how their pros coming through. It's not going to be enough. And the stuns coming through from course Power as well, but Devil J will be able to push his luck. Grand challenge being used. Power still now on the chase. He's gonna dash in. No honey fruit just yet. 3 posts. Stun. Shield. Looks like Devil J will be able to get that kill, but Power is very, very slippery. A jump in, a flash in. The kill going over to Power. Was able to get the honey fruit as well.
Gotta love Power's confidence here in that matchup. He was able to say, okay, Grand Challenge, not proc. Look at this, so Edaf might get an exchange kill over here. Sphere Rush.
Be careful of the charm, but looks like Power will be a-okay. But no, I take that back on the connect. You have the Stays enchant being used. Whimsy being sent out as well, but the kill is gonna go over to Danny. Killings becoming over for the side of EDAF. It will be a 1-to-1 trade. When Adversity rotating over to the Dragon Lane side, they are focused on the turret. Piercing arrow being sent out as well. Danny with the shields coming out from Rafe, and looks like they're gonna hold their ground. Occasionally being sent out again. No more Marine Wave, so Fennel will just fall back.
Yeah, this is definitely a more even game compared to game number 1, Fennel Adversity and DR. Both have equal dragons and as well as tower takes. And the fact that both have early members that had early kills in the first few minutes of the game, Edaf this time around will definitely be a little bit more pressured to use that lead. We talked about the Rabadons, and now that's the pickup. This is where Edaf will be more and more aggressive. Fennel Adversity, though, you got to see Power aggressive as well, but is able to fall in the hands of Edaf from earlier. Proto Belt already used, so that's a lot of mobility for Edaf to utilize. Power sneaking in.
Sneaky Power. Stuns him like as well. Will Devil J be able to read the combo? Looks like the amount of damage from Riven was too much. Repose is going to be used, but it's not going to be enough. Grand Challenge being popped as well. Another stun. Another kill going over to Power. But here comes Etaf with that kick and that Sonic Wave to be able to finish off the kill. Barret is up. Fennel is locking into the Baron's pit. DR Esports, they would want to get a pick off or the Baron or maybe both.
Power is definitely needed as he is the most, he has the member with the most skill, so they definitely need his strength before anything else, before Fennel Adversity can confidently engage into these fights. On the other side of the spectrum, for DR Esports, if Power is dead, then they can be a little bit more confident starting these fights, especially if Edaf is alive. Look at this duo. We talked about this, the mid and jungle.
Yes.
Poor Power. He's gonna die for sure.
Oh no, but here in the middle, that's been charm collecting. But you know what, let's talk about the Dragon Lane side. Orbis gonna come through. Stasis enchant being used by Power, but he was able to flash out. Riven still being chased. The orbs coming through.
No way.
But he was A-okay. A lot of ultimate
Baron.
These are being used. Baron lane side.
Hit across.
Nami gets taken down. You have the wild growth connecting onto Xinjiao. Devil J being chased. The shields, the auto attacks will come through. Piercing arrow not enough to pierce through the life of Fennel adversity.
Well played by Fennel there. Power was supposed to fall, and he was able to maneuver around that as an annoying Riven who has a lot of mobility on the kit to escape. He's able to zigzag his way. Look at Doming positioning here.
Jumping in. And now you have the occasional being channeled yet. Again, it was not enough though. Void Seeker will not connect. Danny does not have killer instinct, so I don't think he wants to even take that risk. Power, hello, will be greeted by Itafit again, but that's a very, very mobile Riven. So he's gonna be A-okay.
Yeah, Power is going to be fine, and that is too close. Fennel Adversity actually almost gotten the Baron in that instance. Whenever they'd find Etaf far away from that objective, Fennel Adversity is so quick to their decision to get to that Baron and start it off and rattle DR Esports a little bit more. But an easier objective to take, though, is coming up in 10 seconds, more or less, as the Air Drake. This is going to be very important for DR Esports, meaning movement speed, important to roam around the map to enable all of these picks, because they have an Ahri, they have this Lee Sin. And look at this, Edaf, positioned very sneakily over here near the Dragon.
They are going to check that Pixel Brush, but apparently no one is there from DR Esports side. So the Final Adversity will focus onto the Air Drake. A lot of firepower and damage coming out, and just like weather, again, Cloud Dragon was melted by Final Adversity. DR Esports had no chance to even contest that. No time even to try and secure the Baron. Etaf now has GA, and right off the bat, right after getting the Mountain Drake, they would want to get the kill onto Devil J, force a flash out of this guy. Barrel being rolled out, Final Adversity will go with the recall.
I think that's pretty huge. The fact that they were able to bait out Devil J's flash is very important. Oh no!
Oh no, indeed, that is the full commit on the Daddy, but he's okay. He'll be able to use the barrier. No kills for the side of DR Esports. At the very least, one turret down for the side of DR. Now you have the Wild Growth being used. Charm, the orb again, but Doming is just too tanky. Piercing arrow being sent out. Power! There's engaged, jumping for power. He does get exhausted, but he don't care. He even got charmed, but will he get taken down? It will be a no. Now you have the catering being sent out, plus the Void Seeker, but still not enough to get any kill, except from Devil J.
Power was so tempted to make like that highlight reel where you get 4 stuns and just burst people down. Everybody from DR were pretty much clumped together. But so far, it is only Devil J who fell in that fight. And I think that's still pretty huge. Fennel Adversity already building towards their lead a little bit more with that, with 2 dragons on the board, with more turrets as well. Look at that. Bottom lane, because Power was constantly pushing bot and pressuring bot. There is no inner tower already, and look at Power. He is back in the game. He is back here at the bottom lane, and Devil J has to constantly deal with that. And with that, Fennel, getting that Air Drake is just going to enable this strat constantly even more.
Power is 1 level up and 2k gold above Devil J. So at the very least, Devil J will just try to stop Power from continuing or staying in this lane. In the other half of the map though, Fennel and DR, they're just saying hi, hello, few love taps here and there, but I don't think the orb will get anyone just yet.
This is gonna be very tricky. The way the map is going, look at the wards coming from Fennel Adversity here. Making sure that Edaf cannot enable a sneaky charm from any of the sides, any from the mid lane. Look at this though. Edaf might get sandwiched here. Looks like that's going to be a no.
So
but
close.
Look at, yeah, it's just too close. There's going to be protective vision, though, coming from DR Esports. So that is the good news. They are able to secure the Scuttler. So Fennel is unable to set up for the future Baron. But it is going to be soon as the Scuttler expires, just because Power has been constantly pressuring bot lane. So there's a lot of room to wiggle around with.
Death Brush. Nope. Okay, they're gonna rotate over to the mid lane now. You have Shadow Charm is not gonna connect, and Fun Adversity will be able to fall back yet again. This time around, there'll be a possible five-man in the Baron or in the Baron's pit. But their esports, they're trying to avoid as much team fights as they can, and they're gonna focus on getting the possible pickups. EDAP was able to spot out Doming there. Again, Theory is gonna hurt a lot. You also have the small arrows, mini arrows being thrown out by Gospel. And Power still having his eyes on the jungler from DR Esports. Here comes Fennel with a jump in, but will that be enough to take Etaf down? He still has GA. No P is going to be AOP. Everyone is going to connect on the show as well as Power. Devil J will be in a tight bunch. You also have Ari jumping out of there. You have Fiora split pushing at the Jaguar lane side. Fennel Adversity spots this. They could get the kill or they could possibly get the Elder Infernal Drake.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely important. Again, big boost of damage. Of course, Fennel Adversity wouldn't pass for that. Look at the teleports coming in from Devil J just to go straight to the dragon.
They're gonna go in contest. E-Top will be seeing it. Tyler is gonna connect on to one. Power does use Status Enchant, but you have Devil G in the middle of everything. Wild Grove being used. You have Power into deep, but Fennel Adversity with the re-engage. Kick connecting on to Danny. PR being annihilated. Danny's gonna say goodbye. E-Top being boxed in. Doming has his eyes on this Lacey. The bubble is gonna connect on to 3. Now you have 4 other members from Fennel left. The ADC down, but for DR Esports, they have their Baron laner down.
This is really scary for Fennel Adversity as well. They are in the lead, but Devil J did a lot of work to remove the 2 towers in the bottom portion of the map. That means that's going to constantly have to keep an eye on by Fennel Adversity for sure. But of course, the Infernal Elder Drake is the utmost importance right now. For DR Esports, all they have to do is get a pick, try to bait someone out. And at this point of the game, 18 minutes, the death timers are going to be very unforgiving. Looking at Fennel, though, you've managed to see the itemizations, QSS available for Danny. So if the charm hits, it's just going to be an easy way out. And for Gospel, or rather, that's the Proto Belt and the Zonias for Etaf, just for the setups. If he dives in, Zonia's in, Guardian Angel as well. I believe the Guardian Angel has been procced already, so that is a key item. Not going to be available. Actually, no, it's still not popped just yet.
Now, Fennel Adversity will try to. I'm not sure this is gonna be a
Devil J
for the dragon, but looks like Devil J yet again with that split push, but looking into the dragon split it again. Power focus onto the Jake. That's an explosive cast coming through from Shaw. You have the title, you also have the bubble connecting onto 3. Here comes Power, was able to stun 2, but at what cost? At the cost of his very own life. Red team was able to get the Elder Infernal Drake. Now they will just collapse. Finally, the J has been procced. Now Fennel will just go back. Fiora gets annihilated yet again. Now Fennel, they are 4 champions left into the mid lane. DR Esports only has 4 left from their team as well. Danny is pretty much A-OK. Does not have the ultimate though. DR could at the very least get Baron.
Looks like the call is just apply vision down, as they're not confident. They need Devil J in this scenario. Look at this though. Danny, gonna get charmed? No. What?
Too close.
I mean, that is the death path. You do not want to walk there if there's no vision. You will immediately assume that an Ari is gonna stay lying in waiting.
That's the perfect area to land your orb or your charm. I mean, the range is definitely fits there. Now, jumping back, you have Fennel. Void Seeker is not gonna connect. At the very least, they are clumped together, giving this Baron a start. Dear Esports, go with the steal if you can. 20 minutes in, the boss will definitely be seen. Polymorph coming through. Shield of Corruption connecting onto this Shaw. The exhaust has been used on Power as well. Dear Esports could not do anything but fall back.
The 6k gold lead already plus the Baron, so Fennel Adversity can start the siege. Look at that, Danny already buying his last item in the game, which is the Phantom Dancer. It's going to be very hard to try and pin him down with more of that survivability, but we talked about this. Kaisa with the late game, this is it, 20 minutes already in TR Esports. We talked about this as well, a lot of things falling off already. Edaf will have to just charm from the base as the siege continues on for Fennel Adversity.
Power is so confident, but he does get kicked right in the face by Lee Sin. He was able to hop his way out of there. You mentioned Danny, queen of the late game for this guy. So he's also 3K above Gospel on this player.
Tidal wave.
Connect on to being knocked off airborne, and you have the stuns connecting on the Domeng, but he is A-okay. The Wild Growth is still available. Power focused on the turret. Mid lane turret for these players who also fall down. What could they do? Cast being thrown out. Devil J gets annihilated yet again. Fennel now slowly making their way into the base. The Baron Buff minions also there. Fennel adversity closes the game with a 2-0.
And another 2-0 comes in. That means Fennel Adversity will have to face Team Secret in the upper bracket. And we brought this up, how when we saw Team Secret basically demolish Omega earlier in the day, who can pick up an attempt to basically try to crush Team Secret? As now, the answer is here. It could be Fennel Adversity.
If they keep this up, I will not be surprised if they'll be able to take down Team Secret, because that power, not the player, that actual power coming out from the team, as well as their very good shot calls, it was just seen into the game, which is why even DR Esports, a lot of our viewers actually favor them, but for now, it will be the downfall of the Dragons. But Adversity being able to tame the Black Dragons of the playoffs.
Exactly. Fennel Adversity has come so far. Again, looking at their summer season performance, immediately eliminated after day number 1, but this time around they get to survive another day, and they're showing how much they've improved since the beginning of, again, the summer season. And now for fall, it's so huge. And looking at the stats right now, you got Shaw. DR Esports tried to cripple Shaw's pool. They banned Oriana. They took out the Ziggs. Edda decided to pick up the Ahri, so what is left, it is going to be the Gragas, which, you know, Gragas has been practically rarely seen in the latter weeks of the fall season. So this is a statement that Shaw has been very consistent as a mid laner, and Power has been a huge headache for a lot of these teams because of that split push prowess, especially on the Riven. So this is a really it's looking really bright for Fennel Adversity.
Definitely. And Power does have the target on his back, but he was okay. Was able to turn things to his favor. Domeng, though, the unsung hero, or the shadow MVP, as I like to call him, really opened a lot of things for Fennel. He was the one soaking into damage. He was the one that usually received the wild growth from Rafe. But looking back, here are the highlights of game number 2.
Yeah, this highlight pains me. I mean, Power did an amazing job, but they came in one by one, and it resulted into 2 kills to Power, which enabled basically the Riven to be very annoying earlier on. And they've managed, DR Esports actually managed to get a lot of these early picks here and there, but unfortunately unable to transition that. And this 1v1 was just beautiful to watch. Power, knowing that the grand challenge failed, it was basically the go signal for Power to lean forward and go for the aggressive play against Devil J.
Yep, and again, the consistent fight between Devil J and Power, apparently in the end, Power still has the upper hand. At the very least, there were some times that DR Esports, they're focused on Riven, which is good. No one to stun their front line, but in the end, the moment when Adversity re-engages, again with the Lulu, even with the Kaisa, firepower definitely in the favor of the red team. That 3 champion stun was something as well. Power survived this, by the way. He got charmed, but he just had Stacy. So how do you kill this player? No, not player. Oh, goodness me. How do you kill this Riven?
Yeah, it's very hard with, especially at the later stages of the game where the cooldowns are relatively low. You're able to spam all your mobility skills and your shield as a Riven. So it's just so hard to pin Power down.
And match of the match will be Shaw on this Gragas. Has Flash, has Ignite, has all the damage in the world. So looks like we will be seeing Team Secret versus Fennel Adversity, and I love this. Azar versus Power, Shaw versus Tatsuri. Who will be the lead or who will one up their opponents in their respective role? But jumping back into this Gagas, a lot of very good explosive cast, as well as the Drunken Rage, who was able to sustain himself and help his team, despite the fact that DR tried their best to take the best possible champions in the mid lane. Shaw still shined through.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter during the draft whether or not he has been crippled of his common picks that has shown success in the group stages. It is still him picking up the Gragas and being very consistent no matter what. Gotta love his performance throughout so far, and excited to see them in general, Fennel Adversity face off against Team Secret, because again, it feels like after Team Secret's performance today, it felt like they could be the team to beat.
Definitely. But Fennel Adversity, they could be the possible team to stop the win streak from Team Secret. I mean, our panel Adversity really favors this team. So that was 2-2-0s in a row for day number 2, and you clearly see the line between these teams. But another fight I would like to see, I guess, is for the lower brackets. Again, those are just best of ones, so a lot can happen, and I want to see the teams go all in.
Yeah, it's going to be very very nerve-wracking for sure, especially that when you're dropped into the lower bracket, there is a lot of pressure on the line. It's the 2 slots to represent the country at the World of Wild Rift, the Wild Rift Sea Championship. So it's very extremely important, and we get to see that all that in the lower bracket later on tonight.
I'm still holding on to the chance that maybe there will be a PH team in Worlds, just throwing the idea out there. But again, that has been series number 2. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Ms. Riku. Do not forget to follow us on our socials, and we are gonna hop into a very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panel to come back.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated. Swish.
You know, every time we say, oh, this team's an underdog, they throw that nickname out the door. I just said that Fennel adversity were the underdogs. I'm gonna have to take that back now because it is a 2-0 for Fennel adversity and 100,000 Globe Cup points. They take down the dragon that is DR Esports. Let's jump into our series highlights right now. And we were talking about this behind the scenes. You know, I think that DR Esports, they might have thought this was going to be an easy win for them because true to Fennel adversity's consistent improvement sort of storyline over here, you know, there's really nothing new here for Fennel adversity. This is a pretty standard lineup for them. There are no surprises here. It's just that DR Esports, I think, you know, they were a little over enthusiastic in some moments. They weren't prepared that Fennel adversity actually knew what they were going to do and were going to give the right answer.
Yeah, what I love about the changes of Fennel adversity is the spotlight on power. Most of the resources are being given to him as Danny being the insurance play. We saw from game 2, I mean, I'm sorry, Autolus, I have to cover this, that they wanted to focus Danny, but with how power is exponentially onto the second power, showing his newfound skills, they were able to put down DR Esports, and that was also pretty evident on game 1 as they really focused on that Riven, and they didn't. DR Esports didn't respect that part. They let it open. It was again a first pick coming in from Fennel adversity.
1v3, not a problem for Mr. Power. Power has elevated himself to the second power, I believe, or to the third power. I will leave you guys to that, but I did mention that, you know, in this particular matchup, if DR Esports don't become careful and if they, you know, overlook Fennel adversity will just, you know, come and bite them. No longer the underdogs that is all bark. They are now here to bite their opponents, the dragon being the latest victim. And I still love what happened in game number 2. It went the distance, right? At 20 minutes, I believe DR Esports' first tower in the mid lane was still intact. To a point that it took Fennel adversity, like the Elder Dragon, in order for them to just break down the first tower. And that shows the resiliency as well of DR Esports. DR Esports is still one of the best contenders that we have so far here. But kudos, and the credit has to be given where it's due. Fennel adversity is now in the upper bracket finals.
Exactly. And, you know, the improvement of this team has been so inspiring indeed because, you know, you look back at their matches during the summer season, it was like, oh, okay, they come back and then they tweak this one little thing, and they come back, you know, a few weeks later, they tweak this one little thing until now they're actually here. We actually saw that improvement happen right here in the Icon series, and this is the result. So, you know, you can't help but smile when you see them fly because it's so incredible to see this team grow from where they were, and then suddenly, oh, what is this? To lose.
I'm smiling.
I mean, the underdog story is really lovely. And even the draft is carefully being picked out, especially on game 2. That Lulu pick is a huge value coming in from Fennel adversity. So I must say that every step of what they're doing, it's a 100 IQ play.
Yeah.
Welcome to the FLA hype train, or maybe airplane.
This is Fennel adversity.
Jeepney.
This is Fennel adversity. Yeah, a jeepney. Let's stick with the airplane. We can fly here in the light place. We can fly here in the light place. Yeah. And just to remind everybody once again, we're not forgetting the spaghetti dance that Osiris needs us. I'm gonna do that every single panel segment. So until we get that, Just putting it here. Just putting it here before we move on over to our next matchup of the day. Welcome back, DR Esports, but they are now in the lower bracket and they will be up against LAKAN Esports. Now, moving over to DR Esports, first and foremost, of course, as Otolus mentioned, they're still one of the heavy hitters here in the Icon series. They have this opportunity to get back on their feet. They had a few minutes to regroup and recuperate. They might have underestimated Fennel adversity. I don't think they'll make the same mistake with LAKAN Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if DR Esports underestimated Fennel, I must say also that it was the effort as well of Fennel adversity. Yes, somehow they are, I believe they are a bit complacent on game one. That kind of reflected on the advantage or how quick that Fennel adversity finished the game. But then on game two, it was they're protecting the mid tower because they know that it will open up the map. It will be a free Baron, a free Dragon. So they tried to recuperate, they tried to regroup and defend it. Everyone is still there, especially Rocks, of course. This Mr. Ocean is what you're saying, got his clutch saves from those trash plays. And with the lantern, with the play, and even an accurate death sentence, he was able to stop Power. So this time, being on the lower bracket, it somehow means that they are a bit on a pit stop. It means that they need to have extra work moving into finals if they are the ones really going to represent us. But the kill participation says it all. 80%. This guy is always present.
Always present indeed. And with that lovely selection of champions over there, who knows what he's going to bring out this time against LAKAN Esports. Now, LAKAN Esports, they have the momentum in their favor right now. They've taken down one undefeated team. I guess we can call them kind of like the gatekeepers of the championship right now. Are they prepared to take down another champion, another favored for the championship team? Moreover, in a best of three, that's a big question here.
What I'm sure of is that they will have their attitude of never say die still intact. And it has brought their fans believing. Now, the next step is realizing after getting an improbable win over the tournament favorites in RRQ, stopping here is definitely not an option. Beep boop buff is really online here with our joke on his Blitzcrank. Hashtag Lakas Lakan is in full effect, but our solo player highlight is ISE to the N. Isen has been the aggresso N of LAKAN Esports squad. His potential to carry games was never in question. Looking at the numbers, he's really over the top. What remains is if he will remain disciplined enough to prevent punishments waiting to happen. LAKAN and their fan base will live or die by the Isen.
This is gonna be, of course, a matchup to watch indeed, because Isen has been that X factor of LAKAN, and we saw how well he performed in the group stages. Of course, it's gonna be interesting to see who the team rallies around Isen, and against Rocks. It's gonna be really interesting to see the identities of these teams come out in those players. But of course, we have our Globe key player clash right here, and we've seen both of these players right in front of you guys right now, really stepping it up. It's going to come to a head right here in our Globe key player clash between Devil J and Tante. Panelists, what are your thoughts on this?
First things first, you can see the kill participation, 52% coming in from Devil J, and you have 53 for Tante. But the KDA, 4.84. Devil J got his own moments, but he's broken with the broken wings coming in from Power. So he was taken care of, and he was completely irrelevant for that few clashes. And at that point, he's not the person that we saw playing on a Garen, on a Darius, or something that can go on a passive lane or static lane. Going back to Sunsparks, and that's the reason why they are not really getting that too much of a points moving into Icon series. So I guess Tante's setup is better, but they need also to stop Devil J if they want to stop DR overall.
That's right. Just to wrap it up, I still think that DR Esports is a totally different team if Devil J is on a winning condition, right? Is on a winning lane. But Power just outpowered Devil J earlier. And I feel like in that 15 minutes alone and a couple of more minutes added, he has to reset. Against Tante, one of our most improved players here in Fall Split, it's going to be a tough task for both these gentlemen. I'm just here to enjoy the show.
You know what? It's gonna be quite a show indeed, but I feel like in this scenario, I feel like DR Esports is gonna get the groove back. I think this is gonna be a 2-0 in favor of DR Esports. But I'm eager to hear your thoughts. I mean, like, the players of LAKAN Esports have definitely been stepping it up. My vote is going to DR Esports for the first of our lower bracket matches. What about you guys?
Never say die, but I still think that DR Esports has all the right components to get this lower bracket run into its full potential. So DR Esports will get this win over LAKAN Esports.
Well, as much as I'm respecting DR Esports with their run, but the surprise coming in from Fennel Adversity and me losing all of my predictions, I'm a go with LAKAN because, just to put it in a different perspective and knowing that...
you won 0-3. Okay, we'll give that to you. Don't worry.
Come on, let's continue.
Oh my gosh, okay, this is very entertaining. We're gonna get back to Osiris over here and his the production. I just got a message from the production saying that we already have spaghetti. Maybe we want some carbonara in there. I don't know. Let us know. Let us know your favorite pastas over here for Osiris over on Twitter. Use hashtag Dominate the Rift and hashtag SISPH to have your tweets featured on over here in our panel segment, and sometimes the casters read out those tweets as well. I believe we have 2 tweets to feature at the moment. We have Shark Kathy, a good friend of us here in the Icon series. The Dragons are no longer undefeated. Congratulations to Fennel Adversity and good luck to DR Esports in the lower bracket. That is actually the perfect seg into our match. Good luck indeed to DR Esports. They will be up against LAKAN Esports. Good luck to both teams, actually. We have quite a match indeed. Let's bring up our second tweet over here, and I actually hope I saw a tweet, and I hope that this was like something that was for Osiris, but instead it is from Osheri. Oh my gosh, how do you read this? Osheri. I think. Please.
Osheri.
Maybe. Let us know. I mean, we'll probably find you on Twitter and ask you about that. But Riven is so broken, Riven is so broken with all of the appropriate hashtags, and
I agree.
I mean, after of course the performances and how we see Riven incredibly optimized here in the Icon series, I am not gonna disagree. I'm not even gonna talk about my ranked games against the Riven right now. Let's leave that out of that and leave that over to the pros. I'm gonna say though, Autolus makes Timo look broken. Just say.
Yeah.
Just say. Just say. We are gonna head on over into our third match of the day. LAKAN Esports seems to be the big gatekeepers here for the Icon series. RRQ did not get past them, but can DR Esports succeed where they failed? We're gonna find out. It's LAKAN Esports versus DR Esports casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
When teams are pushed with their backs against the walls, their best tend to come out, and that is what I love about the lower brackets. We get to see the best from the teams. This time, DR Esports versus LAKAN Esports. Was the break enough for the Dragons to recuperate and gain their composure back? Or has LAKAN prepared enough to take down the wounded Dragons completely? We will know shortly. Good afternoon. I am York, and with Miss Infinity. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm doing amazing. I'm excited for this lower bracket because yesterday we've seen some dire situations in the lower bracket as well. And now, from 8 teams, now down to 4, or now down to 6. It's going to be very, very devastating coming down to it because we will lose 2 teams in this lower bracket today, and only 2 can go to the lower bracket semifinals up until the lower finals to have a chance for the grand finals.
Yeah, I had my votes up, right? I've already seen one of my favorite teams go out in this tournament, and another one is in the verge or is being threatened. Their position is being threatened by LAKAN once again. They are esports. They're very close to my heart right now. How they performed in the group stages right now, it's not comfortable looking at this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be at their very best at this point. No player can underperform because right now it's a do or die match.
Right, definitely. And with that, let's welcome everyone to the champion selection screen brought to you by Riot Go. LAKAN will be on the blue side. DR Esports will be on the red. Who do you think are the bans going to be?
Well, it's Senna being locked in immediately by LAKAN Esports as a ban. Respect against Rocks. And also, DR Esports now banning away Ari at this point in time. I think it's a huge respect onto the potential Nasa Senna. And we've seen Senna being played by DR Esports in the past, not as a support best, but as a marksman with huge damage potential. So now being banned away, they don't want to fight against it. Rengar and Akali to follow through as the next bans.
Alright, so the junglers are being banned. Rengar, one of the strongest right now, and also Lee Sin, Fizz, and that Akali, the assassins, will not be present. This is going to be very interesting. Varus is still one of the favorites right now of many teams to pick up during their matches. Let's see if Varus is going to be coming up, but there it is. Camille is going to be open. That's going to be opened up by LAKAN.
Now, DR Esports will follow through with the Riven and Twisted Fate. I think they want to play as a global present up against LAKAN Esports, and we've seen Riven being played out. I think the panel has talked about it as well, how dominant Riven has come to be in patch 2.4b. So DR Esports wants that security when it comes to the early game up until the late game. But LAKAN, answering with the Darius and Galio, they don't want to fight against 2 semi-global ultimates, so LAKAN stealing it away.
Yes, definitely. That's a good pick right there. That's a good deny. You mentioned about the Riven. We just saw it earlier. 61% win rate. We heard that from the panel. Even our Twitter, even the Twitter posts, Riven is just very strong currently in this patch. We don't Devil J on the Riven is also very scary. Kaisa right here is gonna be seeing light in this fight. Not the Varus, not the Lucian, not the Corki, but Kaisa will be present.
Oh, Ziggs will be locked in as the last pick for LAKAN Esports, means that Galio will be acting as a support. DR will answer that with an Orianna to be locked in onto this draft today for this match number 1. I think LAKAN wants to play in a very aggressive type of situation according into the early game with its big snowball potential, because they have Darius in their draft and Ziggs as well. Now, DR wants to play the mid-game, late-game with their type of composition alongside with Olaf, Riven, and Orianna, and Twisted Fate being that early aggression as well at level 5.
And we cannot always discount the presence of Lulu and Olaf as a wombo combo. Whenever Olaf goes in and with the Lulu, that Olaf is going to be very scary. So, LAKAN will have to take care of themselves whenever an engage is going to come up from the side of DR Esports. And there it is. Wormhole is already open. The portal should be bringing us to the Wild Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone's excited. I'm excited. Welcome to the Wild Rift as we start game number 1. DR Esports is on the red side. LAKAN Esports on the blue. Early game shenanigans are not going to be present right here. They're just going to be the Baron laners are just going to be helping this mid lane to clear this one up, and then they should go to their respective lanes.
Yeah, DR Esports is prioritizing onto the fast clear in the mid lane to enable Edolf to roam elsewhere. And LAKAN Esports, traditional setup when you have a Camille as your jungler.
Right.
You have a support leashing it down to be able to get that clear easily at the red buff. So I think Camille having that leash can now go into the rocks to be able to gain that XP and also gold to be able to try and impact at level 3.
Yes, definitely. Let's see. Bottom lane. All right, and this is going to be very interesting. Gospel will be able to connect with the gold cards and put in more damage. So that is something we want to look at. But it is LAKAN Esports will get priority on the bottom lane. What I really want to focus on lanes right now is this Baron lane. The Darius does not have... I mean, Darius is strong, but against a Riven, it is usually the Riven that wins the lane. And we're seeing it right now as Devil J is already pushing in that Baron lane. Let's see if LAKAN Esports have something up their sleeves to even this deficit at the top lane.
It's just you have so much skill kit and you can spam a lot having the Riven. On top of all that, you have a lot of ability, but here, LAKAN Esports engaging.
Alright, fight for the Rift Scuttler, and it is going to be DR Esports who takes the first blood of the game. Not just first blood, they take 3 as Olaf gets a double kill. What a play right there by DR Esports. So much blood spilled just for Rift Scuttler.
Huge start for DR Esports because it's not just about getting all those kills. When you're looking at the stats, it's Oriana having 3 assists. It's Twisted Fate 102 having that 1 kill. Pretty much when it comes to the gold accumulation in that fight alone, DR Esports already has secured their 2K gold lead in the first 2 minutes into the game. So that is just so huge to start this game off.
Yes, and they got the kill onto the Camille, onto the Kaisa, and even the Galio. That's gonna put a dent on the laning phase of the Dragon laners on LAKAN Esports side. Dante is at the turret at the top. Will not be just clearing out the waves. That's gonna be good gold for him. But then again, DR Esports already on top of this game. They are now up 2K. Let's see if they can push this further, the lead that they have.
I think they need to balloon this. This is what DR Esports is known for, but Gospel.
Yeah, the gold card is going to be connecting right there, but Arjuk is already out of trouble right there. But yeah, this is DR Esports pressing the issue right now. If you have this early gold lead, you don't really want to relax, especially against a Kaisa. You want to make sure that Kaisa will have a harder time here on the DR lane. At the top lane, good poke right there, but Devil J forces Tante out of the lane.
Chinese one might actually set up a play here. Devil J waiting around.
Alright, I guess the ward is going to be catching Devil J right here. X6 Ultimatum is casted. That is the Mega Inferno Bomb from downtown, not connecting onto Devil J. Devil J is out of trouble.
Yeah, it's a quick movement by Devil J to be able to go back away. Although that is wasting his barrier and his flash at key time playstyle, because currently it's 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 20 seconds left for the Cloud Dragon and the Rift Herald to come up. So without it, I think Devil J will have a hard time in those objectives, but still, you have to consider their esports 2K gold lead.
Yes, especially LAKAN Esports invested so much for that. Chianis doesn't have the ultimate. Dedenne doesn't have the Mega Inferno Bomb when the Dragon is going to come up. It's going to be the Cloud Drake. Destiny is going to be popped right here. LAKAN Esports is already marching onto the Rift Herald. DR Esports is gonna go for a hunt right here. They don't want to get the objectives yet. They're already going towards the Rift Herald for the contest right here. I think there's gonna be a big fight. 2 wards right here. It's gonna be spotting the entrance of DR Esports. LAKAN will just disengage. DR Esports is gonna complete the kill, the steal onto that Rift Herald. Well played.
They just can't get the coverage. LAKAN Esports, if they stay there, DR Esports will collapse on them. So they opted to go back to be able to give DR Esports a Rift Herald because they can't go for the 5v5 at the stated game, because when you're looking at the levels as well, DR Esports have 1 level advantage in their jungler and in their ADC, and Aizen was not even there to go for that fight.
Yes, definitely. The smite is much more stronger on Adav's side, so it's not going to be a very easy steal onto the LAKAN Esports side. And there it is. If you're DR Esports right now, you should be very happy with this early game. All the check marks that you need is checked already. The Rift Herald taken, the first Dragon taken, 3-0 is taken, and you have an early gold lead. This is so far DR Esports game. At the top though, Chianis is going to be caught on a bad neighborhood right here. Chianis already very low, will be able to escape right there, but they're going to focus on Tante instead. That is going to be a very good stun connecting. Is it going to be enough? No, I don't think so. With the hero's entrance to save Tante, LAKAN will be able to get out.
Yeah, very safe play for LAKAN. That hero's entrance saved Tante's life, alongside with some apprehend coming in from DR Esports. But so at the state of the game, I think LAKAN Esports is just waiting for that opportunity, but DR Esports hovering around topside.
I guess they want to get the first hit. That's the only check mark that they haven't gotten yet. But Edap is going to be coming in with the Ragnarok, and that is Arjuk taken down, and they're not done yet. Dante, next on the menu, is going to go down with Olaf skills, and that is going to be Rampage onto the old man. Rift Herald still available right here. They're just going to be clearing the wave, wait for the wave to come in, and they should Are they gonna use the Rift Herald? No need to use the Rift Herald at this point. They will take 2 bodies down, and they will take the top turret as their reward.
Massive takedowns for DR Esports at this early game. This can actually dictate what happens in the late game because DR Esports secured the Rift Herald, secured the Cloud Dragon, secured the Tafra's Blood, exponentially increasing from time and time again because currently they have the 6k gold lead. Every minute, they accumulate 1k gold lead more than LAKAN Esports. So if this follows through, if this pushes through when it comes to the mid game, this is going to be very hard for LAKAN Esports to recuperate on what they have lost in this state of the game. But still, there are a lot of opportunities to maybe still come back because Chinese one will be there. And when you're targeting onto Twisted Fate and Rihanna, that's going to be massive.
Oh, they spot another target right here. Poor Arjuk getting targeted here and there. Destiny is going to be invested right here to make sure Kaisa does not get out of trouble. And that's the ADC down on side of LAKAN Esports. Rift held to make sure that this turret also goes down. The gold card connects right in the face of Camille, and he goes down too as 4 champions in DR Esports dominate the bottom lane of this map.
That was unfortunate. I think Chinese one overextended and overstayed his welcome into the backside for DR Esports, where in fact, you already have a secured kill for DR Esports because they wasted a Destiny. They were going for the 2-man flank already. So I think that was just a bad move coming up for LAKAN Esports. They should have just stayed away, respected, given away the tier 1 turret bot lane. But right now, gonna be so much for DR Esports to utilize at 8k gold lead so far in this game. And when it comes to the Vision game, they have disadvantage away from LAKAN Esports as well.
Yes, definitely for LAKAN Esports. Welcome to exactly where you don't want to be against DR Esports. Down 8k, 0-8, and not hurt down. And going up against an Olaf who has a Cloud Drake, it's going to be all over the map. Giannis is going to be here. Going for the Tri-Bush. They're not going to be spotting anyone right now, so they're going to be okay, but I guess they're going to be meeting right here. LAKAN doesn't want any piece of that fight at this point. They're just going to disengage.
Yeah, because they need to respect it. DR Esports has gotten pretty much every single thing away, and LAKAN hasn't traded anything as of yet. No kills, no turrets, no dragons. And so far, that needs to change. And I think their answer is going for a gank top lane. Devil J doesn't know there are 5 men looking to kill him.
Yes, and this is very good for LAKAN Esports. I love this. Devil J, though, will be very mobile. And that top turret doesn't even go down. Well played by DR Esports. Dragon is being started right now by Olaf. They should be getting that. DR Esports is going to go for the chase right here. Destiny is going to be casted. Let's see who the target will be. I don't think they will pull the trigger at this point. LAKAN Esports will get out. DR Esports will get the Ocean Drake.
Look at that, though. They still want to push this through. DR Esports, aggression.
Right, good aggression right here. Edaf, the taunt is going to be connecting, but Edaf will be okay. Will have enough space and distance to survive that one. DR Esports still in a very good push, and they're focusing now on the mid. Olaf goes for the Ragnarok in. Detonate, forced to use the stasis, and it is godlike for the old man. He is trapped though inside the Hextech ultimatum. That's one of the counters when the Ragnarok is down, so he does go down. But Tante being focused on, and that's gonna be painful as it is Detonate. No, it is Gospel with the gold card slapping it on his face, and he goes down. Gospel and Devil J will focus on the top turret, and this should go down.
Not worked for LAKAN Esports. They lost Tante, they lost the mid laner, and trade for a jungle for DR Esports. And yes, that's huge gold bounty coming to the side for LAKAN. But still, this state of the game, 10k gold lead constantly for DR Esports, and it's increasing so far. It hasn't slowed down as of yet. And LAKAN is still on the edge of their seats. They need to do something to be able to impact this game. And I think their vision game needs to be done. And their hyper pressure onto a single champion should be present. Because if they don't, DR Esports will just be constantly going in for the 5v5, forcing out team fights. And then LAKAN Esports will have that massive deficit.
Definitely. Speaking of vision right here. Oh, hold that thought. The taunt is gonna be connecting by Galio. Arjuk will be targeted though. It's gonna be Kaisa who goes down first. And the fight is on. Arjuk is gonna be focused on and he's gonna go down. Detonate.
Destiny.
Where are you going, my friend? The Destiny is gonna be popped. It is going to be Dan Ponte. That's gonna be the target instead. Another gold card in the face of Darius. He goes down. One more and make that an Oppo ace in favor of DR Esports. Now they're gonna go for the Baron as their reward.
And now DR Esports getting all the kills, getting the team A. They can now go for the Baron Nashor without any contest because they're looking at this. Even if LAKAN Esports has CPs, they don't have their jungler. 13 seconds on the clock. This is going to be an easy take for DR Esports. An uncontested Baron Nashor. Now they could use this for a 1-3-1 setup later on. Pressure in all lanes up against LAKAN Esports.
Yes, definitely. Baron buff in the hands of DR Esports. Talking about being down in this game, now your opponents have the Baron buff. It's gonna be crazy. Only 2 outer turrets left onto the side of LAKAN Esports. This should be a very easy push for DR. They're just waiting for the wave to crash in. They're preparing everything right now, taking the buffs, and here comes the push. Well, let's see what setup are they gonna be doing for this Baron push.
Yeah, I think it's the traditional 1-3-1 when you have this so much advantage. And this state of the game wherein you have this gold lead up against LAKAN Esports. So far, we're seeing it through and through. But I think their biggest threat here is the mid lane. They need to open up the map to gain the map control up against LAKAN. And Devil J is split pushing in top side to divide the manpower of LAKAN Esports.
Yes, and guess I heard you. It's going to be a 1-4 setup for DR Esports. The mid is going to be focused on, and a fight breaks out right here as it is going to be Chianis going in for the fight. Gold card is going to be cast in right there. Hextech's ultimatum is going to catch 2 champions, but DR Esports is winning the fight here and there. It is 4 champions dead on the side of LAKAN Esports. Gospel is going to be coming in with that Destiny. Almost dies right there, but Stasis is going to save him. Nothing is going to save LAKAN though. For that ace, DR Esports smells blood, and they're going to go for the jugular. Another ace by DR Esports.
Nexus base is going to be open. DR Esports pressuring in.
All right, Nexus though just goes down. That was dominant from DR Esports, and the question when this game started was, has the Dragons recuperated? And the answer is a resounding yes. DR Esports are back, and they need one more to take down LAKAN in this lower bracket.
That's the undefeated team showing their undefeated performance in the lower bracket up against LAKAN Esports. They've shown us their early aggression that translated into a lot of objectives. That early game became the foundation of DR Esports' win throughout this game 1.
Yes. What do you think happened right there for LAKAN? How come they weren't really able to get a little bit a grasp of this game?
Now here's the thing. LAKAN Esports wasn't able to get any objectives at all. When DR Esports was getting the Rift Herald, they scoured back, they retreat. When DR Esports is going for the Dragon, they scoured back, they retreat. They were not able to get the Tower First Blood. And at the very least, you need to do that if you're the enemy team, wherein DR Esports is getting every single objective in the game. But the problem is they weren't able to do so.
Yeah,
at 10-minute mark, that was the first kill that they were able to secure. So pretty much, to answer your question, DR Esports just dominated that game, getting all objectives, getting all the kills.
Yes, definitely. LAKAN Esports, it feels like they threw the game for Rift Scuttler. That was a 3-0 advantage for DR Esports right away. But there it is, the scores of the game, 2-20. And it is DR Esports win. MVP is going to be Edap on that Olaf 10-1-8. Well played right there. Good Ragnar's, good aggression. He's just not scared at that point of the game because of the Lulu support, and that is the reason why we usually don't want to see these two coming in the game. Also, Devil J on that Baron lane was crazy.
Yeah, it's just so much for DR Esports when it comes to the composition, right? Because I think Etaf, Rox, good synergy between each other as a jungle support duo, but here we see the Olaf Lulu coming through. Its performance, its synergy is shining out. When you're looking at Etaf, every single engage, you have Lulu going in for the Wild Road, ready up for him to be able to tank that front line up against LAKAN, and their backline axis is gone.
Yes, definitely. We're going to be looking at the highlights of the match right here. Once again, it is this chase onto Tante. Tante should go down.
Yeah, and DR Esports at this state, this is what we're talking about after the game, the post game on that game 1. Wherein DR Esports got the Rift Herald, got the Cloud Dragon, got 7 kills, 7 minutes mark, 9-minute mark, no kills even for DR Esports. And I think this is their first time on getting a kill down onto Olaf, but it was too late. Etaf at this point in time was already like present in every single kill, in every single objective that DR Esports was taking down. So I think he was just so fed. He has just so much gold to be able to impact LAKAN Esports in a huge manner. And even at this state, they're getting every single thing in this game. Even Ocean Dragon secured by them later on. We're gonna see Baron being taken by them uncontested.
This is the fight where that was I believe that was the first ace of the game. There's another clash right here where DR Esports just dominated the fight. Hexix Ultimate is going to be casted right here. Not just 2 champions on the side of DR Esports, but once Giannis comes in, what could he do? The follow-up is just not there. He was just forced to stasis, just try to survive. Gospel goes in with the Destiny right here, almost dies right there, but luckily he has the stasis. And that was the fight. DR Esports, well played. The master of the match is going to be Edaf on the Olaf. 18.0 KDA kill participation, a whopping 90% with a gold per minute of 1,000 and 1,400 damage per minute. Well played.
Yeah, and even though kill participation, not exactly the perfect thing, but 90% is so huge.
Right. Yeah.
Pretty much every single kill, he was there. In the objectives, he was pretty much 100% there. The Dragons, the Barons, the Rift Herald, he's just so available in that matchup. He was just so wary of his location, and his map awareness was spot on. And I think Eta really deserved that MVP on that game, being able to impact that game significantly better for DR Esports.
Yes, definitely. Well played right here by Edaf. The question is, for LAKAN Esports, do you still want to see Edaf's Olaf in the next game? Would you ban this or not?
I mean, it depends. I think it could be banned away by LAKAN Esports. I think LAKAN in the past, especially in the group stage, has been highlighting on their adjustments when it comes to the draft phase, banning out these key champions. So I'm expecting maybe LAKAN Esports to ban away the Olaf, but they have to pick the cost of paying what they're banning away, because we're looking at a huge champion pool by DR Esports. The panel has talked about yesterday that even Rox alone has 9 champions in his inventory. So I think picking out those bans, picking out those picks is going to be very hard. But LAKAN needs to extend, go for the extra mile in the draft phase.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, if you ban out Olaf, most probably you're going to be taking out Lulu too. Then again, if you're gonna against DR Esports, they are a tough puzzle to really solve because of that depth. Let's break down the draft once again here, Infinity.
Yeah. So, LAKAN Esports, as we're just coming back that one, let's pick up on their bans. Senna, Akali, Lee Sin. These 3 champions are very, very strong. If you leave Akali open, DR Esports is just gonna wreak havoc. So, what will you ban if you're gonna opt to go and maybe remove Olaf for DR Esports? It's gonna be hard to select. Maybe the Lee Sin, but remember, Etof can also play this Lee Sin. If Akali is left open, mid lane, top lane can also play this through. And Senna is one of the champions of Rock. So I think it's really gonna be a hard selection right now for LAKAN. It depends on them what they want to do, but I think Olaf or Lulu needs to push through, needs to be removed away from the hands of DR Esports. Might it be on the bans, or might it be stealing away these key champions? Because when you're going for Kaisa, you can also go for Lulu, right? But the problem is they went for the Ziggs, so lacking on tank, so Galio will be their last resort. So really, it's going to be a difficult situation for LAKAN to adjust their composition if they want this exact thing to be remaining in Game 2. And DR Esports banning away Ari. We've seen LAKAN Esports play this champion very, very strong. Rengar as an overall jungler is currently one of the top picks right now in this category, and Fizz is just so mobile, especially when DR Esports wants to play the Twisted Fate, wants to play the Olaf. They don't want this mobile champion that has an invisibility time frame to go away with those engage.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate really just opening up so much potential of this Lulu Olaf lineup from DR Esports. Now, it is just a case of pick your own poison. If I were to ask you, Infinity, which would you rather face, an Olaf Lulu or a Senna possible Nasus combo from DR Esports? Which is better for you?
It's different. It's a different scenario. It's a case-to-case basis. So there is no standard. There is no commonality when it comes to picking on these champions. Because when you're talking about Olaf and Lulu, their advantage in this draft, in this game, or any particular game so far, is to have that hard engage for the enemy team. If the enemy team has a lot of CCs, in this case, you have Galio, you have Darius, you have Camille to be able to go for the stuns, knockups. Olaf and Lulu is going to be an amazing feat to be able to get across onto the axis on Kai'Sa and even Ziggs away for LAKAN Esports. And as we all know, Ziggs, when it comes to close combat, is not going to be the best champion from the mid lane. So far in this case, that's a great scenario. But when we're talking about the late game scaling, if you understand that your enemy team goes for that early aggression, is really a core early game centric team, you can go for the Nasus Senna, play very patient, you can bring it to the late game, because remember, Nasus and Senna, infinite scaling champions.
I love those points. I guess if ever Lulu and Olaf will come back in the game, maybe a Jarvan 4 will be a good pick right here. It's just that what happened right here is they had to pick Mill first, right? So yeah, I see the plan of DR Esports now. One of the weaknesses really on Olaf is the Jarvan 4, right? You can trap Olaf so that he cannot charge onto the backlines. But then again, the cards has been dealt already. It was LAKAN Camille pick already. So DR Esports know that this should most probably be a jungler Camille, since the Darius has already been picked. That's a good move right there, going for Lulu Olaf, right?
Yeah, and this is just the importance of playing that mind games in the draft, and also the rotations that are coming through, right? DR Esports played this mind games. You know what? First pick Camille, so far so good. We don't know if it's going to be a Baron or the jungler, but rather, they don't know if it's a Baron or a jungler for Camille, so they picked up the Riven and Twisted Fate. These are very strong champions, but still not giving away some of the key players or key plans for DR Esports. When LAKAN Esports locked in onto the Darius, this was the go signal. You know what? They cannot go for the Jarvan 4 except if they go support. But considering you also have the Galio already for LAKAN Esports, this is already a very good situation for us to go for an Olaf Lulu. They cannot go for the Jarvan 4. If they do, this might be a weird situation wherein Jarvan 4 will once again be a support onto maybe a Kai'Sa. But now, they're lacking onto the AP damage. Yes, Galio is very strong on that, but can it be enough to deal so much burst damage potential on these key champions of Riven, of Olaf, that has very sustainable statistics when it comes to their build? So I think it was just the best situation for DR Esports to lock in onto the Olaf Lulu in their second rotation picks.
Yeah, that was a good draft phase of DR Esports. Shows you how mature this game, this team is. Shows you how prepared they are. They even got an Orianna at the top of their wombo combo. Orianna doesn't have to really to go wild. Orianna can go for he can send out the ball to Olaf to even further there's Olaf's strengths, Olaf's survivability when he goes in. And then the shockwave is always there, always a threat for DR Esports. Even the wave clear, it was perfect for DR Esports. Good draft phase right here for DR Esports. I hope LAKAN will be able to draft better, because I think they failed in the draft right here. Not really failed. They had a good draft. It's just that DR Esports had a better draft in that game number 1.
Yeah, and here we go. It's from Mr. Wildrift from a tweet towards us, Icon Series, as what a great weekend for me, because Icon Series is here to cater my entertainment needs LOL. I mean, I need LOL Wildrift as well. I mean, I need this League of Legends gameplay. So after that, he stated, parang kailan lang, kakaumpisa lang ng Summer Series. Says ngayon, nandito na tayo. Good luck sa players at stay strong sa mga panelists at Shoutcasters. Of course, thank you very much, Mr. Wildrift. And for those viewers from the Twitch and YouTube. Simply, he just stated that it's just so much a very good situation for us because they're being entertained with League of Legends, Wild Rift, Bloodsheds, and gameplay here for the Icon series so far. And I'm excited as well. I mean, we've seen the dominant first game coming in from DR Esports up against LAKAN in the prior series was already a banger show match between these 4 teams that prior come up in the upper bracket. So far, I'm excited to see what's going to be up for the next game.
Yeah, but guess the question is, next is for the viewers, who do you think is going to win game number 2? Will LAKAN force a game 3 or will DR Esports take down LAKAN and go for a 2-0? Post it in Twitter so that we can feature it and we are going to be reading it later on. All right, adjustment time. Again, draft. Well, I really feel that LAKAN was just out-drafted right there. Very tricky question for you, Infinity. I know you have one of the best minds in Wild Rift here in the country. What adjustments, if you were the coach of LAKAN, what adjustments should you do at this point?
That's indeed a very difficult question, and I don't know if I'm gonna be the best mind for the Icon series or Wild Rift in general for the Philippines. But when it comes to adjustments, as we've talked about a while ago, as you've pointed out, I think Jarvan 4 would be a great soft counter onto an Olaf. I think it really depends on what LAKAN Esports wants to do. Maybe ban out the Olaf, because if even DR Esports brings out maybe Senna, maybe Nasus, play on the hard engaged champions, I think shoutouts to Zaraveki from the Wild Rift community that he stated in the past when explaining on the Nasus and Senna duo synergy, the best counter on that is going to be the hard engage. Picking up the Lulu, picking up some of these things that can actually distinguish or extinguish rather the potential snowball potential of this duo. So if ever LAKAN Esports is more comfortable playing up against a Nasus Senna, maybe leave Senna open, bring this up, go for the counter attack instead in their draft composition. Or if not, if they're gonna go for the same bans, maybe just pick up the Jarvan 4. I mean, it's strong individually even if your enemy team is not an Olaf, so I think it can be flexed into any composition so far in the current meta.
Yes, definitely. So yeah, the adjustments from Infinity should be, there's a possibility that you can just give up the Senna ban if you have already studied that lineup and you know how to counter it, right? And instead ban Olaf maybe, or if you're gonna allow Olaf, just put Jarvan 4 in the fight. What happened in game number 1 was their hands were already very clear that they're gonna go for Darius and Camille. So that was a good move by that was a very good move by DR Esports going for an Olaf Lulu when there's no more chance for them to counter it already. So yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. I will say lesser in the team fights. I still think they have a good draft for LAKAN Esports. I still think that in the early game they lost the fight because they went all in for a Rift Scuttler. I would say if ever the not too much engage, maybe if ever the things are not going to your favor, back away, don't give up kills, because that's just for a Rift Scuttler, right?
Right, and we'll see. We'll determine as now LAKAN Esports bans away Senna. I think this is still a respect ban onto Rocks, and DR Esports bans away Rengar. And here we are. We actually prophesized this. Actually bans away Olaf is a huge feat for LAKAN Esports. Now DR Esports bans away Riven as well as its strong feat in the current meta.
Interesting. LAKAN Esports, the adjustments are coming in. They don't want... Why not just ban Senna and Olaf? Because that's what we were talking about earlier. So they banned both of them. So now, interestingly, who are they going to be picking up first? Most probably a Gragas flex pick right here, but they're going to go for a Darius off the bat.
Neeson is open for DR Esports to pick up if they want to go for this route, especially with their hyper aggression in the early game. As you all know, Lee Sin is a very early game champion, but DR Esports opted to go for the Twisted Fate Galio. This is an absolute amazing duo synergy when it comes to the mid game, late game. Not exactly the Dragon Lane, but what we're looking at is the teamfight potential of these two picks from DR Esports.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be in for a treat. We will be seeing champions flying in here and there. all over the map with the global presence of these two champions. Maybe a Pantheon to top this all up. That's an impossible pick. That's a possible pick for DR Esports, but Lee Sin is going to be picked up by Chianese, and Dedenne will hover over the Lucian.
Yeah, I think Lucian right now is still very strong.
Yeah.
I think one of the key things to point out when you're picking up a Lucian is your strong point, which is the culling that can shred down enemy team when it comes to the HP. But what our problem is right now when you have Lucian is you need to prioritize the early game, because when it comes to your level scaling in your AD, it's not going to be the best because it has been nerfed recently in patch 2.4a from 4.9 into 2.45, and that's not going to be the greatest for the ADC for LAKAN Esports so far. But DR locking on to Fiora, locking on to Kha'Zix. They want to go for this 4-1 type of setup later on.
Yes, and I love that right now for DR Esports, but the response is Blitzcrank and Fizz right here. I love that Fizz can always respond to the split pushes. And there it is, Rox, who will have the better hook? This, again, I will repeat this, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat. This is a very good lineup for both teams.
No, the problem that we have right now for DR Esports is they're centralizing their damage onto AP champions. Maybe Etaf and Devil J will alleviate some of their AD lack for this damage category, but relying on Twisted Fate as their AD might go for the route of pure AP or monotonic type of situation for DR Esports that might actually quite affect them. But still, I think having that Trash, having that Kha'Zix and Fiora might be a good feat for DR Esports in this game too.
Right, definitely. But I have a strong feeling that DR Esports is just going to be baiting out team fights right here. And the split push of Fiora will be their win condition for this game. That is DR Esports. I'm just really guessing how DR Esports might run, because this is a very good team to really look at. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, game number 2, LAKAN Esports on blue side and DR Esports on the red. LAKAN went in for a 5-man early aggression right here, but they're not going to catch anyone, so DR Esports will clear the wave first here on the mid.
Yeah, it's a 5-man roam immediately for LAKAN Esports, and DR Esports went in for the current traditional playstyle of having that dual lane come into mid to go for the fast clear and support their jungler later on. And with DR Esports having that pressure down, you're looking at a very safe play for Galio, for Edaf in the mid lane. And so far, DR Esports has come into the bot side very, very quickly and has been frozen near them under their turret.
Yes, definitely. Interestingly enough, Lee Sin is going to go for the Krugs right here. I guess he wants to make sure that he will focus here on the bottom lane, make sure this lane will have a better position. Look at that. Arjuk and Isen is going to be pushing priority on the bottom lane because of the pull threat of that Blitzcrank. On the mid, pretty even for Dedenne and Edaf. At the Baron lane, though, that's going to be very interesting. Fiora against Darius. Who will win that lane?
I mean, it depends, right? I think Fiora also scales in mid-game, late-game. Tante is a snowball champion. So it's a matter of utilizing Repose. If Devil J exactly does that, I think that's going to be great. But DR Esports contesting on a Rift Cutler.
All right, Deja Vu once again. Rift Cutler right here. The fight gold card is going to be connecting. That's going to be first blood secured by DR Esports. Once again, as the gold card is slapped on the face of Lee Sin. Chianese already out. DR Esports with the first kill.
Yeah. So having a first clear for DR Esports, once again, I think they want to go for the run back for their game 1 in the early aggression. But top side, Rift Cutler, Edaf.
All right, Edaf will be forced to flash away right here. Good win right here for LAKAN Esports. Rift Cutler still available, so Chianese is going to go for the cleanup right here. But then again, the flash of Edaf was spent right there. Well played, LAKAN.
And I think that was just a very good trade, as you stated, LAKAN Esports, getting that flash away for Edaf, especially when you are considering 120 seconds for the flash to come up once again. 2 minutes and 30 seconds currently is now on the clock. So pretty much 1 minute and 30 seconds, that's going to be the Dragon and the Rift Dollar coming up. And it might not be enough to have that flash available in those fights. And I think that's going to be a crucial situation for DR Esports to bring back. And so far, LAKAN Esports is holding on. 0-1 so far. They're not letting DR Esports get those multiple kills in this early game.
Yes, definitely. At the very least, they also got 2 Scuttlers in the early game. That will put them ahead in this game. They're still down in the gold count, but at the very least, EDF will not be able to really roam around freely in this map. And because of that, we are seeing a safer 3-minute mark at this 3-minute mark of the game for both teams. Let's see as Lee Sin steals the Raptors camp from DR Esports. That's big. Chianese will be spotted right here with the I see he's gonna go for the steal. I think he's gonna go. Don't do so with the kick right there. Well played. Destiny's gonna be coming in. Another gold card connecting on Chianese, and he regrets the decision right away as he goes down. DR Esports will take one. Take two, as LAKAN will be able to take only one from DR Esports. Well played, DR.
Yeah, that was a 2-for-1. And 10 seconds remaining for the Rift Herald and Mountain Dragon to come up. Huge advantage for DR Esports. EDF getting those kills. DR Esports getting those downs. And I think right now, LAKAN Esports is just going in for some risky plays that might affect them later on when it comes to the disadvantage in those 5v5. Because currently, you're fighting up against a Twisted Fate. You're fighting against EDF. You're solo down.
Yeah, he invested the ultimate right there, the kick, just for a steal. He forgot that there's a Twisted Fate who can go in, or Galio who can go in for the fight. Then again, it is the Dragon that's going to be focused on by both teams right now, as LAKAN Esports is going to be starting it. I don't know if their esports knows about this just yet. The Dragon is already being started. Aizen is trapped in the pit, but he does have a dash away, so he's gonna be okay. Dragon already half HP down, being pulled away from the side of LAKAN Esports. That is the culling that's gonna be invested right here. It is DR Esports who will take the first break of the game, and the fight is on. Gold card is gonna be connecting onto Lee Sin. Chian is already very low, and that's the signal for LAKAN Esports to get out of there. Dedene goes in, is trapped under the pit. But DR Esports doesn't want to fight this one out. Or do they? Here comes the re-engage, and it is Dedene out of the fight. Grand Challenge is going to be casted, and that's another kill in favor of DR Esports, and they're just not done yet. After a beautiful hook from Rox, it is going to be a 3-for-0 special DR Esports.
DR Esports is so patient in that fight. They were waiting for LAKAN Esports to engage, and they just counter-engaged that. And I think they have gotten a lot here in the early game.
All right, the apprehend is going to be connecting onto EDF. That's enough to really... the pull is going to be there, but Devil J will repost out. He's going to be okay. Those are clutch moves right there for Devil J. And the tensions are high for this Rift Herald right here. Here comes the fight. Rox is going to be initiating the fight. The hook onto Blitzcrank. That's big. The silence connecting onto Gospel, so he will not be able to throw out the gold card. But nonetheless, they don't need that much, as 4 champions from LAKAN Esports go down. DR Esports takes the bodies, and they take the Rift Herald as their reward.
6 minutes into the matchup, you already have 10 kills in this game. They're running it back from that game 1. They're running back history here for DR Esports, and currently, when you're looking at the gold lead, they are now standing at 6k gold, and you're looking at the items. Dustblade already for EDF, Roa already for Galio, BRK even for Gospel, and I think this is the answer that we were looking for when it comes to the competition. Gospel will act as an ADC. He is going for the AD route so far in this matchup. So this is going to be big for DR Esports so far. They have the disadvantage later game, but LAKAN Esports is just pressuring in.
And that's a good setup right there. That's going to be the first turret denied onto DR Esports. Yes, DR Esports won the first Rift Herald. The Rift Herald, the first streak of the game. Even the kills is into them, but this time LAKAN Esports able to deny the first turret. Gospel uses the Destiny to escape right here, but the silence is going to be on point. He won't be able to escape this time as he goes down 2-10, but DR Esports is in the area. The hook for the revenge, but no follow-up at this point. So hold that thought. Good leap right here by EDF, and that's a dead fish as Dedene goes down. Top lane,
top side, another one.
Dante already very low. Repose is not going to connect, but he pulled Devil J into the trouble, into a troublesome position, but they are both going to disengage. Well played for both teams.
Just the decimate, actually giving sustainability by Tante, but a questionable move there by Dedene. Jumping around considering that DR Esports was known when it comes to location. But regardless now, LAKAN Esports wants to engage potentially as he have two-man row mid lane.
Yes, definitely. There are two champions right here. Even Rocks. So whoever pulls a good pull right here, a good hook right here, will be winning that one. But they won't pull the trigger. They have their sights onto Gospel. But Rocks is rotating on the bottom lane. Dedene is gonna be safe under the turret. Good warding right here. Here comes Edov. Are they gonna be able to take this one down? I think so. That Gospel turret takedown is fast, and that's another turret going down in favor of DR Esports.
They're quick and efficient, but here in the middle lane, it's just they're looking at each other in the eyes. What do you see? I think DR Esports seeing a lot of advantage in LAKAN, seeing Devil J.
All right, the culling is going to start that. The kick is going to be on point. Devil J, you need to get out of town. Repost will just delay the inevitable. He still goes down. Good pickup by LAKAN Esports. That ward paid dividends for them.
But DR Esports wants to try to go for the trade.
Right.
The Dragon is open. LAKAN is going for the top push. So this might be the Ocean Drake turret trade for both these teams.
Yes, but the wave is not yet there for LAKAN Esports at top side, so they're not going to be able to trade this. Interesting move from LAKAN Esports.
Dedene, Edov actually tries to catch him down, but I mean, they're just hovering down. Dedene in a bad situation, bad spot.
I think they know where Dedene is. Oh yes, there it is.
They are!
Will find that perfect hit right there, and the hunt is on. Dedene in trouble. Rift Herald is going to be summoned right here to make sure that turret goes down. So DR Esports takes one down and takes a turret down. They now go for the Destiny to know where everyone is. Gospel even goes in with the gold card. Will not be connecting onto Isen. So they're going to be okay. Culling is with the investor right here. Oh no, the bottom turret is already down. This is big for DR Esports. Rocks sends out the ultimate right there, but they're going to be okay. They find an escape. DR Esports just gets in, takes the bodies and get out. They're not done yet. Mid is going to go down too.
They got a lot of turrets, and on top of that, one of those is an inhibitor turret.
Right.
So natural lane pressure for DR Esports into the bot side. They have opened up the map. They have opened up the base. LAKAN go for an engage.
Oh, big kick right there.
Whoa,
outside of the face. But Rocks with the clutch lamp right there. Gospel barely survives, but he still goes down. Good job by LAKAN Esports to take down Gospel. Rocks survived despite the bad position. That's well played by Rocks, but here comes LAKAN with the revenge kill with the dot. Takes down Fiora. He's gonna go down. Edov is next. Let's see if he's gonna survive. No, he won't be able to use the lamp this time. So LAKAN Esports takes 3 down, and they will take the mid turret as their reward.
Yeah, and LAKAN Esports is slowly creeping back, but still gonna be the 7k gold lead for DR Esports so far, but at the very least they're going for some objectives that they were lacking from that game 1, and they have understood what they need to do. And I think the mistake for DR Esports in that fight was going in for 1v5 constantly. They were jumping one by one, and you're fighting up against LAKAN Esports, which has a lot of AoE potential in CC chain in the form of Ardruk and Tante to match their hooks and the apprehend in those team fights. So that was just the best situation for LAKAN Esports to gain those triple kills.
Yeah.
DR Esports needs to avoid that bot lane.
Oh, Devil J is already online, and he erases Dedene just like that. Devil J with a 1v1 kill. Well played.
And the Thieves get the trade down onto Dedene. And the problem here is Dedene is falling down behind with the gold when it comes to the gold accumulation.
Right.
It's only 7k when it compared to Edov, currently at 8k. DR Esports though, going for an aggressive push.
Alright, but that's gonna be spotted by LAKAN right here, so LAKAN will be able to back away. LAKAN doesn't even go for engage. They don't really know how many champions are there. And don't forget the global presence. Even if there is only 1 or 2 there, everyone can always go inside, get in, and join the fight in a snap of a finger. So LAKAN Esports doesn't want that to happen at this point. Well played so far. They're gonna be setting up for the death bush right here. This is what they need to do. Start to get some pick-offs, slowly chip on that lead so that you can get back into the game. Your Esports though, very careful at this point. Or not, Edov. All right, that's not gonna be a pull right here. Ardruk doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, but the Esports wants to try and fight this down. LAKAN is just there in the bush, waiting for the right opportunity, but it's a standstill as both teams are weighing out the risk and benefit to go all in that fight. But 13 seconds on the clock, Cloud Dragon will be alive.
Alright, I guess everyone's preparing for that just this point. From the waters, it's gonna be connecting onto Adolf right here. The fight is on! Baby Arjuk already very low in this fight, but let's see, it is going to be Adolf who goes down first. LAKAN now has the numbers advantage, but DR Esports are fearless in this fight. Rox sends out the ultimate right there. The hook is gonna be on point. Chiani's in trouble, will be able to stage it to survive, and that's a godlike streak onto our Adolf, and the Destiny is going to be used here to make sure nobody gets out. The gold card gets slapped on the face of Arjuk, but Arjuk will find an escape, or will he? As he's going to be chased by Devil J right here. And right there, Rampage for the man of Oppo Ace for DR Esports. TP's coming in to secure game number 2. DR Esports, what a game.
What a sweep from DR coming in from that game. Have absolutely won that fight with their early aggression, and I think everything just started from the Lee Sin jungle invade that came crashing down, give a huge lead for DR Esports. So once again, DR Esports utilizing the foundation of the early game to translate it into another win from the mid-game, late-game dominance. They are just showing their undefeated performance so far in the lower bracket.
Definitely well played by DR Esports right here. At the very least, they survive. One of my favorites is going to be surviving right here. Good job by LAKAN Esports. Well, valiant effort here in the lower bracket. They already took out RRQ. Good attempt right here for going up against DR Esports, but in the end, they fell short. But that was a good run. I want to see them stronger as they in the next time as they exit our tournament. This is the numbers of the game. Adolf with an 8-0-6 right here gets the MVP. But I would say Gospel with the presence and Rox with the play 1-0 and 10. Those were crucial for DR to get this game number 2.
Yeah. And definitely, I mean, the objective game for DR Esports is absolutely insane.
Right.
You're looking at a kill standing of 20-7. Just the dominance of that was absolutely broken for DR Esports in that matchup. And it's just amazing to see and watch DR Esports play that out.
Yes. Near the Oppo highlights of the game, Infinity, please walk us through what happened during this time of the game.
Now, this is what we're talking about a while ago, wherein the Lee Sin jungle invade was the one who came crashing down, gave a lot of kills for DR Esports. 2 to be more specific, that was a lot of assist for DR Esports' team. And yes, assist doesn't really have the best gold when it comes to the kills, but still gives you a lot of gold. So when it comes to the trade, DR Esports gained that massive gold accumulation in that early state that even translated here at 6 minutes mark to gain that 110 standing for DR Esports. So far, they have gotten a mountain, they've gotten a Rift Herald once again. Pretty much, it's a run back from history in Game 1 up against LAKAN Esports prior to this game.
Yes, definitely. We see a good kick right here onto Devil J. Devil J will go down from that fight, but this was the good read from Adolf. Knowing that Dedenne is there, cancels the TP, goes for the hunt, and there's nowhere to run for Dedenne at that point. Gospel is going to be hit right here. Here's the clutch lamp right here by Rox, but he still is going to be get pulled right here. And it is Gospel still going down. Rox still survived in that fight.
Yeah, and at this point in time, it's pretty much DR Esports still having in the lead, although LAKAN Esports is able to gain that opportunity for forcing out the team fight. However, DR Esports just came crashing down once again with the re-engage from that Cloud Dragon, which was being forced down by LAKAN Esports, which was actually quite interesting as LAKAN was in a huge gold deficit and power deficit up against DR Esports. So that just signaled DR Esports, we have the inhibitor turret, we have the ace, it's finished the game, and they have won it.
And we are looking at the master of the match, Once again, Edaf, this time on the Kazakhs, KD of 14.0. Crazy numbers for kill participation. Once again, lower this time, but still enough to get them the W. Goal per minute is 895 and DPM with a 992. Look at that itemization. That was a deadly Kazakhs for this game.
Back-to-back MVP for DR Esports. He just opens up the game. He just opens up the map. I think the first couple of kills was from Edaf. Regardless of game 1 or game 2, he was just there in those team fights. And it was just an amazing thing to see when you're looking at this bigger perspective that when compared to game 1, LAKAN Esports was just creeping in much closer than before. And DR Esports just provided that space for DR to be able to just landslide and be able to hinder that comeback potential for LAKAN Esports.
Yeah, definitely. DR Esports just good check marks, especially in the early parts of the game with their objective takes, getting first bloods, getting the first dragon, getting Rift Heralds, and even first turrets of the game in game number 1. Game number 2, they almost got it, lost that one, but nonetheless, those check marks did pay them dividends, especially in the middle part of the game where they started dominating the fight from then on.
Yeah, I am in awe of that wonderful series that we have seen so far. How DR Esports became very, very dominant, although commendable place even for LAKAN Esports, wherein they were able to try and sustain themselves in not in a bigger lead for DR Esports in that game too.
Yes, definitely. But that is going to be it for the run of LAKAN Esports. We are still going to be seeing DR Esports. Will they continue their run here in the lower bracket? We will know that for sure in the coming fights. But for now, we are going to be inviting our panels to get back into the light place to break down the game even further.
The stadium.
The dragon might be down, but it is not out of the fight just yet. DR Esports fighting in the lower bracket, taking down LAKAN Esports 2-0, and they will get 50,000.
Yeah, I just wanted to
We're saying
hot potato.
Continuity there. But yes, that is 50,000 Club Cup points for DR Esports, and more importantly, keeping that chance at the Fall Season Championship alive. Let's jump into our series highlights because we finally saw back in action the DR as we know it, DR Esports as we know it, and this was them brushing off that earlier loss with their eyes back on the upper bracket and saying that they are going to the finals. They will be there at the very end, and you know, they basically sped through LAKAN Esports. There were a lot of missed opportunities here for LAKAN Esports, but DR Esports, they've managed to pick them apart in every way, unfortunately.
Well, that was for game 2 with Bleed, but yeah, how are we going to break this down? Because it was pretty evident this is the DR that we saw from group stage. So there's nothing much really as how they did or nothing special. It was them bringing in the fights into the doorsteps of LAKAN, and LAKAN is having a hard time answering those. There's no big rebuttal, and they are getting decimated around the map. And those gospel plays, I must say, this is the destiny that we needed, or the fate that they need a while ago.
Yeah, but the destiny wasn't really left open by Fennel University.
Yeah.
Again, just to remind everyone, masterful draft coming from the coach of Fennel University. But so much for that. Beep boop, beep boop. booped out of the competition. LAKAN Esports has to bow down in the meantime. But I don't think this is a sad phase for LAKAN Esports, because I feel like they have overperformed to my expectations and to most people's expectations. They come in here and they were able to cement themselves as the king slayer, right? After getting that one up against RRQ. And on game number 2, we just saw Hook City. First time in the PPGL Icon series that we see Blitzcrank going against the Thresh. But then again, Rocks is just a cheat code on this Thresh. Even if they were losing, look at this Lancer, right? Just trying to save, but beep boop beep boop, it is there to be there. So I just wanted to commend Etaf, right? Etaf, I did mention that he's one of the junglers that wants to let his teammates shine, and for a good reason, because DR Esports is well balanced. But in game number 2, when it comes to pushing the final nail onto the coffin, it's the Kazakh show from Etaf, taking the matter into his own hands. And congratulations to DR Esports in advancing onto the next round.
Yeah, I just want to say also as how LAKAN really pull off with how from group stages up until now, and for them, don't worry, there are other ways, of course, to improve and show their skills.
Oh my God! Don't worry.
Don't
worry.
Yes.
I'm very entertained at how Osiris is able to insert these little things, these little inside jokes that we have into our broadcast. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget that there is a post-show segment that will happen on Osiris's social media. Please stay tuned for that. We do have a dance number, a special dance number here for Osiris. Just have to put that in there. We just have to put that in there again. And yes, unfortunately, we say goodbye to LAKAN Esports, but I totally agree. It was a good run for them, and they still have their Globe Cup point winnings, and congratulations still. Never say die up until the very end, and they will always be remembered as the team that knocked, the King of Kings out of the competition. There's a lot to be proud of, so congratulations to LAKAN Esports. Well fought up until the very end, and congratulations to DR Esports. We are really excited, that the top 3 teams that we had at the beginning of the entire fall season playoffs, that could possibly still be true with DR Esports, making their way back up there. We could see them in the finals, especially with how well they played up against LAKAN Esports. Now we are on to, I can't believe it, we're on to our last match of the day.
Speedrun.
The sun is still up in the sky, and we're in the last match of the day. That's amazing.
Speedrun. Playoffs edition.
Now you have UCFC Esports versus Omega Esports. Now, Omega Esports, we saw them earlier. It didn't look like they were very prepared for Team Secret earlier. And yes, we've talked about Omega Esports being 50-50 lately. They've been shaking things up and trying to find this new identity that they have in their team, especially with the addition of their new players and, trying to get back that rhythm that they had in the summer season. To be totally honest, I don't think they're quite there yet, but they have to step it up here. It's now or never for them. So they're out of time, I guess. They're out of time lapse with time lapse there. They're out of time in figuring that identity. They have to think of something really, really quickly because it could be the end of the road for them here.
Yeah, we were thinking a lot that it has been them finding their right footing, but a while ago, it was also a different story. I mean, they are on the same arc wherein Team Secret needs to have their own redemption and Omega on the other side as well. But of course, the Team Secret, they are the ones who's proved themselves from summer season, and right now, Omega needs to do extra work to prove themselves that they are still included on the top 3. And of course, for the solo player highlight, I believe, of course, this is one of the pillars and impressive himself, the Phantom Thief. And with all of those being said, the flashy plays, the steals, the plays, but this time, we need that 100%. We need this impressive who's really confident on what he's doing. And I'm commending Trevor with the steal, but impressive, this is the time that you show yourself as the real Phantom Thief.
I'll be honest.
Yes, it did.
You need 300% here, not just 100%.
Yeah, above and beyond. And UCFC Esports, they are another team that's shown great improvement since their summer season days. This is a good matchup because, you have this veteran team like Omega, and then you have the relatively new players of UCFC Esports. So now it is time to put that to the test, whether that experience buff that we've been experiencing over here in the in the fall season playoffs, or in the entirety of the fall season actually, will cover UCFC Esports here, or Omega Esports rather, and we'll see who can actually prevail. Will it be this new team UCFC Esports, or will it be the veterans like Omega?
Very tough question to answer, Mika. To everyone's surprise though, Senna plus Nasus has seen no spotlight in the playoffs so far. It's actually very surprising. Will this be the series that we will see UCFC go for Senna plus Singed or Nasus combo? Possible. Are they prepared to face Omega Esports? Definitely. Well, XC has asked the panel to predict against Omega Esports, and I will happily oblige. Key component in pushing Omega out of the competition is Dragon's performance in the mid. The one half of the Dahao twins will have to find his openings against Omega's plethora of mid lane options. I impose a challenge to UCFC Dragon. Get your best performance ready because Omega's not a pushover.
Oh, their best performance is coming indeed, because as we mentioned, it's now or never for both of these teams. One of these teams will be going home at the end of the series. Why do I keep saying that we'll be going home? It's a figure of speech because everybody is safely at home right now, or safely in their boot camps, or wherever they might be socially distancing. But of course, we are gonna see two players come head to head in the Rift in our Globe Key Player Clash right here between the backbones of the team in the support roles. We have Stronger and Dampier over here. Now, panelists, I want to get your thoughts on this huge discrepancy right now in the stats. I'm looking back and forth over here between these two. What's going on between this key player clash?
Well, as you can see, the kill participation is a lot for Stronger, 78%. And I believe it's for the reason that they are swapping with Hero and Dampier. But Dampier, we know this guy got that good KDA with 8.88 KDA, and it explains a lot with how aggressive is UCFC running around. He can cope up with it, but I believe Stronger is more like on a conservative support. He is the one who's trying to protect, not going for the flashy plays, not going for the skills, making sure that everyone is well protected.
Stronger, veteran, right? Much respect for this mad dog. Ever since he stepped into the Rift, not just here in Wild Rift, but also in League of Legends PH, definitely one of the legacy players that I believe, is deserving to be put in the Philippines Wild Rift Hall of Fame. On the other side, we have Dampier. Dampier, when it comes to stats, over Hero, he has the better end of it. And I think the reason behind is because they often play Hero in key matchups or in matchups against stronger teams. Now, the question is, will we see Dampier or will we see Hero? Because so far, numbers don't lie, stats don't lie. Dampier seems to be the better option.
And as we know, this UCFC Esports, they do tend to change up the roster depending on who they're up against. And we haven't seen them up against Omega recently. So it could change. It could change indeed, especially as we get into the series. They could bring out Hero for another game, and they could have Dampier maybe, take a step back. Who knows? But that is actually, I feel like, an advantage for the side of UCFC Esports, especially since, again, Omega has this a little bit of an identity crisis, and now they're going to be up against a UCFC Esports that could have one of two options in their support lane. So it's going to be tricky indeed, and we're going to find out who comes out on top in this matchup. For me and my predictions, I feel like experience is going to pull through. I think this is going to be Omega Esports. But as this is the last match of the day, I think we're going to see a game 3 for this. I think this is a 2-1 in favor of Omega Esports.
I agree. It's going to be a 2-1, but I still think that, the other half of the two playoff teams that did not net a win last season, remember it was Fennel University and this VVV, now called UCFC, has improved a lot. And I feel like the 50-50 is on the wrong side today for Omega Esports. So UCFC will back this one 2-1.
Okay, so it has been me consistently failing my predictions and going up against Autolus. I might go as well to Omega. as I'm going up against Altoids this time. And I'm trying to redeem myself. I already lost with the spaghetti. It might be carbonara, might be lasagna this time. So, I'm completing the full circle of pasta. Might be pesto for later.
I love lasagna. I just have to say, I love lasagna. But we are gonna see who gets that extra yummy dinner tonight as we get into our final match of the day. You guys can let us know as well what your favorite pasta is, because Osiris seems to be cooking up a bunch of us for dinner over here in our panel. So let us know via Twitter. I use the hashtags #Dominate the Rift and #CIconSeriesPH, and you can see your tweets featured on over here, just like Shark Cathy's. Yung spaghetti pababa dance po talaga ang real MVP, sir. Osiris, yes.
I am pressured.
That will be, I think that's our special bonus sort of segment after our, or sometimes in the playoffs, they have that little dance number right before to open the grand finals. Maybe
What, you
that
want Osiris to be part of the river? Why not?
That was in summer for the latest member of MNL48. It's going to be MNL49 now with Osiris.
Wow.
And we have Olaf, WRs. Demacia! It's nice to see Olaf active on Twitter. It's nice that they get, their social media presence here in the Rift. I feel like, your thoughts and your battle cries need to be heard as well, even though we hear them quite a lot in the Rift.
Spaghetti! Spaghetti!
Okay, the panel is losing it. The panel is losing it. I do want to follow Olaf on Twitter though, so do give Olaf _
He's a cool guy.
a follow. Yeah,
He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
I know him.
Yeah, he can be a little intense, but I'm sure, when he's on his off time, he's not all Demacia is. We're gonna get into our final match of the day. The panel is losing it over here. We're going crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, these two summer season alumni will get a second chance at the championship, and they are not throwing away their shot. It is Omega Esports and UCFC Esports casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much, Panelist Desk, and welcome back, everyone, to the last series for the fall season Icon Series playoffs. I'm Infinity, and this is Leoric once again, joined for the cast today for this series of Omega Esports versus UCFC. These teams were hyped coming into the playoffs, and now we're down into the lower bracket where only one can stand at the end of it all and come through to the lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest names that we are expecting to perform well in the tournament, Omega Esports, is here in the lower bracket. It's going to be interesting. I told you earlier why I love lower brackets. They stand out to bring out the best in the teams. UCFC, during the group stages, they had a very strong early run. Kind of fell short in the later parts of the group stages, but then again, I have respect for this team. Their early game dominance is crazy. Let's see if Omega Esports will be able to counter that. Knowing that somehow I'm seeing, I'm somehow seeing the form of Omega Esports. They're now settling in for a lating phase kind of lineup, going in for the later parts of the game. I think that's a good solution going up against UCFC.
Really, I think Omega Esports at this point has been entitled some of the titles that we've heard before.
Right.
Methodical team, one of the experimental teams so far in Wild Rift community here in the Philippines, and I think they are the ones who are shaping the current meta, or maybe some of the untraditional picks coming into the meta currently in the professional league so far. So up until what extent Can Mega Esports bring those champions out? Up until to what extent are they gonna experiment? Because currently, if they lose this series up against UCFC, they're gonna fall down and say goodbye for the playoffs currently for the LAKAN Series fall season.
True. I don't think this is a good time to experiment, especially this is going to be a do or die game, especially your run for the tournament is at stake right here, right? So much, there's a lot at stake right here. Not just being the champions, not just the Gold Cup points, but the slot to go into the Worlds. And if you're a Mega, one of the biggest organizations right now for esports here in the country, you really want to be one of those to represent the country, because that's going to bring a lot of pride for the team. Then again, we will know for sure shortly as we go into the Riot Go Champion Select screen.
Mega Esports immediately banning away Action to follow through with Twisted Fate. Now UCFC bans away Fiora and Kha'Zix.
Yes, Action hasn't really shown that much performance here in the playoffs, nonetheless in the group stages. So I'm not really sure about this Action pick right here. But yeah, UCFC was one of the teams that ran Action, so they don't want that. The Omega Esports doesn't want that to show up here in this game, so they're going to be banning that out. TF and Fizz is not going to see the light here, and also Kha'Zix and Rengar, so they're targeting the junglers right now from UCFC.
They don't want to go for the assassin champions for UCFC up against Omega Esports, but so far we're speeding into the draft. We have Omega Esports already locking onto Riven. UCFC answered with the Camille Olaf.
All right, Camille Olaf, possible Lulu right here. But yeah, you already took out one counter for the Olaf in the form of Camille. So it's going to be very interesting if Omega Esports will respond with a Jarvan 4 right here. They already have the Riven and the Renekton, so it's going to be a very tight space to squeeze in a Jarvan 4 right here. So it's going to be, I think, an support Galio or mid. That's a flex pick. We'll see for sure who they're going to be picking, as UCFC will go for a response pick right here. There it is. Olaf and Lulu is going to be coming up. And all right, the Demon Kite Vayne. Ladies and gentlemen, you were in for a treat right now. Demon Kite is one of the best on this Vayne. The name says it all. He is a demon when it comes to kiting and dishing out damage.
We're going for the late game here for UCFC, and Omega Esports though answered with a Varus and Nami duo into the bot lane. Huge duo to actually gain that dominance into the early game. And UCFC answered with an Ari into the mid lane.
Yes, that's good right there. But yeah, this is the form of Omega Esports that I really love. I mentioned this. We saw Omega Esports really evolve here in this tournament. They were kind of scrambling for really the right lineup for the team. They found success in this Varus, and they're using it now for this last stages that they're going to be running in. And I love this from Omega Esports. It is going to be time-lapse, and Arise on the Galio. The Nami is going to be the support for Omega Esports. Then again, they don't have a good counter on the Olaf. Lulu and Renzi is the Olaf is one of the best counter for a Varus. He can always dive in onto the backlines without being stopped. No one to control him with the Ragnarok. So it is going to be an interesting fight as we warp into the Wild Rift.
Do or die, last match for today for the series. Omega Esports versus UCFC.
All right, early game for both teams. There are 3 champions from Omega Esports here. I don't think there's going to be a clash, just wave clears, as Nastio is going to be joining and soaking up some experience right here. Here comes Dampier to help the mid. It is UCFC who will get priority in mid.
Yeah, the fast clear was amazing for UCFC. And Arise at level 1 is not going to be the greatest champion to be able to clear that easily. So UCFC will gain that tiny tad bit lead when it comes to the mid lane, but when looking at the bot lane, it's not looking that good for time-lapse.
Yeah, time-lapse will be forced to use that Mystic Fruit right there. He's gonna be back in the fight. Yeah, more pokes. It should be time-lapse lane right here, but he's taking a lot of damage, so good job for UCFC. This is the signature UCFC early game aggression. Even Demon Kite diving in, going for that poke. Time-lapse was able to really escape at the edge of the range right there, so he's gonna be okay.
It's just difficult. Vayne is just going to be tumbling all around in the bot lane to be able to pressure in and go back. So I think that is what Demon Kite is doing. Just kiting heck out of that time lapse and stronger in the dual lane.
Yes, and that UCFC is playing onto their win condition right now. Their DR lane is one of their key points in this game. They will want that Vayne to come online ASAP right now. And because of that, here's Renzi focusing on the rotation on the bottom. I guess this is going to be fight.
3-man roam for UCFC. Time lapse. Gonna be forced to flash away. Good trade for UCFC.
Yes, good floors on that flash right there. But the fight's not done yet.
Dragon going for the flank, going for the backside. Zones away the enemy team, cuts out the lanes. But top lane for Omega Esports, also a 3-man roam. Nastro's just hugging the turret. Arise going for the back.
Alright, taunt.
They're not gonna push through so far. UCFC just pressuring bot, Omega pressuring top. But pressures all around are coming through, but Dragon is now readying up. He goes for the Foxfire. Will not connect, not gonna be able to get that first blood. And topside, still Omega Esports.
Yeah, cross map action right here for UCFC. Who will get first blood? That answers the question as Varus goes for his snipe, and at the tip of the damage, they even get another one on the top lane. That's crazy for Omega.
Yeah, that arrow connected was phenomenal. On top of all that, they were able to get the kill down onto Nastro as well on top side. And currently, it's not looking that great for UCFC because you already have 2 plates secured by Omega Esports so far in this early game. They have 2 kills as well, which leads them into a 2K goal lead for Omega Esports in the 3-minute mark.
Yes, and that's going to be big for Omega Esports. They will be using that in preparation for the Dragon. It's going to be an Infernal Drake, so I guess everyone should want that, especially you have the Varus as Omega Esports. Especially you have Demon Kite on the Vayne. That Infernal Drake is going to pay dividends in the later parts of the game. Omega Esports have the lead, has the momentum right now. Let's see if they can transition that into takes, a big objective takes right here. Top turret still surviving onto the side of UCFC, but that's barely alive. So pressure is on to Nastro to really protect this top lane. Somehow UCFC, they tried to force their win condition, really win the bottom lane. But Omega Esports, their win condition also is that Renekton right there. He should be better on from that Camille. And right now, it is Omega Esports who is winning their win condition. That Renekton, Arisen, will have the boost that he needs to dominate this early game.
Yeah, and if you look at the overall perspective of this game, with Omega Esports' pressure a while ago, their level lead is 1 up against UCFC. Horizon versus Nastro, level 7 for Horizon, level 6 for Nastro. So that itself is a huge advantage Omega Esports have up against UCFC.
And look at this!
Top side.
The top side. Right.
Horizon going for the flash in. That's going to be stunned. That's going to be a trade in. Horizon will still be alive, but one more hit. That's going to be a trade in. 1-for-1 for Dragon as UCFC starts the Infernal.
Yes, the Infernal's already very low. It is a Renzi fight right here as it is a jungler available. But at the top lane, impressive, even drops and it's a fight.
Dragon, knock up, stun, ultimate, gets the kill down. Dragon will fall and another kill for Omega Esports.
And Rift Herald still alive right here, so Nastro will have his hands full to take that one down. UCFC though will trade this one with a bottom turret. Omega is in a good position to take this mid. I think this would be good with 3 champions right here. Poking onto that 500, 300, done. Well played Omega Esports. They're now still up 2K in this game, but they're up 2-1 on the turret count.
Yeah, and I think that was just a clever move. A good call for Omega Esports because they have understand that UFC went for the 4-man roam into the bot lane. Yes, they got the turret down in trade for Omega Esports in top side, but the mid lane was left open, no one to defend, and Omega Esports just made the clear decision. Right. Made the quick decision. Let's go to the mid lane, open up the map for ourselves, and now we have the map control, especially in topside quadrant. Jungle away for UCFC.
Speaking of the top lane, there it is. Bork is already completed onto the Renekton. Already has the boots right here. And while Camille is forced to really rush the Triforce and not go for boots at this point of the game because she's already down. And that's one way for you to get back into this game. Just force the items out so that you can go toe-to-toe with this Croc. So far, so good for Mega Esports playing into their win condition. Top lane, this is interesting as Dampier is going to be rotating here. And so is Demon Kite.
Shows himself. That's actually the 1v1. Pushes him back. That's going to be Dampier into the backsides. Dampier going in for the support. Demon Kite gets the kill. Horizon will fall, and UCFC is now going for the tier 1.
You saw that push by Demon Kite on the Renekton to really set up the kill right there, and they're successful. But here on the bottom, the action's not done yet. Here's the fight.
Great lockdown by Omega Esports. Another secured kill for them as they now get the trade down. Tier 1 for UCFC topside, but Omega will not finish this third.
Yeah, their wave is not just not there. So they're forced to back away. So that's a freebie for UCFC as they get the top turret. They did lose Dragon on the bottom lane, but permanent damage was averted as their turret will survive. So that will even out the turret count. One Dragon. Oh no! Kill off the cam. Varus once again goes down.
Yeah, it's time-lapse being extra aggressive in that fight enabled UCFC to lock him down once again. So currently, I commend UCFC though. Really close quarters up against Omega Esports. Only a difference of 600 gold for UCFC.
Yes, this is a close fight indeed. But then again, let's remember UCFC has the first Drake. That's an Infernal Drake, especially on the Vayne. That is going to pay dividends in the later parts of the game. At this point in time, there is no big objective available to take from both teams. So it is going to be interesting to see how they're going to be approaching this part of the game. Is UCFC going to continue their pedal to the metal, or is Omega Esports going to want to transition this into the late game as UCFC is going to be setting up for split push? Camille is starting the pressure on the side lanes.
Renzi says hello to Omega Esports, but Timelapse doesn't want to go for the engage. As UCFC is just hovering around on top of the hill, but they see impressive going for the Raptors. UCFC prioritizing bot lane though. Arise will be locked in. That's going to be the extra kill for UCFC once again. They take another away from Omega Esports.
I guess that answers the question. What does UCFC want to do? They want to get a pick off first before they go into dipping onto this Drake. That is going to be spawning next 5 seconds. Omega Esports will want to contest this one. A Cloud Drake onto Renzi and Olaf is going to be bad news for them. So this is a 5v4 nonetheless. UCFC will be happy to take this fight, and I think there will be
redemption. UCFC will get the Cloud Dragon. That's going to be a Wild Growth onto the Olaf. Will not get enough damage for Omega Esports to bring down a trade down. UCFC will get their second Dragon in game.
Yes, big win right here for UCFC. They didn't go for the engage, even if they have the numbers advantage, and I love that. That is the patience showing right now. They already got the first kill onto the Galio in the form of Arise, and they got the Cloud Drake. That's a big reward already, and you don't really want to throw that away in a risky fight. So right now, UCFC just opts for a reset and will weigh their options. What are the next moves? 25 seconds in for the Baron is going to be spawning. Nasjo meets Arisen here on the bottom. This is going to be a 3-man push. Omega Esports will want to take this one now to even things out, especially in the gold, and they're going to be able to do so.
Yeah, getting the trade is going to be very important. Omega will trade that down. Still going to be evenly matched up against UCFC so far. But remember, UCFC Esports has Vayne in their draft. So when we're talking about the late game, they have that massive advantage alongside with an Olaf Lulu synergy. So Omega Esports needs to pressure in this early state.
It's going to be very challenging later on, but hold that thought, there's a fight.
Dragon will not connect onto the Charm though. Timelapse will be safe. Renzi into the backside. Will gain the vision down onto Impressive, going for the blue buff, disengage.
All right, so yeah, we're talking about late game, why this Vayne is going to be very pesky. It will be very hard for you to catch the Vayne, especially with an invisibility, with the tumble all around the map, and you still have to think about that Olaf. And worst of it all, if you catch Hold That Thought, there's a fight.
Renzi Ragnarok jumps in to the fray, but Impressive just jumps back. So easy, so mobile for Impressive to play around those fights.
Yeah, speaking of mobility, yes, that's one of the pesky things about the Demon Kite on this Vayne. The mobility is going to be there. Let's say, for example, you do catch the Vayne, the Lulu is going to be there with the overgrowth. So that is trouble for you still to get really control that Vayne. So you don't really want to push this into a late game if you're Omega Esports. You have to do something about this, especially right now that things are still even and you still have somehow control of the side of the map on your base.
Yeah, and look at Lulu though. Look at Lulu into the top side. Omega Esports patting themselves
Pings.
away.
They're pinging
They're
now.
pinging down. They might actually go for the flank though, but the Twin Shadows disengages their plan.
Yeah, that it just reveals their position. And now that Vayne is at the top side, Omega Esports just abandoned that mission, their mission on to take that Lulu. And Lulu will be able to get back. Then again, that's the disadvantage of not having the Cloud Drake. Lulu, if ever didn't have that Cloud Drake right there, it would have been a catch for UCFC. But Lulu is quite fast with the W, with picks, with help picks, plus the Cloud Drake. It's gonna be a hard task to really catch. So good call by Omega Esports canceling that one. Let's see what the plan is for UCFC right here. They will want to go for this charm. It's a fight.
Charm onto Arise. Arise counters with a taunt. The Chain of Corruption will not connect. Tidal Wave will come through. Zones out the enemy team. UCFC once again. Wants to re-engage though, but Omega Esports stacked on top of each other with 5-man Grom. They disengage.
Yeah, but they know that there is no Varus ultimate. There's no Chain of Corruption available. So they, fight at the bottom.
Horizon 1v1, Nastro. They just walk back with style. And UCFC will not get killed down, pretty much.
Yeah, again, you don't really want to take risky fights here and there for UCFC, especially that the Mountain Drake is going to be spawning. So I love that from Nastro. And now, since they're complete, they will be able to set up for this Mountain Drake. Even starting it out, let's see who will be able to take this one as Omega Esports goes for the flanks.
Twin Shadows gives information for UCFC. Chain of Corruption. That's going to be a good engage for Dragon, using up the flash to go back to safety. Renzi going for the Ragnarok. Goes in for the sidelines, but is not going to be able to utilize the Ragnarok to engage. And Omega Esports can now go for the counterattack onto UCFC as they actually start onto the Mountain Dragon. Tidal Wave will connect onto 2. Good kill down. UCFC will get the security onto the Mountain Dragon though. Hero's Entrance, 2-man knockup. Omega Esports goes for this step by step, but UCFC now is down 1 member up against Omega Esports as they fight 3v4. But Dragon into the backside enables them to get another kill down. Demon Kite kiting away, get another kill down. It's gonna be 3-4-2. Knight, the fight is not gonna be over. Timelout's gonna be the only one remaining. That's gonna be the ace for UCFC.
UCFC! Things turning violent for everyone just for the Mountain Dragon, but on top of it all, UCFC will get out with an Oppo Ace moment. Demon Kite dealing so much damage. The kites are real and it is demonic. Once again, he did go down. Varus did his best to really force out a kill, but it cost them 2 deaths at the end of that, completing the ace by UCFC, and they will even take the mid turret as their reward. UCFC takes everything in that fight. Now up 2k. This is kind of comfortable for UCFC. It's not that much, but looking at the dragon buffs that they have, that's 3 for them. This is bad news for Mega Esports, and they're going to go for a fight.
But they disengage. They don't want to go for an all-in here, but Renzi going for greed, tries to go in with the movement speed. However, they're not gonna push through. Omega Esports is still on a standstill. If they move one mistake here, UCFC can finish this game out. They have 3 dragons in their favor, 3 turrets even for these 2 teams. Baron's still gonna be alive, so who wins the next team fight can finish or potentially gain a huge lead in this game.
Definitely. Right now, I guess this is already Demon Kite online in this part of the game. It's already 15 minutes. Dragon is already still available at this point. UCFC will want to set up for this. Dragon facing up 4 champions. That's very courageous of him. But then again, he's an Ari. He does have those escapes. They find a ward right here. That's going to be rewarded. Renzi, good sidestep to avoid that Q right there. And there's the setup for the Baron. This is good right now. They can push the issue onto Omega. They can fake a Baron and go for a punish right here and go for a gank. Let's see how they're going to be playing this out.
Yeah, UCFC playing very patiently alongside with Omega Esports doing the same thing. I mean, each other of these 2 teams are just waiting for opportunities to arise.
Right.
As it's going to be so difficult to pressure in as UCFC doesn't have any information on enemy junglers so far, and Omega Esports does the same. So think right now, it's pretty much even when it comes to an information game. The one who takes it home will be the one who gets that information first, because look at the fog of war, it's just too much.
Yeah, it's too dark for both sides at this point. But then again, it is UCFC really in the lead of this game. They will be rewarding. I mean, they will be on the more reward right here for Omega Esports. Gank possibly on this bush right here. Let's see what's gonna happen.
They have the information. UCFC is confident to play this out. But impressive, still gonna be there. Demon Kite with the Mnemonic Kites. Knocks back the enemy team. Twin Shadows once again. Information all around, but that's just gonna be the slight trades and damage. While Nashjo split pushes bot lane.
Yes, the split push is gonna be online. It's already on the turret. This will cause gravity for Omega Esports to really respond to this. This will be an opening for UCFC. And speaking of opening, they're already starting on this Baron right here. There is no ward in the area on Omega Esports, so this is going to be a hard take right here. And they're just going to give this one up. They are lining on to the Elder Drake, which just spawned, but it is UCFC with the Baron buff, and they're now marching on to the Elder Drake. Let's see how much Elder Drake HP is left. Is there still going to be enough time? I think there's going to be a fight.
Tidal Wave will not connect onto anyone. UCFC will get the steal on the Elder Ocean Dragon. You need this, Omega Esports. You thief in the night, UCFC. They will get all the dragons, and now they have all the buffs that they need to finish this game.
So impressive wasn't the impressive that we wanted him to be in this fight, and it is going to be UCFC who will take the thief name of this game. Game number 2, 8-10 on the board. UCFC, look at that beautiful dragon buff line at the top side. You should be very happy if you are UCFC. All dragons unhatched. You're 8K in this game. That's big.
Now, impressive. Tries to go for the flank there, but too mobile for Nashjo and UCFC. And top side of the map, going for some split push. And this is going to be huge pressure for Omega Esports at the very least. They have Horizon coming up at 5 seconds, might alleviate some of the pressure down, but UCFC still has that massive lead up against Omega Esports. Tidal Wave will now go in for the 2-man knockup, but they cannot engage. UCFC will secure an inhibitor turret, 2 at the very least, as they get top and bot. Even now it's everything open. Omega Esports is now going for the Chain of Corruption. Huge thing, but UCFC finished this game with a bang. That's going to be the 1-2-0 first game for UCFC.
Well played, UCFC, and the smiles are going to be coming in. Celebrate, my friends, because one more game, one more win, you should be moving forward. Then again, UCFC with that Baron buff, with the Elder Drake buff, with that impressive steal, they just melted the inhibitor turrets and they went in for the Nexus easily in that game number 1. Well played.
Well played indeed. I mean, imagine how UCSC was just containing their pressure. They were being very, very patient, especially even though if they have all this lead up against Omega Esports, they were able to just wait for Omega Esports to move first. Because of Nashjo split pushing into the bot side, Omega Esports went into the bot as well. They have no information. UCFC gets the Baron buff, and they got to steal onto the Elder Dragon. When that happened, it's over for Omega Esports.
And that's one of the problems, really, if ever you give out a Camille that is fed up like that, is gonna split push and is gonna create pressure all around the map. That split push right there at the last part of the game was the key for UCFC to really gain control of the game. When that gravity was on, it caused a response from Omega Esports, opening up the Baron. And when Omega, because Omega doesn't have any vision on the Baron pit, they do not really know how much HP left is in the Baron, that they just went in for that Elder Drake in there. Well, that's not. There is going to be the replays, highlights of the game brought to you by Oppo, A94, and Riot Go. This is when Horizon is going to be killed at the top. Good job right there by Dragon. This was the good push right here onto that Renekton, and Renekton has no chance at that point on. Dragon is going to be rooted right here. Tidal Wave to make sure that exit is cut. He is going to go down, but here is the response of UCFC. This is the Mountain Drake take right here. The fight is on after the take on the Dragon. Hexix ultimatum is on point. It is Camille who does go down in that fight, but so does Arise. This is the Demon Kite time. There are 4 champions right here. It's already very low, but look at that kiting. Beautiful. Takes down Riven. He is going to be able to put on damage on Tylabs first before he goes down, but that was enough damage for the teammates to do the cleanup. And there it is, the master of the match, none other than Demon Kite on that vein. 7.0 kill and death and assist. KP is 70%. Well played.
I mean, Demon Kite, with the amount of kites that he have done in that game, with an absolute amazing late game performance, he was able to really just get that master of the matches so far. When you're looking at his items, he has built a very, very sustainable ADC. It was able to participate pretty much 70% of the time that UCFC was forcing out on those team fights.
Right.
So far, Vayne was just a menace of a player, menace of a champion that we have seen in game 1.
And the 3-item spike on the Vayne is really troublesome. Now, at that point on, you can always go for Guardian Angel, which is what Demon Kite went for. We already discussed this earlier. It's going to be very hard to catch that Vayne with the skill set alone, with the skills of Demon Kite on top of it. Plus, if you do catch him, there is the GA available, so you will have to kill him once again when he comes back. So that's bad. That was bad news for Mega Esports. Demon Kite was just really a demon in this game.
Yeah, you see, so much to control that game for UCFC. I mean, considering this, for the viewers watching at home, UCFC had a very late game composition, having Vayne, having Olaf, having Lulu. These are not the best composition to go for the early game. Right. And Omega Esports has all these power, has all these advantage in the early game. When you're looking in the draft, they have Riven, they have Galio, Renekton for Omega Esports. Nami also shines at level 5, but the problem is UCFC was able to make it on par, make it on even level playing field up against Omega Esports. As we look back from that replay a while ago, 7-7 in the 3-minute mark, wherein UCFC was just really able to match in on those close combat matches for UCFC and Omega Esports, and that just translated into a huge deficit for Omega Esports, losing all the objectives, losing all their winning conditions in the early game, that enabled UCFC to just one punch finish that game.
That's definitely good points right there, Infinity. Let's break down the picks right here. The ban started off as Omega banned Akshan, Twisted Fate, and the Fizz. I'm not really a big fan of the Akshan ban right here, especially that Akshan has a very low pick and win rate here in the playoffs and even during the group stages. So that could be something that Omega Esports can look into adjusting later on. But UCFC did respond with a Fiora. The Rengar and the Kha'Zix were not available for Omega also this time. I love the Assassin bans right here, and they even took out Fiora to really remove the split push potential from Omega Esports, knowing that Horizon is a god in this Fiora.
Yeah, it's an interesting ban for the action, actually. I went back into the match histories for UCFC Esports, and I have no idea.
Right.
I don't think they have picked this up prior to the Icon series in the group stage or even here in the playoffs so far. So I think this is just a respect ban overall with the recent changes for action in patch 2.4b with huge single targeted damage, but they cannot have that come through up against UCFC, especially here in the lower bracket so far. But now we're done talking about the draft, we're done talking about the bans. Rather, let's talk about the picks. What do you think happened here? How is UCFC building through this, as now we have sort of a different story as what we have seen in the prior series before this one of Omega Esports and UCFC?
Yeah, Omega Esports, seeing that Fiora was banned, their option was really Renekton, Darius, and a Riven. And Riven having the biggest, if not the best, win percentage here, win rate in this tournament. Yeah, Riven is a good pick right here. But then again, you forgot about the Camille. I would have favored the Camille as a priority pick even more instead of a Riven. But then again, Omega picked Riven instead, and yeah, there it is. UCFC responded with the Camille and then took the Olaf for themselves. Renekton was available also. That's still a very viable pick for for Omega Esports. They got that, and they got the Galio to really help whenever Renekton goes in with a slice and dice, and or even Riven goes in for the dive. Galio can always help out during the clash. Lulu was to be expected because you already have the Olaf, the Vayne right here. I would have rather banned Vayne, knowing Demon Kite again is a demon in this Vayne. Instead of an Akshan, I would have banned this Vayne instead. But it is what it is. It was given to UCFC and they took it because it was there. Varus, understandable. Omega Esports was very strong on this Varus, and the Nami, one of the best pair to pair up with that Varus, because Varus is very slow. Nami has the tidal wave and the bubble to really help out with the escape of that Varus. Ari right here, I would say, is just basically Ari has very good tools to really continue the CCs if ever needed. Has to escape, so she's a very volatile champion. I guess that's just a flexibility pick right there.
Yeah, like in paper, Nami is great. It's the synergy with Varus as well, with the Chain of Corruptions. But the problem that we keep on saying in that game number 1 is that the Nami ultimate, the Varus ultimate, wasn't even connecting against the enemy team. And these two are two of the most valuable ultimates for Omega Esports in that fight. Yes, they have the Galio. Yes, they have the Renekton ultimate. But I think it's just the Nami for the engage and Chain of Corruption to follow through with the CC chain. That's going to be so much dependent for Omega Esports to try and bring that back up against UCFC. But when it really just came into the right moment, it has not showed up in those massive team fights. And once again, I want to emphasize that UCFC Esports' composition is a late game comp. And they have every single dragon in that game number 1. So what else to complement that synergy of a composition than not the dragon itself? So I think UCFC just played their winning condition very well. They went in and checked their tasks list. You know what? Mountain Dragon, check. Infernal Dragon, check. Ocean Dragon, check. They even got a Seal Until Elder Dragon, check. And pretty much every single thing was just UCFC bringing everything onto the table in that lower bracket game 1 series 4 for today.
Textbook win right here for UCFC. Well played. Again, if I was Omega Esports during the team fights, who should I tidal wave? Is it an Olaf? Is it a Camille who just flanks the hell out of you? So it's gonna be very hard. So you have that option to go on to maybe Demon Kite or the Lulu. It's just trouble. It's just, the fight was just troublesome for Omega Esports. Plus, I think Omega Esports just found out about this this composition that they are really comfortable with the Varus a few days. I guess yesterday, and they're putting it out there. It is very clunky for them to play this one out. Still, JLC is really used to play a tank champion. So it's gonna be very challenging for them. Omega Esports, the curse is still there. We're still talking about them crawling in the dark. Haven't really seen their real strong form, their identity. So yeah, Omega Esports, it is troublesome for them. Hopefully they can sort it out for game number 2. But for UCFC, and this is a very strong game number 1. If ever they can still get the Vayne in game number 2, I don't think there is an answer for that Demon Kite monster of Vayne game.
Yeah, it's an option for Omega Esports even to maybe ban away Vayne. Maybe it's really gonna be a question here. I think they could potentially remove action. Instead, ban away Vayne, remove this potential for Demon Kite. Because as we all know, even in one of the interviews in the group stage so far in the Icon Series fall season, Demon Kite specifically said that his favorite champion, or one of his favorite champion, is the Vayne in Wild Rift. So giving that away is just too much, and putting them at a very good standpoint, at a very good situation in that late game, exponentially increases just the amount of just the good atmosphere, the good environment for Vayne to just dominate that game, to just have that massive lead in that situation.
Right.
But considering looking back onto that one, Liarik, I think there is a interesting build here for Vayne. What do you think about the Phantom Dancer pick up here for Vayne? Is it about the shield? Is it about the crit? What do you think about it?
I would say it's about the crit. Looking at the lineup of Omega Esports earlier, you have the Galio. You don't really know for sure yet what the Galio is going to be building. He was going mid, so it was AP. But yeah, Galio is still kind of tanky. So that crit, that additional crit is going to be helping that one. Especially your Vayne, you will want to punish the backlines. The Galio, the Nami, and the Varus are going to be your targets. The Renekton, even we saw that earlier. Renekton is kind of tanky. That just adds up to the Solari Charge Blade that he built prior to that item. I would say he went for the crit to really maximize the crit potential of the Vayne.
Yeah, I think it's hitting two birds with one stone. You talked about the crit. I want to talk about the shield. Because having that Phantom Dancer enables you to have sort of this sustainability with the lifeline.
Right.
Because at 25% HP, you have this shield that enables you to go for a safe play, to go back, to go for the retreat if ever a burst damage comes through up against you. And especially having Demon Kite as one of the foundations of damage. For UCFC Esports, they rather go for the Phantom Dancer instead of going in for other damage routes. Because you have to remember, Vayne is dependent on his damage in his true damage potential. In his skill kit, he already has the BRK.
Right.
So that stacks when it comes to bringing down onto the tanky champions for Omega Esports. So going for an Infinity Edge is much more of the offensive route, but considering this huge lead and massive advantage for UCFC Esports, it's rather going for the Phantom Dancer instead. Now, it's now going to be an interesting situation. It's a do or die for Omega Esports because if they lose this one, UCFC will proceed into the lower bracket semifinals and Omega Esports will say goodbye.
Definitely.
Still have an opportunity to go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, the ultimate test right here for for Omega Esports, if they really have what it takes. Then again, what I learned from this life is you never underestimate the heart of the champion. They will have enough in their experience to really try to get back on this game. Yeah, if ever you want to ask me who can come back from this one, I would say Omega Esports is a very capable team to really go for a comeback. Right now, it just seems like in that game number 1, it was UCFC who came in prepared. They got the right bans. They banned the champion of Horizon, which was basically the winning condition of Omega Esports in the last games. The split push potential of Horizon is you just don't want to see that, and that is why Fiora was banned. And then impressive with the very good jungler skills, going in for steals, can pounce here and there. They just took away those pouncing champions in the form of Kha'Zix and Rengar. I love the bans. I love the picks. They prepared for Omega Esports. As to Omega Esports side, banning an Shan instead of a Vayne just tells me that I don't think you respect the Demon Kites very that much, or you just haven't prepared for the pick. So that's the signal that is sending that the game 1 was sending me right now. Hopefully they're going to be able to come back in game number 2 and push this to game number 3. It is going to be very interesting for this game number 2 for Mega Esports.
Yeah, I want to see it. Game 3 for this game. I mean, these high-level plays, this high-level mechanics from these two teams are unbelievable. And I want to see more of that. I want to experience more of that. And of course, bring in more of these show plays for the viewers watching at home right now. Just a quick reminder for everyone that's currently watching the stream that you can join in on the discussion too by going on Twitter and going for the hashtag CICAN Series Philippines or CICAN Series PH to be featured potentially in the panelist desk later on. And I want to bring back rather something that you talked about a while ago about the Fiora ban. I think it's rather a big and huge respect for Horizon, because this is the champion, this is the player that made Omega Esports beat RRQ in a reverse sweep yesterday in day one for the playoffs. And I think it's something that UCFC doesn't want to fight against, especially when you're considering their playstyle and their composition in that game one, wherein they're more so going for the late game, wherein if Fiora split pushes on the sidelines, UCFC Esports' composition will also divide when it comes to the manpower, which leaves Vayne in a more susceptible situation and having more risks in danger onto the burst damage potential coming in from Riven, potentially from Omega Esports. So overall, I think when you're reflecting and connecting those bands into the composition of UCFC, it was just an amazing thing that they've adjusted into for this day 2 of the playoffs.
And I wouldn't surprised to see another Fiora ban here in game number 2. Do you see Fiora coming in this game number 2? Is UCFC gonna allow Fiora to come up?
Fiora, I don't think so. I don't think UCFC Esports is gonna allow this to come up because it's just a huge playstyle that Omega Esports is depending in the past. It's just a split push that's really just a difficult situation that UCFC if they leave this open. So I don't think UCFC is gonna give that chance, is gonna give that opportunity for Omega Esports, and we have just seen that UFC has won that game 1. So I think when it comes to their composition, there isn't gonna be that big changes. But I think now Omega Esports needs to change their draft, as now we're gonna see if it reflects for this game 2 as we jump in the champ select by right go.
And it is going to be UCFC who's going to pick up first. I'm expecting similar bans from the side of UCFC, and there it is. Fiora is not going to be allowed. Omega Esports, the adjustments start here. They're not going to allow the Rengar to be coming in. Kha'Zix will be denied by UCFC. There it is. The Vayne is going to be banned this time. Well-deserved respect right there onto Demon Kites. Vayne, Galio, love that. Right now, they're not allowing Galio to come in. Camille is going to be last pick. TF is available. Gragas is available. Let's see how UCFC is going to be playing this one out. This will be a very interesting game number 2.
Yeah, this is what we predicted a while ago. Omega Esports needs to ban away the Vayne. And they did just that. Exponential advantage right now for Omega Esports removing that. But UCFC steals away the Olaf away from Omega Esports once again.
All right, let's see how Omega is going to be responding to this. Interestingly, they're going to go for Graves. That should be a jungler Graves right here. Not really big fan of the Graves right now, especially going up against the Olaf. You will need someone to really stop this Olaf, but they went for it anyways. Janna is going to be picked, another Lulu Olaf. This time, the Baron laner is going to be the Darius for UCFC. Let's see how Omega is going to respond to that. Riven is available. I think that's going to be the pick.
Alright, and might be it, because currently they still don't have any Baron laners, and JLC right now as the Baron lane might go for it, but rather go for the Garen instead to fight up against Darius in an even level playing field, as they lock into Corki as well as their potential ADC or mid lane for this game.
All right, Lucian right here will be good for Demon Kite, maybe. What else? Because Corki is already taken. Varus would be Kaisa is good. Yeah, silly me. Next to Corki is Kaisa, not the Lucian right now. So Kaisa is going to be picked right here. Fizz is going to be available. That was banned in game number 1. But this time Fizz is available. Respond is going to be an assassin also in the form of this ninja. Zed for Omega Esports. Love the picks right now. I think I'm going to be favoring UCFC once again because of that Olaf Lulu. There is no full counter for this just yet. Just the JLC Garen who can set out the ult to take down Renzi that fast, but then again Lulu is going to be there to protect this Olaf, so it will be a hard task. Who do you favor in this pick?
It's going to be a difficult situation right now to answer that question, but if you're really going to ask me, I think it's Omega Esports bringing this down. However, UCFC can match this up as we're going into game 2 of this series in the lower bracket for today. Day 2 of the playoffs, Mega versus UCFC.
Love this portal wormhole opening, and now we are in the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift. UCFC on the blue side, Omega Esports on the red. Two champions here for both sides. Just to clear out the wave, little pokes here and there. But after this wave clear, everyone should be going to their respective lanes as... there's gonna be a ward drop onto the blue buff of the red of UCFC. Red buffs are gonna be prioritized by both junglers.
Oh, for the Howling Gale though. Massive amounts of poke onto Dragon. Huge advantage for Omega Esports. They did not get the kill, but that just HP deficit will bring down Dragon into a scary situation.
Yes, but there's an important development right here from Omega Esports. Corki and Janna is in the top lane as Garen is going to be soloing the bottom lane. So Respawn is going to be coming in as Nasjo is already marching towards the top lane, and so is Dampier. Stronger goes in for the poke. So let's see how this will form out for Omega Esports later parts of the game.
They're bringing the classic Omega Esports. This is their game style in the summer season of the Icon series, and they're bringing it up once again. And now do take note though, we're gonna have a fight into the mid lane, as now it's gonna be a Rise falling down. First blood for Renzi.
All right, well played right there. Almost dying is Dragon, but then again, that is a Fizz. That has the playful Trickster. He will survive, and instead, it is going to be Arise who is going to be punished in that mid lane. That kill will go on to Renzi. On the bottom lane, interestingly, it is JLC going up against Kaisa. Kaisa will have a good time here at the bottom. Here is rotation at the top.
They're going for it, but Omega Esports don't want to engage against UCFC. These are two roam for UCFC that they want to engage, but once again, 1 HP for Dragon. Not going to be able to get the kill for Arise though.
All right, there's
still no kills for Omega Esports.
Still attempt right here for Omega Esports on the blue buff. That's going to be reset though, so that is bad for Omega on that rotation. Let's see if UCFC can capitalize on that mistake. Here they come.
They're going for it. Howling Gale knocks up, zones away, gets the steal. Omega Esports gets the blue buff away from UCFC.
That's okay though, because Olaf has already taken the blue buff on the side of Omega Esports. Jungle also. So that pretty much evens it out, but it was just much more forceful for Omega Esports. So I would say UCFC has a smoother early game in this game, especially that they had the first blood here in the top lane. Lulu can always go for the pokes himself, and Nasjo has a very good catch. Interestingly, Demon Kite is rotating onto the top lane as Nasjo is gonna go TP and rotate on the bottom. JLC will respond with a rotate himself.
This is gonna be a difficult situation right now, but I think Omega Esports playing this very patiently. Means that they are actually looking to go for mid-game, late game, and just something that I want to take note is Omega Esports went for the monotonic lineup, having pretty much all ADC so far. But Corki synergizes with this, but because the Gatling gun actually depreciates the armor of the enemy team. So I think that is the route that Omega Esports wants to make for this game too.
Yes, Dragon is going to be spawning here in the next 10 seconds of the game. It's Infernal Drake, so I guess the party is going to be on the bottom part of this river in the map, and everyone is already there. Omega Esports will have first dibs on this Dragon. Rift Scuttler is going to be taken, but here comes everyone. Let's see, the fight is on.
Nasjo gonna be catch. Going in, Nasjo apprehend, decimate. He is gonna sustain himself for much longer, but he is gonna get killed at the end. But a great initial setup for Omega Esports, but Baron Nashor once again continued fight. Renzi going in for the Ragnarok. That's gonna be 1.5k HP. UCFC gets the Baron Nashor. Omega Esports tries to actually cancel it down. Renzi will force out the flash. Valkyrie for time lapse goes over the wall. And Renzi, 1 HP. He will die. He will be erased. And Omega Esports removes this away from UCFC.
Yeah, Impressive is gonna get the rampage right there. But nonetheless, UCFC, they saw that the jungler, Impressive, is in the bottom lane, helping to secure the kill onto Nasjo. That was the go signal for UCFC to take the Baron. Now they have the Baron buff. What can they do with this? right now, but the Cloud Drake is going to be taken just like that by Mega Esports. So Mega Esports still coming on top of this fight with 2 Drakes already available. Let's see what is going to be happening right here at this point. Astro is in the area, but no go for both teams.
Oh, that's just saying hi. Hello, hello, Mega Esports. What's up? Your format Rome. I'm single here. Want to fight? But I don't think so. UCFC is just a massive respect into Mega Esports for now as they take on the Dragon. But Demon Kite going in, kiting around the enemy team, goes for the K to Rain. Actually not the damage, but Howling Gale zones away the enemy team. Tile Labs, goes for knockup, but Ramsey joins the party. Apprehend will not connect though, and Timeless will be able to scour back away, but they get the tier 2 turret in top side. Both safe for Horizon Dragon.
A pretty even trade right here. Arise is already very low, just trying to defend this bottom turret, but at very least he was successful. UCFC got 1 turret out of this Baron buff. They are going to go for the push on the mid, but Omega Esports will deny that one as they go aggressively in. Impressive
Look
is
at Impressive.
on top Nacho right now. No, but he's not going to be catching anyone right now, especially that Impressive. His skill kit doesn't really have that catch that's going to be needed to kill this Nacho. Then again, UCFC gets 1 turret at the top lane, evening the gold once again. Omega Esports does have a little edge with the Cloud Drake in their pockets.
Yeah, and I think that's a good objective for Omega Esports to trade down onto the Baron Nashor. But I think it all comes down, it all boils down to the Mountain Elder Dragon that will come up pretty soon for these 2 teams. Whoever takes that will gain extra sustainability alongside with extra true damage for any of the team that can take this down. So that's going to be an important objective so far for both teams. And Vision is going to be key here to victory for UCFC and Omega.
Definitely. But yeah, the split push of Dragon is already online. He has a better pressure right here compared to the Zed that's split pushing. So UCFC has that going in favor of them. This pressure on the side lanes can create openings for them. Definitely for taking the objectives of this game. Fight at the bottom lane is going to be
Denmark. That's going to be the Nasjo getting slain down. Omega Esports, 1 more. They take 2 out of that. UCFC is now on the edge of their seats. Mega Esports takes Renzi, takes Nasjo. 15 seconds on the clock for the Baron Nashor, and UCFC doesn't have any jungler. Now Mega Esports wants to fight this down. Kaisa goes for the killer instinct into the backside, uses up the flash, but the flash for flash will be burned down. Impressive waits for it, gets the kill down onto Demon Kite. Now the next step is going to be Dampier trying to walk back away, but Omega Esports catches him down. And now Dragon will be the only one left for UCFC as he tries to go back, but he can't. Now Omega Esports has all the free real estate to now come into the Baron Nashor and take it down.
Omega Esports with the Oppo ace of game number 2. They take the Baron. That's the Baron's Lane moment brought to you by Globe. But then again, it just took a mistake from UCFC. At 16 minutes in, you cannot afford those kinds of mistakes. 2 rotation at the bottom lane got punished by Omega Esports. It just rolled over on them big time. They got ace and they lost the Baron because of that. Now Omega Esports is going for the Baron push. Or are they? They're positioning themselves for this Elder Drake that's going to be spawning next 5 seconds. And with the Baron buff in their hands, they have a big advantage for this team fight. Let's see how UCFC will challenge this one, as they are definitely on the shorter end of this fight. And the fight is on!
Apprehend actually hooks them. JLC zones away the enemy team. UCFC. So just gonna wait out. Mega Esports starting onto the Elder Dragon, but opts to back away as they actually have their sights on tier 2 turret mid lane.
See,
JLC engages. Goes in for a little bit of a damage out. Omega Esports still going in. Slash Apprehend. Goes for the hook. No follow-up. Chunks the water. Goes for the knock-up as well. JLC is now on the edge. Goes in. But no damage for UCFC. Stacy Zanchan. Impressive. Very, very low. But still going to be alive. Omega Esports. Denmark. Kaisa. He dies. And that will be the one for all. Making another one as JLC gets another. Guillotine will be able to secure one more. But At the end of the day, that's going to be a 3-4-1 in favor for Omega.
And that is big right there. After taking 3 down, they got the bodies needed for them to open up this Dragon. And Dragon is being taken right now. Here comes Olaf and here comes Nasjo for the charge in. They're not going to be able to do so. So that's Elder Drake going into the pockets of Omega Esports. And I guess that's it. Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, you asked for a game 3. You are going to get yourselves a game number 3 as Omega Esports charges in for the GG push. Dragon, Demon Kite, and Dampier is going to be spawning here in a bit. But what can they do? That's 3 champions going up against 4. Nexus is going to be taken down just like that. Omega Esports wins game number 2.
They're going for the game 3 for Omega Esports. The answer to that is going to be the Vayne ban in the composition draft. And they have learned from their mistakes in game 1 to give out a lot of these objectives away for UCFC. And now they've taken everything away for UCFC in game number 2. It's all about the fights. It's all about the steals. It's all about the engages. And Omega Esports came out on top in that game to win up against UCFC.
At the middle part of the game, I really thought UCFC had that for them. They were already controlling the split pushes, but a miscommunication, a bad rotation on the bottom lane just cost them everything. They were already on the driver's seat of that game, but all of a sudden the wheels just fall off for them, and Omega Esports capitalized on that. They got an ace, they got the Baron, it was over from that point on of the game. Well played by Omega Esports. There it is, the numbers of the game. Impressive. I said earlier, not a big fan of the Graves jungler. Impressive, making me a believer for this game number 2. 605 and an MVP tag. Well played, impressive.
Yeah, it's all about utilizing your composition. As we talked about a while ago, bringing up onto a Corki, onto a Zed mid lane is a great pick. Because what they want is to go for AD, monotonic type of composition with time-lapse with a Gatling gun, bringing down some of the armor of the enemy team. Increases the amount of damage for Omega Esports, even if UCFC built onto the armor of what they have done for that game number 2. And even then, look at Nasjo building up onto the Dead Man's Blade, building up onto the Rindu Endowment. He just gets smashed down by Omega Esports when it comes to the damage output. That's just the strength of that team from Omega. However, let's look at the highlights from the game 2 and how Omega Esports was able to bring this back into game 3.
Yeah, that Elder Drake right there really, I mean, the what do you call this? Fire Drake right there really gave Omega so much in this game, especially in the later parts of the game. Timeless was just dishing out so much damage because of that. On top of these items, Nasjo just melting down from the Zed right here. This double kill was big for Omega. This is JLC being hunted on the top lane. So much skills invested to get that JSC kill. Nasjo is taken on the bottom lane. That was the opening UCFC needed to know so that they can take this Baron. Because of this Baron, I said they were already in control of this game. Sadly, it was the chase by onto Renzi. He got killed right here. UCFC did not really get so much out of that Baron. And this is the kill on the bottom lane. 1 kill. Make that 2 as he is exhausted. Renzi going out, and that caused for the team to respond to a team fight on the mid. Outnumbered, and what do you know? Ace from Omega Esports, and they will get the Baron at this game with the pressure on the mid. Later on, this clash right here, they won't be able to finish this one, but they take down buddies enough for them to get an opening to get this Elder Drake. UCFC will just have to force to contest this Dragon because it's game over anyways if they don't try to contest for that. So they just tried to do so, but in the end, they fell short. Master of the match is impressive on this Graves, 11.0 KDA, kill participation of 73%, GPM 903, DPM of 775. Not big numbers on the gold and the damage, but the 73 kill participation was crucial for them to get this game number 2.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You want no damage? No worries. You have Corky and Zed to depend on. Our role here for Impressive, go for the objectives, go for the jungle, dominate when it comes to that aspect into the game, which he did. Was able to get around 2 to 3 dragons away against UCFC Esports when it comes to the Smite Wars, and they were able to take down onto the Baron Nashor. And on top of all that, as you said it, the kill participation is exponential for Impressive as the jungler for Omega Esports to be able to impact on those team fights. He did it. And I think on top of all that, he also has blind against the enemy team as a smoke screen to be able to really just remove the information, the vision for UCFC in those key fights up against Omega Esports.
I love this form right here for Mega Esports. I'm not really sure if they're going to be bringing this into game number 3. Just felt like they used this to really counter and discourage the Olaf Lulu from UCFC, and I don't think they are going to be running the Olaf Lulu for game number 3 after this showing of Omega Esports of game number 2. Adjustments will have to happen, and we will be breaking down the picks later on. Then again, big plays right here for Omega Esports, especially spotting that mistake of a rotation down at the bottom lane. They capitalize on that. That's big for Omega Esports. Spotting that kill, that 2 pickups on the bottom lane, that was big.
Yeah, and speaking of big, let's look at the beginning of that journey for Omega Esports in that game too, and how they were able to take it down based on the draft composition here in the arc. And I'll give you the stage to start it all off on what you think what happened here in the draft. For
Fiora, we understood you don't want that on Horizon once again, and then Kha'Zix to deny it from Impressive. Even the Rengar is already banned from Omega's side, so they went in for the Galio ban. What I love right here, the adjustment of Omega Esports taking down Vayne and then Camille. Again, I guess Vayne is still going to be banned in game number 3. So with that happening for UCFC, they were successful with this Olaf and Lulu. The problem here was they went for the Olaf right away that Omega Esports was able to draft against it. It was an obvious Olaf Lulu to begin with because that was the first pick. Usually you want to hide this if you want to do this again. Go for a flexibility pick first, but they went in for the Olaf, so Omega just drafted to counter that one, and they were successful.
Yeah, and I want to do a quick highlight onto the Vayne ban for Omega Esports. I think that was really just the start of the downfall for UCFC, because Demon Kite without Vayne is going to be very difficult. And yes, he is proficient in using Kaisa, but you have to determine that Kaisa's playstyle is actually quite a minor difference onto the Vayne because of the invisibility, but I think Vayne has more survivability in those late game. So I think that's just a difficult situation for UCFC.
Yeah, but Kaisa does have the Lulu, so I guess they were still confident because of that. It's just that I would say this was an outdraft moment right here. Omega just has the right composition to really counter the Olaf and the Lulu lineup right here. Olaf goes in with the Ragnarok. You are going to be coming into a shotgun. Click, click, boom. If you're near this Impressive right here on the Graves, he's going to deal a lot of damage onto Olaf to a point that it was very hard for Lulu to really sustain the damage. And also the Corki on the Omega side to add up onto that damage. That was bad news. And kudos to the Zed being able to keep Darius at bay on the split pushes. That was well played right there. At the very last part of the game, I still think it was a pretty even game. There was just this instance in the lower on the bottom lane where the rotation of UCFC got read up by Omega Esports. Omega Esports capitalized on this. It was downhill. Everything just went downhill for UCFC at that point.
Yeah, and I also do agree. I think it was a very, very even game for UCFC and Omega Esports. It's just that everything changed when it comes to the mid game, wherein UCFC keeps on losing their members in those single team fight, everything changed. Because in the first 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 13 minutes of that matchup, the gold was even. The turrets was pretty much even as well. The gold, the objectives was pretty much across all the boards, even for these two teams. So there was no clear winner for any of the teams currently from that game 2.
Yes.
But Omega Esports just showed up, said hello. Hey, we want to get some kills. We want to engage. We want to re-engage. And that just enabled Omega Esports to now get the lead, to now be able to get around 6k gold lead with those kills alone up against UCFC Esports. And across that, they were able to get more turrets, more objectives, and even the Baron at the end. So I think Omega Esports played that very well, patiently up against UCFC.
Yes, definitely. And let's just talk about adjustments this time. For UCFC, I'm not expecting an Olaf Lulu for game number 3. They might still run this, but if they do, I strongly recommend that they at least put this in the middle parts of the pick. Do not make it obvious that Omega can prepare their draft against this one. So that's an adjustment they can do. I don't think they're going to be running. I don't think they're going to be running this again. I want to look at how UCFC won the game against Bren Esports yesterday. They have the Darius still. They want the Kazakhs this time. But they banned the Kazakhs for this one. I don't think they're going to be banning Kazakhs for game number 3. That's just my prediction. The Riven is available. They're very strong with Riven on the Dragon. Riven mid, they ran it yesterday. Kaisa is still good for Demon Kite, just in case Vayne is going to be banned. And then Galio for Dampier is still going to be good for them. I think those are the adjustments I want to see from them. I think a Kazakhs will be possible for this game. Their Kazakhs game yesterday was just crazy.
Definitely could be. I mean, the Kazakhs, if it's left open, could be locked in, but still gonna be someone that you need to highly respect. But because it's a huge player a while ago, so I think it's a good ban away coming through away, especially how in the past it has been played as a target onto those single target champions that is remained available. Because as you all know, Kazakh's strength is ganks, is skirmish.
Sure.
When you're playing that separately in the early game, it's not gonna be the best situation for you to match it up against a Kazakh's jungler. So, as you stated, it might potentially be banned away once again. It might potentially be not. It really depends at the state of the game on how UCFC Esports is going to adjust up against Omega, or how Omega is going to adjust or stay put on what is successful for them. Going on the quote of, do not fix what is not broken.
True. Yeah, but if Fiora is gonna be available, if Fiora is not gonna be banned, for sure, Omega Esports will be taking that one. If they have the Fiora, of Varus pickup will be very much possible once again for Omega Esports. It will boil down. This bans will really tell us a lot for both teams, especially this is do or die for both. Omega Esports definitely has the momentum. Question is, can they bring the momentum to game number 3, or will UCFC be able to adjust in time for them to take down Omega Esports? Omega Esports, they have a strong Fizz, but usually they bring Fizz with the Varus. It will depend if they will get Fiora. If not, I love this pick that they have right now. It is an aggressive, impressive going on to that Graves. It definitely caught UCFC off guard. So that Graves most probably will still stay if ever the Fiora is gonna be denied. So it's gonna be interesting. I really want to see the bans first so that we can try to predict what they're gonna be doing for Omega Esports.
Right. It's up to them. Are they gonna bring in the surprise? Are they gonna bring in something different? Are they gonna bring in the traditional Omega Esports title of being methodical and the meta breakers for Omega Esports? So,
I guess this is gonna be this is gonna be a defensive Omega Esports, right? This is game 3, so you have to go for the methodical play here. definitely. Olaf Lulu was just countered in that game number 2 for UCFC. Main counter for that was the answer by JLC, the Garen. Right, Garen's Damascene Justice really is instant damage, so Olaf could not really lifesteal back his way and sustain his way back into the fight. So whenever Olaf's HP bar is down, Damascene Justice onto him, that's Olaf already out of the fight. So that was the counter right there. If ever they run this Olaf Lulu once again, I'm expecting a Garen pick once again for JLC. So it will be very interesting. At this point, the draft will be very important, right? We saw that in game number 2. The draft was somehow countered by Omega Esports, but during the gameplay, UCFC was very good in that game. They just had a misplay on the bottom where he got red, and they got punished badly because of that. But here in game number 3, the draft will play an important role once again for UCFC. If they win this one, I guess we've seen that already for how many games UCFC does have the skill to take down Omega.
Definitely. I love how you analyze when it comes to the counter of Olaf, and definitely can happen once again for game 2. But now the interesting question is the current situation for UCFC. Are they still gonna lock into the Olaf, or are they going for the different jungle? Are they going for a different route? Remove Lulu, remove Olaf for their composition, because Omega Esports are now able to read that through. You know what? Pick up Olaf, pick up Lulu. We're gonna change things up.
I think they're gonna change things up. They got red. That was a confidence breaker right there of game number 2. But they could still go for it if they just knew what happened in game number 2. If they break it down, the only thing really that happened bad for them again is that last clash. Last rotation on the bottom lane where they lost 2 champions. So if they break that down and know that that was only a weakness, their Lulu Olaf is still very strong. It's just not it wasn't as effective compared to game number 1 because they don't have Vayne anymore. Kaisa was doing well in that game. So I can say Olaf and Lulu is still viable. Just don't place it at the front that Omega can really read it out loud. But then again, JLC's Garen is something you wanna really consider. That's something respectable. So that's a big point for them to scratch out Olaf Lulu for game number 3. Darius Kha'Zix is going to be key right here for UCFC to win this game. I have so much respect with their Kha'Zix gameplay. They play around Kha'Zix being all around the map. I don't think they're going to be banning Kha'Zix for game number 3. That's my read. I think that's the reason why they've been banning Kha'Zix in game 1 and game 2. In game 3, they can bring it out.
Yeah, game 2 and game 3 could potentially come through once again. At this point in time, let's play a game. Let's play a game.
Right.
Of, is it worth it? When you're talking about the first 4 minutes into the game, when Cloud Dragon comes up against Rift Herald, what do you think?
Cloud Dragon for a Rift Herald. The big question is your team composition. Right? I would say if I have a Darius in my team composition, or if I have other champions that is really dependent on closing distances or engaging, I would say Cloud Dragon is important, right? Take down the Cloud Dragon. Even if you lose the Rift Herald, you already have the speed boost that you need so that you can slide down on the bottom turret. Even if you lose first turret of the game, you can even things out with the turret on the bottom lane, and that basically even things out. Now we go into the later parts of the game where speed is much more important, right? That is when Cloud Dragon will pay dividends for the team comp. So I would say it will strongly depend. If your team is an engaged kind of team, I would go for the Cloud Dragon. Then again, speaking of picks, we are now heading into the champion selection screen brought to you by Globe Riot Go. Let's Riot Go, Omega. It's not going to allow Vayne this time, banning it first. Rengar is going to be banned by UCFC. Olaf is banned by Omega. They don't want that Olaf to happen once again, but UCFC will still ban the Kha'Zix, knowing that their second pick, so they won't be able to use that either. Interesting.
So it looks like, you know what, Omega Esports doesn't want to go for the Olaf once again for UCFC Esports. So this might be another question here for Omega. UCFC is gonna leave Fiora open. We all know Omega Esports is so proficient using the Fiora. Now the question is, are they gonna lock it in?
I would say yes, Omega Esports. That's a comfort pick for them, especially in this game number 3. Do or die, go for your comfort picks. And speaking of comfort picks, they had confidence on this Zed. They're gonna be hovering over that. They know that there's no Fiora player for UCFC, so they're not gonna be prioritizing that first. Lastjoy is gonna go for the Renekton right here. I guess that's a Baron laner available in a flex pick right here in the form of Galio that can go into mid. That can also be a support. Nami, impressive. It's gonna be picked right here. Kaisa,
though,
all right.
To be prioritized by Omega Esports, so they're moving this champion away for UCFC as they've played this very proficiently a while ago from game number 2.
All right.
Now, UCFC has the option to go for a Corki, has the option to go for an Ezreal. If they want to go for it, but Twisted Fate gonna be the priority by UCFC.
That's 2 global ultimates already available for UCFC. I'm liking this right now. So TF, Renekton can always go for split push. If ever Renekton gets a good position. Oh, 3! Make the 3 global ultimates available for the side of UCFC. If you put in Ziggs here, then that's gonna be it. Everyone will have global ultimates. But yeah, UCFC. This is trouble for Mega Esports. Let's see how UCFC is gonna be playing this one out. But this is definitely a treat for everyone.
This is what we talked about yesterday. What I talked about with Riku.
Yeah, I remember that.
A Galio Twisted Fate Pantheon. It looks like UCFC wants to go for that one. So global presence is really going to be the strength here by UCFC Esports. Well, Omega locks in onto Sinjao and Sinjao. Removes away the mobility, but UCFC Esports, they want to counter onto Sound Engage of UCFC Esports.
That's JLC's signature right there. Hero is going to be picking last, and they're going to go for the Lucian right here. But then again, I heard that tick in your voice, the little boy coming alive when you saw Pantheon being picked right here. Being picked right here. So 3 global ultimates right here for you. I guess this is a treat for you, my friend. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I'm favoring UCFC with this pick. But then again, the signature Singe, impressive with the Sinzao, knowing that Sinzao is very good at stealing objectives. This is a good lineup for Mega Esports too.
Yeah, this is it. I love this. I love this draft. And so far, what do you think about this? As the final moments will come through, this will be the last game for the series. Omega Esports versus UCFC in their Game 3 Best of 3 series. And here, we're jumping into the Rift.
Could be the last game for either both of the teams right now. So this is very interesting. All right, game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Omega Esports on the blue side. Once again, UCFC on the red. There is a gang up right here by Omega. They're going to go for the steal right here. They know the Pantheon is a slow jungler, so they're going to be punishing that. I love this. The bubble will force out the flash from Renzi. Here comes Cavalry from Omega Esports, and they're going to be successful in the invade on the red buff. Impressive. We'll take that one, taking advantage of the early game strength of that Sinzao. I'm loving this from Omega Esports, but steal onto the red buff by UCFC as a response to even things out. Top turret is going to take a pounding right here from Omega Esports side. UC Esports side. So they have to be careful right here. JLC is going to be target toss-up right there. It's going to be casted. Hero will take the brunt of that. JLC already very low. Almost takes a gold card in his face. But nonetheless, that's first blood taken by UCFC. Well played. The top turret taking a pounding right here. But so will this bottom turret right now. So then again, UCFC gets the head start that they wanted. Top turret is being pounded.
Not going to be as huge of a lead though, because Omega Esports still going in for a very, very even playstyle up against UCFC Esports in the form of the plates that they have taken down. So no huge gold lead for UCFC. In fact, it's Omega Esports leading the throne when it comes to the gold composition.
Alright, that's going to be a cancel onto Hero's TP back home. That's going to put a little delay, a little dent on the laning phase. But then again, speaking of laning phase, JLC, remember, got first blooded here on the bottom lane. So that's his laning phase taking a dent too. Demon Kite going up against JLC. I guess Demon Kite will have a party here on the bottom lane, as the switch up is going to be happening, as Kaisa is going to be on the top lane in return, that Renekton will have a hard time on that lane too. There is a rotation on the top lane. That's gonna be big.
Want to go for the 3-man roam, but the Ward will be able to actually get their sights in. Mega Esports though still wants to pressure down. UCFC just gonna hug their turret.
Yes, and that's the wise choice right now. As long as you deny this first turret take that's being pressured by Omega Esports, you will be okay. And in return, pressure the lane yourself. This bottom turret taking a lot of pounding. Culling is going to be used to make sure that wave is going to die fast. 800, 700, 500. That should be done. UCFC already got the first blood of the game. They also got the first turret of the game. So that's in gold injected into the economy. Now we're seeing a 1.5k gold lead UCFC.
And now this is the clear advantage that UCFC is looking for. Not just a single kill, because Omega Esports was looking for an even there. But currently Omega Esports is falling down behind. And UCFC needs to bring this through, make it to a bigger lead later on if they really want to dominate Omega Esports. And same thing with Omega. If they want to bring this back into an even level playing field, they need to act fast, especially 25 seconds up. Rift Herald and Infernal Dragon will come up.
Yes, that's an interesting part of the game, definitely the 4-minute mark. But what's more interesting is, wait, hold on, there's a fight at the top.
Yeah, UCFC is collapsing onto the top side. Twisted Fate, go for the Destiny in. Pantheon with a Grand Starfall gets a kill down. That's going to be the global ultimates coming all around. And Time-Lapse Stronger will die, and UCFC tries to go for a tier 1 turret top lane.
Beautiful, beautiful take right here by UCFC. I was just gonna say that. Interestingly, the 4-minute mark, but what's more interesting is that the champions have reached their level 5 and has the ultimates, and the global ultimate should be coming in, and it just came in, and it came hard for Mega Esports as they lose champions on the top lane. Infernal Drake though already being taken right here by UCFC. By Omega Esports. Well played by Megas, knowing that everyone is going to be late for this take. They just take it under the noses of UCFC. But nonetheless, first turret, make that 2 turrets already down on the side of Omega. That's still big gold going into the hands of UCFC.
Yeah, and so far, this is an even trade. Omega Esports got the Infernal Dragon for a turret on top side for UCFC, but UCFC is forcing onto the Rift Herald. Redemption will gain the information. JLC will come up, throws down. Renzi will be in a very bad situation. Sinjao will be able to take down the kill. And now, UCFC Esports is low. Demon Kite will down. Dragon will be down. Hero will also follow through. And that's going to be the 4 kills for Omega Esports to take the Rift Herald away for UCFC.
That was big for Omega Esports, taking 4 for nothing special, and the Rift Herald in their hands. It was UCFC in the lead earlier, but look at that. Omega is now on top. Not a lot at this point, so UCFC can still afford to get back into this game. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. Renzi spots this one, but he gets stopped by JLC, but no follow-up. Tidal Wave is going to be the start of the fight.
Not going to connect. UCFC will still be safe, but Omega Esports, with those kills a while ago, with that 4 kills away from UCFC with no trades away from them, Omega Esports will now take the lead, or pretty much even level playing field, to say the least, as the gold will be in only a difference of 200, and Feral Dragon still going for the side of Omega.
Yes, definitely. But itemization is already completed here onto UCFC side. That's not a lot right now. Destiny is going to be casted. Are they going to go for Zed? Yes, they're going to do so.
Backside, dead mark, gold cards, done! That's going to be the kill to Arise. He cannot go back away to safety, with every single ultimate is just jumping down on him. But Omega Esports down to the mid lane.
Alright,
good man knockout, but the Acro Prison, Rift Herald will now be casted away. And Galio will come into the fray, but UCFC will just retreat, respects the Rift Herald push.
Alright, that's gonna go down with the headbutt. Rift Herald still very healthy at this point, but with all that damage coming in, Shelly just got erased. But then again, that is the first turret of the game for Omega Esports, and that's the mid turret. That one is big for them at the very least. Alright, let's see at this point.
Omega Esports trying to open up the map, trying to open up the game. This is what requires of them. especially
Right.
considering that UCFC has a lot of global ultimates, but look at top lane.
Right, Zed is already starting the side lane pressure. That's one of the strengths of Zed. If not in the team fight, you can always opt for a split push potential, and you know that Horizon is a very good side pusher. But Horizon's not here. It is going to be Arise on that split push task. But nonetheless, he has that teammate to really coach him up. So that's still going to be very good right here for Omega Esports. 4-4 still, and we are looking at a 1K goal lead in favor of UCFC. UCFC still has that global threat. Anyone can be a threat at this point, so Omega is not really comfortable at this point. Use Dragon, his ultimate Destiny is going to be up soon, so they should be looking for another pick up later on, and that's going to be very important as in next 14 seconds of the game, Ocean Drake is going to be spawning. A pick-off will be big right here. Side push from Dragon. At the same time, he can always go in if a fight breaks out.
Well, look at Omega Esports. They're going for the drop rush. They're going to start on the Ocean Dragon. Dragon is going in for the split push on top side though.
Old card.
Destiny now going to be casted down. UCFC now initiating the fight. That's going to kill down onto time lapse. And now Culling was on out the enemy team. Impressive will jump through. That's going to be knock off from Hero. UCFC just zones away the enemy team. This is going to push through into the fight. They want to get that kill down. Galio will be killed, but in trade for Illusion, Omega Esports though will come up on top. They got the 3 kills down. UCFC is still continuing this fight. Will be able to take that one down, but that was a 1-for-2 in that latter engagement. And overall, it was a 4-4-2 in favor for Omega Esports.
Dragon's still available right here for Mega Esports, but they don't have the HP bars and the personnel to really take this one down. But that was big for Mega Esports. Again, a 4-for-2 trade in favor of them. Top Turret did survive. It looked like it was a good fight for UCFC at the early parts of the game, but the sustain, the tankiness of the champions that they have really prolonged the fight, that it swayed into their favor. Now Dragon is being started right here. Impressive is in the area, and I guess there's gonna be round 2 for this Juicy Drake.
Now UCFC though, getting the risk cutter, gives them information. Gonna make it Esports. Not gonna start this up. Remember 10 seconds up, that's gonna be the Baron Nashor, so whoever forces out the team fights and win this might potentially go to the Ocean Dragon immediately after the Baron Nashor, so very risky place here for both teams.
The ward is going to be the warder right here. Go time, my friend. Here's
that
fight.
mark though into the backside. That's going to be a lot of damage. Demon Kite will be erased from the face of the earth. UCFC Esports will try to hold on. Omega with a tidal wave will go in for 4-man knockup. Currently it's 2-for-1, making another as Kaisa will be able to bring down Hero. UCFC now disengage, and Omega will get the free real estate onto the Ocean Dragon.
Beautiful flank right there by Arise. Takes Demon Kite out of the fight just like that before he could do a damn thing. And that was the key for Omega Esports to really win that round 2 on the Ocean Drake. They take down 2 champions. They lost JLC, but they will be getting the Ocean Drake. So that makes 2 important Drakes in the hands of Omega Esports. And this is going to pay a lot for them in the later parts of the game, especially we're already in the mid part of the game.
Yeah. Commendable play still though by UCFC Esports. Only a 1K goal difference at this late of a game, especially how Omega Esports keeps on pressuring them down, but still 2 dragons have already been secured, and now they're coming on top side. That's gonna be Stun and Renzi. Gold card to follow through. Huge CC chains connecting to GLC, but too tanky. They try and burst him down, and now it's Galio going for the taunt down. Tidal Wave will go for the knockout. TPs are now coming through. Omega Esports wants to go for the engage. Heroes entrance go for the knockup on 2 members for Omega Esports, but they cannot hold on. Renzi will die, and now UCFC will follow through with the engage. Counter attack, Impressive comes through with a knockup, and Lucian will die. Demon Kite, Hero, Renzi will say goodbye, as Dragon will be the only one remaining in this fight as he recalls back away, and Omega Esports once again gets the free real estate onto the Baron Nashor. They don't care. They have won the fight. They are now coming through with another objective.
I was just looking at JLC a lot in that fight. He died almost died twice in that fight. Great kites right there, but what? Wait, hold the thought.
Oh, Dragon tries to go for it, but Omega Esports goes for the last hit onto the Baron Nashor. Gets the kill down onto Dragon, and Mega will have the Baron Nashor.
Dragon just went in for a desperation play right there, hoping that he will be able to steal that Dragon. But with 3 champions on Omega's side, that was a Hail Mary right there. But then again, the earlier fight, going back to the scene of the crime, JLC kiting everyone out. He almost died twice in that fight, but he was just the bait, causing so much damage onto UCFC side, and now they're up 16-9. They were able to take a 4-for-1 special, plus the Dragon, plus a bonus in the form of Dragon in that Twisted Fate. Now Omega Esports is in for the push. As it goes in, and it's gonna be a fight.
Starfall goes to engage, but Omega Esports respecting this pressure from UCFC, forcing out 2 ultimates, but you have the Destiny coming through into the backside, goes for the golden card, huge engage, time lapse will be erased, and now UCFC Esports will gain the number advantage. JLC will try to go for the trade down, but too much to handle for 4 man against 1. But look at top side. Arise going for the split push, impressive, going for the split push as well, to the bot side as well. This is gonna be the man divide for UCFC. That's gonna be the double kill for Rise. They outplay. Massive playstyle as they take the inhibitor turret down into the top lane. And Omega still pushing through.
That was a 2-for-2 trade, but then again, when you have the Baron, oh, hold the thought, there's 5.
Yeah, 2v3, that's gonna be into the mid lane. UCFC wants to go for the re-engage, defend onto the inhibitor turret, but they're so low. And impressive, one more shot, that's gonna get the kill down onto Hero. Tidal Wave zones away the enemy team. Another inhibitor turret down, secured by Omega Esports. But Renzi is now gonna get pinned down. CC chain's gonna be flawless, but not gonna be able to secure the kill. Omega Esports have already got what they wanted and are now going back away.
Mega Esports, they did lose time lapse there on the mid. What happened there was they went in for a 1-3-1 push with the Baron buff for Mega Esports. And UCFC, they recognize that there are 3 champions in the mid. Why not just collapse all our resources on the mid push? Because that's going to be a 5v3. They did go for time lapse and they were able to do so. But they left their base when you're Mega Esports with the Baron buff in your hands. The goal is not for a team fight, but for the push to happen. And they were successful sticking onto the game plan. And because of that, look at UCFC's base. They are now 2 inhibitor turrets down, and Omega Esports will take the Cloud Drake, and that one's for free. That's 3 dragons already. UCFC, welcome to exactly where you don't want to be against Omega Esports. 15 minutes in, down 11k, and here comes Omega Esports for another pickoff attempt. They're not going to be able to take one though. For 20 seconds, another Baron is going to be spawning.
Goes in, a lot of damage coming through, but Renzi's just gonna burst him down. And now JLC wants to go for the trade down, but Destiny will be able for Dragon to come back to safety. UCFC will go away with 1 free kill.
That is big for your UCFC at this point. You will want more of those kinds of pickoffs, especially that Baron is gonna be a big threat for you at this point. Right now, Dragon doesn't have the ultimate available. That's Destiny out of the fight. Let's see if Omega Esports will be taking advantage of that information. UCFC is going to be in the area. They know there's still 15 seconds for their opening, as Arise is still down right here. So they're just going to take their chances, and it's a fight.
Going for the knockoff. Omega Esports gonna get pinned down. UCFC into the backside, but impressive. So tanky. Uses up the ultimate now. Hero's Zencrans to go back away for Hero. But Nasjo will fall. That will be the 4v5 now. TP's coming through for the Rise. That's gonna flash in. Goes for the dash away. That mark onto Dragon. He is gonna die. He is gonna get erased. And Demon Kite, 1 HP is gonna fall as well. Now it's over. Omega Esports now pushing through into the top side of the map. Lane controls in their favor as well. Renzi is still onto the mid lane. He cannot go back. He jumps in, falls onto the base because this is now Omega Esports' game. We're just living in their world, and this will be the 2-1. Omega will dominate the series.
Well done, UCFC. Bringing this one to game number 3. That was too close for comfort for Omega. Going to a game number 3, but nonetheless, they are celebrating right now. Ring around a Rosie because they were able to do so in that Nexus. But then again, celebrate, my friends. Well deserved right there. they will preserve their position, their chance to still represent this country as they went in for that big win against UCFC. UCFC, valiant effort, but they fell short. They are going to be taking an exit in this tournament. Omega Esports keeping the dreams alive.
Though commendable play still by UCFC, however, it's just really Omega Esports going for the methodical play that they did in game number 3.
Right.
And enabled them to go in for some of the plays, and JLC, as a Baron lane, did not get any kills, but when we're looking at it, more than 90% kill participation for himself, so huge way to impress. This game, and Impressive does the same. 7-1-11, I mean, the impact of Impressive in that matchup alone was phenomenal.
Yeah, I would also commend JLC. JLC was trouble for UCFC right there. There were so many fights where JLC was already very low, and that was enough of a bait for UCFC to really try to go and attempt and kill him, and UCFC just got punished because of this JLC cinch right here. Again, signature champion for that player right there. But as we go into the Opal highlights of the game, this was the early game skirmish. JLC got first blood right there. It was UCFC in the early game. There is the global ultimates coming in for the show, and we got excited because of that. But again, UCFC wasn't really able to capitalize on that in the later part of the game. This part right here, Dragon is going to be chased. He should go down in a bit right there. That was where Omega Esports start to take control of the game. The fight for the Ocean Drake, this was another win right here for Omega Esports. Good entry with the Destiny, but a tad bit too late. So much ultimates missing right here for UCFC. Even in the last fight on the Baron, we saw that the culling, we're going to see that later. I'm going to point out on that guy because I think that was a key really for Omega Esports to win this game. Astro goes in, gets one, but he's going to die right there. And this is JLC. This is the second time he dies almost right there. That's one for the bait right there. And here's the full fight for the team. JLC almost dying once again, but so much good kiting right there from JLC.
Yeah. And when we come into the 14-minute mark, as we're looking at it, it's too hard to defend because for one, they have the Baron buff already for Omega Esports. Then onto that, they have the Infernal Dragon
Look at the culling right
Ocean
here.
Dragon. Just so difficult. And now, these were the last moments from that game victory. The culling was not able to really deal out massive amounts of damage, and Omega Esports has that knowledge. And you know what? You don't have any ultimates now. We can now engage. We don't care about it anymore. We don't need to worry about it. And we can win the team fight. And the master of the match, the playmaker, the showmaker of that game 3 was impressive.
Yeah, man. The Phantom Thief. He wasn't able to do steals in this specific game, but they overall got a W. That's enough for them to really live the dream right now. These guys should be celebrating as they survive a game number 3. We're going to be seeing them tomorrow. It is going to be an interesting match going up against Omega Esports. Very interesting right here. 18.0 and 78% kill participation. Very big numbers, big time numbers for a big time player.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. Maybe a time clock? Maybe a glass hour to bring in some times there. But as you stated, it's just a lot of situations where Omega Esports brought this down into reverse sweep up against UCFC Esports. Taking those objectives was just their winning condition. And JLC was able to go for the counterattack, picking up Cinch. Yes, it's untraditional, but when we're looking at UCFC Esports' draft, it's a good counter onto Renzi, onto Dragon, onto Demon Kite, and also onto Hero, and locking them down, and even Nastro as well. So that mega adhesive was put into the play time and time again in those team fights.
Yes, again, UCFC, good run right here. We want to see them stronger in the next tournaments. I enjoyed the run. Their aggressiveness was always a show. Then again, that's going to be it for this fight. Don't go away. We will be back after this short break.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot.
Omega Esports will take the final match of the day with a 2-1. They will add 50,000 Glow Cup points to their winnings, and more importantly, they continue their journey. Following one of our casters, Leoric, over there with the waving frantically at the camera. But yes, more importantly, Omega Esports will continue their journey here in the Icon Series and live to see another day, we actually have one of Omega Esports on our post show joining us and taking time out from their very, very merry celebration that we saw a brief preview of in the player camp. Let's bring on our special guest over here from Omega Esports. I believe we have Stronger on the line here. Hello, Stronger. How are you guys? I know you guys are feeling pretty good right now. We love the celebration, doing the ring around the Nexus in real life. It's been a long day for you guys, for Omega, coming from the loss to Team Secret and then doing the full 3 games versus UCFC. How were you guys able to keep your heads in the game and regroup?
After our loss against Team Secret, we tried to analyze what we can do better against UCFC. And after nung game 1, siguro we just prefer to try what we are comfortable with.
Perfect. And tomorrow it's possible that you guys may go from the first match all the way up to the grand finals. I mean, that's a potential 10 or more games of Wild Rift. How do you guys feel about that?
Excited and prepared kasi yung mga scrim naman namin halos hapon hanggang gabi. So, ready na siguro kung sakaling ganun yung sitwasyon.
Perfect. And it looks like you guys are training for tomorrow and the grand final specifically. Atalus, what about you? I think you have an entertaining question over here for Stronger.
Yeah, I was laughing because I think it was 3 a.m. that you sent a friend request on Facebook. It just goes to show that he's nocturnal. Speaking of, yeah, he knows, my friends. Speaking of comfort, I have a very interesting question for you. Feels like that you are on a different level of comfort with you on basketball shorts. What's the thing? Is that Lucky Charm or something? Or fan service maybe?
Mas masarap kasi maglaro kapag komportable ka kung ano yung get-up mo. Yun lang. So, mas komportable ako sa fancy shorts.
I love the term.
Very, very safe answer. I love it. Cyrus, what about you? Oh, I think we need translation here. Atalus needs to.
I missed this. All right. Okay, are you ready? Stronger. This is the question. You have 30 seconds to answer. Okay, all right. Let's do this. What's the thought process behind having 2 different Baron laners? You have a JLC, you have also a Ryzen, and we just want to know. I mean, what goes through the minds of everyone, and what does Glazox have to say about this switcherino that you do, especially here in the playoffs?
It's more on since start pa lang din naman ng Wild Rift, so it's giving it's showing other people kung ano yung strengths ng mga Baron laner namin, and at the same time siguro strategy na rin for yun nga, para kumbaga pang reset namin kapag lalo na galing sa loss.
I mean,
anything else you would like to ask, Osiris?
I mean, I'm good. I'm just happy that they get to flex different roles, and then they are flexing the 6-man, mostly using the information that the JLC gathered. As I know, JLC mostly watch the games and observe, so when he is being put in, he is ready for a different perspective and a fresh environment for the team.
Yeah, it's very unique indeed. And now, Stronger, as the Wild Rift soundtrack plays in the background that I'm hearing, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give? Maybe, of course, to all of the fans that you guys have watching and supporting you guys all the way.
Thank you. Shoutouts sa inyo, sa panelists, sa shoutcaster. and sa mga boss namin, kay Sir Pat, kay Sir Miko, sa mga, yun, sa teammates ko, sa friends namin, family and friends ng mga teammates namin. And sa mga naniniwala pa rin na kaya namin gapangin yung lower bracket. Maraming salamat. Yan.
Gapang Lords. Let's go.
I just want to say,
Lords.
in the panel, we predicted Omega in that last match. Me and Osiris. I believe it's me and Osiris. Okay, just say it.
You started the best. It's not impending auto lose right now.
Unfriend ko na yan ng PAM mamaya.
Alright. Okay.
Thank you so much. And we wish you guys a good night. And we will see you tomorrow. Congratulations to Omega Esports.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. All right, you guys, that was stronger, and Omega Esports, they're just in good spirits over here. We saw it in their post-game celebration, and we know that they're very, very comfy indeed as they, rest for tonight, but they could potentially have a very long day tomorrow. Before that, though, let's jump into our series highlights, because I'm sure as Omega Esports is celebrating, this is really painful for UCFC because they actually came really close to beating Omega Esports. There were a few mistakes that they made along the way, but this was just, in terms of like one key clash or one objective that was that close. And I'm sure these guys are, really, really feeling down right now. They put up a great fight against Omega Esports. Panel, what do you guys think? Where did it go wrong for UCFC?
I'll start first with positives for UCFC because on game number 1, we saw the vein, right? The Filipino Gozu is now back on the menu here in the playoffs. Fortunately for them, Mega Esports did respect them having, 2 consecutive bans. By the way, this is a blue buff of Mega Esports. Look at him smashing Demon Kite, and Demon Kite had no chance. But yeah, that was game number 1, and UCFC, getting 3 dragons, and on top of that, getting the Elder Dragon. At one point, I thought that Osiris' curse was real, but kudos to Mega Esports, saving Osiris' legacy for day number 2 in playoffs.
I mean, they haven't saved me for a spaghetti dance, so I might not be defending them. But the curse aged well, and there are others who also suffer a bit on that one. So yeah, going back into the game, I love how UCFC drafted the global ultimates. But for one person, you are burning a lot. You're using Destiny, you're using the Grand Starfall, you're using the entrance, and if you're going for the Dragon or Herald, you are already exhausted. And what's worse about this game free is they are chasing the Singe. I mean, you gotta respect JLC. John Lloyd Consistent way back on summer season, he is spamming that Singe, and you should be not batting an eye because it will really put you in a tough spot. And I love how impressive in this game, he even got that insect crescent sweep just to make sure to put away Dragon on his misposition. And impressive. What a game. Coming into Impressure.
What? Impressive impressure?
No,
What's next?
Sorry. No, it didn't work. It didn't work, Osiris. We'll just go back to that spaghetti. We forgot to mention this is Stronger, by the way, that we have to thank them, of course, for our post sort of like a broadcast show that we have. Courtesy of Osiris. Please stay tuned to his social media, ladies and gentlemen. We will be having a spaghetti dance coming up for courtesy of Osiris. Can't wait to like and share, please. Let's make that go viral. Like, just he asked for it. Okay, let's take a look at our match results for today, because tomorrow, of course, for our last day, oh my gosh, our last day of the Icon series is gonna be really interesting indeed, especially for Omega Esports. Now, first up, of course, in today's results, we had Team Secret. We also had Fennel Adversity with the 2-0s, as well as DR Esports, the big winners of today. And then Omega Esports prolonging their bracket, their tournament life, rather, in the lower bracket. It's gonna be interesting to see how Omega Esports will go up against DR Esports. They had a little bit of that. Former Omega that we remember from the summer season coming back into the fall season. But do you think it's going to be enough against DR Esports?
I think It is because again, going back to summer season during the group stages, remember it was Omega Esports that was on top of the group for South Luzon, and Etaf and Devil J is actually part of Sunspark squad that was then on the South Luzon group stages. So, when we're talking about numbers, I have his number. I know how to counter his play. I believe JLC has what it takes to get the upper hand against Devil J without really outdueling him.
Yeah, and it was safe to say that Omega still is there. But the problem is, I'm not sure if it will be consistent all throughout. But way back on summer playoffs, they are running on the lower bracket. So this might be the same story. And who knows? Fennel Adversity and DR Esports, they also have a great story about to unfold.
Yeah, and checking out our bracket, of course, I feel like, yes, it's true that all of these teams have a story over here, but I feel like Omega Esports right now, they're going to be so interesting to watch tomorrow because they could potentially, go all the way and play like, a bunch of course, a bunch of matches right here. If they get through DR Esports, they could be going up against Fennel Adversity and Team Secret, and then finally going all the way and playing the last match all the way up into the grand finals. And that first matchup against DR Esports is going to be so crucial for them. But in the meantime, UCFC Esports and LAKAN Esports unfortunately are out of the competition, and that leaves these four teams: Team Secret, Fennel Adversity, DR Esports, and Omega Esports. Now, I always ask you guys what your top three teams are. I think it's time to switch it around and say, what do you think the grand final will be like tomorrow?
Oh my god. I think it is going to be the same with how summer playoffs they go, in where Fennel Adversity and Team Secret at the upper bracket finals will have a rematch by the time that we reach the grand finals. I just feel like this is the time that I know for myself that I'm convinced now that Fennel Adversity and Team Secret are the safe picks to really go and represent us in the C Championships.
Ooh, interesting. What about you, Osiris?
This might be different, as Fennel Adversity might advance onto the upper bracket and Team Secret might go for the lower bracket front. A bit different onto the summer season, but still the same, as they might be the ones who's going to enter the finals, or Omega something up to their sleeves.
Maybe they did have a good day today, of course.
Yeah.
And let's check out our Globe Cup point leaderboard right now. As I wanted to bring this up as well. Team Secret, of course, the summer Super Cup representatives. Do you think they can hold on to that title and proceed into like the C Championships? Is it still going to be Team Secret? Do you guys think that we could be seeing an entirely new, reign, I guess, with DR Esports and Fennel Adversity making it all the way to the C Championships?
I think it's a lock that Team Secret has one of those two spots. Now, the only question for me is if Team Secret will finally get the championship, because again, representing the Philippines in the C Championships or in the international stage, that's already done for Team Secret. Right? So the question is, will they be the champions this time?
And yeah, Team Secret is still definitely out there. They got the chance to defend their throne and defeat everyone. So that's it. So yeah, and then at this point, I'm really excited what's about to unfold, as even the lower bracket looks exciting.
Yeah, and you were bringing up defeat, and I think it's really Osiris who has the biggest defeat today, because of course everybody knows his consequence that will come up. But if you check out, of course, the teams that were eliminated, RRQ of course still has a very respectable 450,000 Globe Cup points, so they do finish the fall season in a very respectable 4th place. And it's nice that, of course, that Brent Esports, LAKAN Esports, and UCFC Esports also get some Globe Cup points into the team's account, of course. And DR Esports and Fennel Adversity, we are watching these teams very, very closely, because it's nice to see these new teams come up and step up to the plate, especially since we do have the C Championships coming up. And we do know that the world is watching the Philippine scene right now because of a very impressive debut in the Summer Super Cup. It is going to be so interesting to see teams like this, teams like Fennel Adversity, consistent improvement, the fire that DR Esports brings. And it's going to be interesting to see as well Team Secret try and, work their way back up the leaderboards. And of course, Team Secret, they did bring out their best foot forward today. And I still think that they're holding back a little bit, just a little bit, to find out what to keep their cards close to their hands, so to say, to put their best one forward yet tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, let's check out tomorrow's schedule. And I believe, of course, it will be Omega Esports up first. Oh no, it's not going to be Omega Esports up first. We're going to have Team Secret and Fennel Adversity up first. And followed by DR Esports versus Omega Esports. And from then on, it is going to be a toss-up as to who faces who up until our grand final. Wow, guys. These 4 teams, of course, this wasn't exactly what we expected, because I'm sure we predicted that RRQ would be in there somewhere. But I asked you guys to predict the grand final. I'm gonna ask you guys. I don't want to predict. I'm gonna ask you who you think our fall season champion will be. Nobody wants to answer anymore.
You're always going first.
Nobody wants to answer anymore.
I don't know. There is something that convinced me earlier today that Fennel has stepped it up a notch to a point that they are going to surprise us and will be the newest Cinderella story. Out of nowhere. Who expected Fennel Adversity to be up here at this stage, right? And they are just proving everyone wrong, proving doubters wrong, and making a name for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, let's go with the Cinderella story. Let's go with the underdogs, as they are the ones who's really showing that they can. And with the other teams that we expected to be the ones who's going to dominate, I'm fairly worried, because if they are the ones going to be the champions, C Champs is looking at you guys. So we kind of need that somehow consistent push towards the end.
You know what? I was just thinking of like the scenario that Autolus presented, because like if we have Team Secret and Fennel Adversity first, and let's say Team Secret take that, and Fennel Adversity goes down, and DR Esports versus Omega, let's say DR Esports wins. Fennel Adversity went up against DR Esports and they took that. So then we'd have Team Secret and Fennel Adversity again. And
yeah.
Fennel Adversity, we know that they've always been improving. They're not going to make the same mistake twice.
And
so
that's
it could be.
That's the biggest challenge. The run in the lower bracket up until finals. Imagine how many games you're going to play.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is the biggest challenge yet for our teams, and it's gonna be exciting. We hope to see you all there, because we are coming to the end of our fall season. We are coming to the end of the Icon Series PH for 2021, so don't you miss it. Don't forget to like and follow all of PPGL's official channels while you're at it, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok, to stay updated with the Icon Series PH. Of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the Philippines. And thank you so much to Mineski Philippines, to Riot Games, and to Globe Telecom for bringing the Icon Series over here. With Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. And thank you so much to Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts BOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, control oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
My turn. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort. helping every gamer secure that ace. No need for autocorrect this time. Yes!
Good job!
And last but not least, you can own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill bubbles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. It's the final day, guys. We've come to the end of the Icon Series PH. It's our final day tomorrow. We have got the remainder of our matches and, of course, the grand finals where we will be crowning a new champion of the Rift and finding out who goes on to represent the Philippines in the SEA Championships. My name is Mika Fabs with Odaluz and Osiris. And on behalf of everybody here, stay tuned for Osiris's post-game spaghetti dance.
Oh no!
Stay safe, stay healthy, mask up everybody, go to Osiris's Twitter, and we will see you in the
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil. Yeah, and I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.